a connection between Lag Bomer and Shabbos, anyways, and also between our Parsha and Shabbos. Okay? So therefore, it feels very apropos to start with Shabbos. Now, what do I mean that we are connected? That both Lag Bomer and the Parsha is related to Shabbos. It is because I'm sorry, I'm just multitasking here. It is because, as we'll see, the Zohar itself calls Rabbi Shimon bar Yochai calls Rabbi Shimon bar Yochai the name Shabbos. One second. And there's other great honorifics and praises that are given to Rabbi Shimon bar Yochai. And one of them is Rabbi Shimon bar Yochai is called Shabbos, and we'll go into that why, and maybe we'll look at the source also. Okay. Additionally, the Parsha, this week's Parsha, which is Behar, is also discusses Shabbos in two ways. Both literally, the very last verse in this week's Parsha is about Shabbos, right? Everyone thinks Shabbos is just in the Ten Commandments or maybe another place. But really, Shabbos, the Shabbos itself is interspersed in multiple places throughout the 5 books of Moses. And so, like even a couple weeks ago, it was, or even last week, I think, right? In Emor, it speaks about Shabbos, right? We spoke about last week the difference between Shabbos and Yom Tov and the holidays and Moed, right? So again, in our Parsha, the very last verse speaks about keeping Shabbos. That's one way. And the second way is because the beginning of the Parsha is all about the Shabbos of the land. If Shabbos is about resting, of the person resting in time from work, then there's also another form of rest, which is what Shabbos means in its main definition, but not from a weekly rest, but an annual rest, right? That is the rest of Shemitah, when you don't work the land every 7 years, right? And then there is also Yovel, the Jubilee, that follows after 7 Shemitah, is the 50th year, is the Jubilee. Which, incidentally, right, where else do we have the idea of 7 times 7, and then the 50th is Sfirat HaOmer itself, right? So there's already different connections that we already have to this week, and particularly tonight, with Shabbos. So therefore, it feels quite apropos that might as well begin with Shabbos. And then we'll work our way from there outward. From Shabbos, we'll go. Hopefully, we'll maybe speak a bit on the Parsha, and then from there we'll go into Lag Bomer, okay, and Sfira. So that way, we'll be all Shabbosdik. Okay, and of course, being Lag Bomer, we could sing Lag Bomer songs. We were just singing a bit before. There's different songs that are traditionally sung on Lag Bomer. One is Amar Rabbi Akiva. If you want, we could sing that. There's also there's different pizmonim, special poetry lyrics, like Bar Yochai is Va'amatem kol Yochai, Rabbi Shimon bar Yochai. Va'amatem kol Yochai, Rabbi Shimon tzadik yoy. Shalikim toiru, Ashrei yayin lo asu, Lechacham yashmin mitu, Adonai no va'yechoi va'yamatem. Yeah, so a lot of them are like sort of chanty, and they're made to get into trance dances around the fire. My mother, when I was earlier at the Chabad with the fire, my mother would say, "Oh, all this pumping music, like it was too much for her, too loud." But I was pointing out, yeah, it's maybe more modernized with electronic beats and all that, but the base of it is unique, actual Lag Bomer music for dancing. Like it's like sort of not mamish hora, but it has a certain beat. Then there's another song. Bar Yochai, Shemen Mishchat Kodesh, Nimtata B'minat HaKodesh, Ashrei Elohim Deva Min Hushikodesh. Okay, so let's see. Maybe we'll go through it. Some of these songs later, especially if Aaron comes on. Maybe he has on open source, open siddur rather. We could do that, and then yeah, of course. And then after we do some of that, then we'll go into about Lag Bomer and tonight's Sfira Hod of Hod, and hopefully Danny will also share on Hod of Hod from Rabbi Jacobson's amazing day by day Sfira exploration, right? And maybe we'll speak about, like we were in the past, also about Sfirot in general. Okay, so anyways, we're here. Here we are, the most highest, amazing night, in a way, for the whole year for Pnimiyat Torah, the innermost of Torah. Okay, this is, and there's also, and that in a way that's also Shabbos. Shabbos is the depth of the week, the Pnimius, the innermost of the whole week, and the ascent of the worlds and the souls of humans and the angels. The soul happens on Shabbos. And that is also, again, Rabbi Shimon bar Yochai, who is called Shabbos in the Zohar, and his aliyah of his neshama, his ascent of his soul, departing his physical body to a higher state, is equivalent to like our going up on Shabbos, like we say also Vayechulu Hashemayim Haaretz. The Shabbos is the time of Vayechulu, not only finishing but expiration, like a certain ecstatic high, Kolot HaNefesh, like right, of the soul going up high, like we spoke about more than once in the past. So, and also being that we're specifically on Shabbos, we're in the middle of the recap of the three songs of the Arizal. Right, and then the Arizal has a very special connection to Rabbi Shimon bar Yochai. First of all, according to the Kabbalists, even I think Rabbi Shimon, the Arizal himself said, or Chaim Vital, his student said, that Arizal carries the soul of Rabbi Shimon bar Yochai in him, because just like Rabbi Shimon bar Yochai was the one who not only acquired the deepest, most profound, esoteric teachings of Torah, but he also shared them, disseminated them to the world in a whole new way, whole new light. Literally, that's the word light. That in like the Zohar, which is Rabbi Shimon Yochai is the protagonist of the Zohar. The very name of Zohar means to be radiant, to be brilliant. It comes from the verse, and I think Isaiah about maskilim yashiru k'zayar arkia, and those that are knowledgeable, that have the real inner wisdom, divine wisdom, they shall shine like the brilliance of the sky. So that's where the name Zohar comes, and that's why the Zohar begins, in the introduction of the Zohar actually begins with a riff on this teaching, and I think it's brought down in more than again in the Zohar, this idea of maskilim yasiru k'zayar rakia. Incidentally, just remembered that It's also related to this month, this week, the month of this that the month of this month, which is ER, is the acronym, as we've spoken about in the past, that every month has its own unique combination of Yud K Vav K. So let me see. So for this month, which is ER, so Nisan is straight up Yud K Vav K, right? And we spoke about this in, last month. What is this month? ER. So show you on the screen. So I think the verse is Yishalel HaMishalel Haskel V'Yeda. May the one who is giving praise keep on praising. Haskel V'Yedea, and who have the knowledge and the knowledge and wisdom of knowing me. So there's the idea of praising and also knowledge. And Rabbi Shimon ben Yochai is connected to both. One is that because the day he passed away, he said himself that he wants that it should be celebrated like kibei hilula, like a wedding ceremony. In Aramaic, the wedding is called the house of praise, hilula. So because the wedding banquets are the most celebratory times of a person's life, so therefore a wedding is called a behilula. So in that way, it's the idea of praising and hilula, and also the idea that Rabbi Shimon Yochai is known as the one who perceived, had the greatest wisdom of the innermost of Torah, and that's the Haskel V'Yeda, the knowing and having those deep, the inner wisdom of Torah and disseminating it. So as you see, the combination of the month here is Yud K. So that is in its regular order, this part of it. But then the second part is not Vav K, but it's flipped, Hey Vav, meaning that it's two directions, both going down from the Yud to the K, and it's also going down, but there is also going up, elevating from the Vav up to the Hey. Because this month, through the healing, and particularly the month of Iyar, has so much to do with not only drawing down, but elevating, going up, the ascent. Shalom Aleichem and triple M. No, I'm sorry, double MK. Okay, Menachem Mendy, great to see you. I was just sharing before that I was just at Boca West at the fire, and I was dancing. Got my parents out of rehab and had Gavaldik and tuned in here. So
nice.
Maybe we'll continue either later or tomorrow. Gavaldik. So that is the specialness of this month of Iyar, is that the Yud K Vav, okay, and so that's and also about for tonight. Also, so it's connected with Wednesday night Shalom, okay, and it's also connected with particularly with the Arizal, because it is the Arizal himself that made the celebrations of Lag Bomer so central to his life experience, to his experience, especially the last couple of years of his life when he was living in Tzfat, which was a time when he truly acquired the deepest of Torah, of the innermost of Torah, and where all of his unique innovations of Torah, of Kabbalah, came up to him. And he was living in Tzfat, and if anyone's been up in the Galilee knows that it's that Miron, where Rabbi Shimon Yochai is buried, is just one hilltop over. You can see the hill of Miron from Tzfat looking westward, and in fact, when the Arizal would go out to say L'Chadoidi, Kabbalah Shabbat, out in the apple orchard and all that, he was he would do it facing the sun setting over Miran. And Arizal writes a lot about Rabbi Shimon Yochai. Maybe I'll even show soon in the how it's described by the Chaim Vital, the Arizal being at Lag Bomer at Rabbi Shimon Yochai, and again that they had a soul connection. So therefore, it's all the more appropriate that we learn tonight. We continue learning from that. We're going through the Zamer B'Shvachim, the Friday night song, and hang on 1 second. Just wanted to get a siddur because I may need this soon. All right, and then again, as I mentioned before, we'll show the connection of Lag Bomer to Shabbos, anyways, right? Okay, so you know what? Being that Steve said, let's connect this with Lag Bomer. So this is what we'll do. I'll show you in the Arizal Kabbalah how it's described. Actually, well, there's two things. The Arizal explains in very deep Kabbalistic ways what is Lag Bomer and what is this idea, this whole event of the deaths of Rabbi Akiva's students, and what does that mean Kabbalistically, and also Rabbi Shimon Yochai's yahrzeit passing. But then there's actual descriptions of what he did there. Okay, so let me see. I was looking at it not too long ago. Let's see if I still have it open. All right, hang on. So there. Okay, it's one of these multiple windows. And then we'll go into Zamer B'Shvachim, and we'll do that as much as we can. And as mentioned, it's that also our parsha is very connected to Shabbos, and we'll have this Gavaldik Lag Bomer time together. All right, hang on.
Baruch, while you're multitasking,
right?
I just want to note that we're going to be talking about the connection between Lag Bomer and Shabbos. I just want to note that Lag Bomer never falls on Shabbos.
Ah, that's right. That's right indeed. So so all the more so, meaning that we're making a Shabbos here in. Okay, if I don't find it, I'm just going to open it up again. If I don't find in the next few seconds. Oh, found. Okay. All right. Okay. So here, there's two. In general, there's two texts that usually, if you want to know things about from the Arizal, or especially around the life cycle, like of the holidays and what have you, or the day, there's two main texts to look at. One is, it's part of his Shmona Sha'arim, his 8 gates. The Arizal's Kabbalah was written in multiple layers. There's early Arizal, there's mid Arizal, and later Arizal. And this is all for someone who passed away by the age of 37, Arizal, right? But even so, there is the pre-Tzfat Arizal, where before he came up with his own real innovations, he was just developing his own Kabbalah. Then, when he gets to Tzfat, there was one form of his innovations of Kabbalah. And then there was later, before he passed away, there was a third, there was another iteration. Again, Arizal passed away in the mid-1500s. And even though, and the time when he was actually teaching wasn't more than like 2.5 years or so, certainly less than 3 years. And it's quite amazing how much he got. He crammed in how much he taught in such a brief period of time. Another connection between the Arizal and Rabbi Shimon ben Yochai is they both had what seemed like similar types of departures from the world, passing away, or hilula, as we call it now. Rabbi Shimon ben Yochai, as we'll see, hopefully when we get to read from the Idra Zuta, the smaller Idra, he passed away teaching with 7 of his students around him. Similarly, the Arizal, who passed away in the middle of the summer, the 5th day of Av, also passed away with his students around him. I think it was somewhat more like 10 students or 12. Shimon ben Yochai also had 10 students, but 3 of them passed away when they were studying the deepest secrets, esoteric teachings of Torah in the greater Idra, the greater gathering. The Zohar has that narration openly what happened, and so only there were set. Therefore, it was a smaller gathering. The Shimon ben Yochai's smaller gathering was the last day of when he was teaching the last day of his life. There were only 7 students, but the Arizal also had a similar format, a very special hilula, passing away. Okay, so just to link the Arizal, who we're going to learn tonight, with Rabbi Shimon ben Yochai, we're going to read now from his 8. So the 8 gates, the Shemona Sha'arim, is from his Arizal's later teachings. Now again, the Arizal he wrote very little himself. There's like a commentary to parts of the Zohar, like the Sifra Tzniuta. Remember we read that, the deepest esoteric parts of the Zohar, which is the base of the Idra Rabbah, is the commentary on the Sifra Tzniuta, the book of hiddenness. And then the Idra Zuta is continuing, is almost like a commentary on the Idra Rabbah itself. So those are the 3 layers, if you remember, we spoke about a few months ago. So the Arizal has there's a page or 2 in his most important compilation, Eitz Chaim, that he wrote. But most of his teachings were written by his main disciple, Rabbi Chaim Vital, or more specifically by Rabbi Chaim Vital's son, Shmuel Vital, who took his father's writings of the Arizal and then reorganized it. And in fact, a good portion of it was buried, because the Arizal, Chaim Vital, and the Arizal, or Chaim Vital himself said he didn't want, that these are too deep, these teachings are too profound, the world is not ready for them, and they were to be buried, and they were buried, and in fact, they were later dug out and copied over by his son and others, and that's how we have the Eitz Chaim and the Shemona Sha'arim, the 8 gates, and the Mavoi Sha'arim, and other volumes like this. There were also other students of the Arizal. In addition to Chaim Vital, there was Yosef Ibn Tibul, there was I think Rabbi Yaina Kohen, there was a Yisrael Surug, and a couple others, and there were others. So there's other, and they also wrote what they learned from the Arizal, but we follow primarily the writings of Rabbi Chaim Vital. So one of these, in one of these 8, so the book Shemona Sha'arim means 8 gates, and each gate is covering a general subject. Like one gate will be focused mainly on how the partsufim, the full-fleshed formats of the Sefirot in anthropomorphic form is developed. Or there's a whole gate just discussing the 4 worlds of Atzilut, Bria, Tzir, Asiya, right? And so on and so forth. One of the gates is called Shar HaKavanot, the gate of just Kavanot, intentions. What it does is it goes through all the various ritualistic aspects and life cycle practices that we do, and gives it with its Kabbalistic kavanot and meanings. Okay? Now, in addition to that, later there's something called Pri Chaim, which was again taking from both the Shmona Sha'arim, which is also the Eitz Chaim, and from other Lurianic sources, primarily from Reb Chaim Vital, and setting it up around the life cycle from morning to night, kavanot for shachrit, mincha, maariv, and throughout the day, washing your hands when you eat, different blessings, and then also for the different events throughout our life, Shabbos, different Yom holidays, and so on and so forth. Okay, so both in Shar Kavanot and in Pri Eitz Chaim, there's a section devoted to Sfira Omer, and there at the end there's discussion about Lag Bomer. Okay, so we'll look at some of it now. And what it actually not all the really deep, too deep. If you want, we can maybe go into more deep kavanot that are described for Lag Bomer, but at least there's one or two like events or incidences that are mentioned, and so we'll look at that first, okay, and then we'll go into the Azamer B'Shvachim, okay. Everyone hears me? Okay, good. So here is this is from Shara Kavanot for Sfirat of Omer. It's actually under the Drush for Pesach, which is number 16, which at the end of it discusses Sfira. Okay. So so he goes first about the idea of counting Sfira, and then about not getting haircuts in Sfira. Then he goes into the idea of what is Rabbi Akiva and the 24,000 students. This idea of Aleph as one, Aleph also as 1,000. And we spoke about Aleph and also being the reverse of Pella last week, right? Jonathan, you mentioned that too. And hopefully it'll come up again tonight. We'll share how that's connected. So here is one of the main sources that we know about Lag Bomer going to Miron, to the actual burial site of Shimon Yochai. Inyan minig shenagu Yisrael, about concerning the custom that Israel has. Lolechas b'yem Lag Bomer lo imer al kiver Rashbi v'Reb Elazar b'nai asher kuburim b'yem Miron, to go to visit in Lag Bomer to the burial sites of Rabbi Shimon Yochai and his son Rabbi Elazar, who were buried in Miron, Kinoda, as is known. And people eat, drink there, and are very joyful there. Ani ra'isi l'mayri. This is Rabbi Chaim Vital writing. I saw my teacher, that is meaning the Arizal, shahalach l'sham pam echad b'yom Lag Bomer, that he once went there for Lag Bomer day. Hu v'chol anshe beisai, he and all of his household, his whole family. And he stayed there for 3 days of that week. So I assume that year Lag Bomer was at the beginning of the week, fell out in the beginning of the week. This was the first time he arrived from Egypt, because what happened was the Arizal lived in if you know the history of the Arizal, he lived actually in Egypt. That's where he was born and raised. He had a rich uncle who had a big estate actually on an island that was in the Nile, and he was able to devote himself to learning. And the Arizal also not only learned Kabbalah and its esoteric teachings, but he was also learned a lot of the more exoteric, more like the Gemara studies of Torah also. And then I think he was in his early 30s that he arrived to Israel. I think he first stayed briefly in Yerushalayim, and then eventually made his way to live in Tzfat. So this, when he's saying his first time came from Egypt, maybe it can even be before he formally settled in Tzfat. It could be he was still living in Yerushalayim, but he traveled up to the Galilee, to Meron. And there is the Chaim Vital says also, but I'm not even sure. Chaim Vital says that if at this point of his life, this first Lag Bomer from when Arizal came from Egypt, if he was yet at that state of having acquired all the great wisdom of Kabbalah that he did later. Okay, based on this, one can even say it's not even clear if Chaim Vital himself was yet the student of the Arizal. It could just merely be he just saw him there, or was acquainted, or heard of him, but he wasn't fully devoted yet to be the Arizal student. In fact, we know that Arizal wrote a very interesting work of his, almost like an autobiographical work. And there are different. He also discusses there how he met the Arizal in Tzfat and based on that, it seems like that initially the Chaim Vital, there was a bit of resistance. He didn't right away become the Arizal's student. It took a little while, and in fact, it was only after the Arizal really shared with Rabbi Chaim Vital the source of his soul and what tikkun, what rectification it needs, and what have you, that Rabbi Chaim Vital was won over rather to become a disciple of the Arizal. As we know that even, or at least at the beginning of the Arizal's period of being in Tzfat, that Rav Moshe Cardavero, who was the most known Kabbalist at that point, the famous Ramak, Rav Moshe Cardavero, author of Parnas Rimainim and many other works, he was the star Kabbalist around at Tzfat. And he was older too. And in fact, Arizal began, it seems like, being a bit of a disciple from the Ramak. But within a short time, within a year or so, the Arizal already superseded the Ramak, not as much per se, you could say, in just in knowing Kabbalah, but in innovating Kabbalah to a state that went beyond the Ramak. If one could say, if you could think of if Lahavdil, if you want to say Ramak was like Einstein, then the Arizal was like Niels Bohr or someone. Like he went, if the Einstein represents relativity, then you have to take it to another dimension, like quantum mechanics, right? Something even beyond in a short period of time, right? Lahavdil or not. So that was the state of the Arizal, was like really like shot ahead really quickly. So be it as it may, so that this first year that the Arizal was in Israel, he went up to Lag Bomer with his household. And he celebrated there. The Harav Rabbi Yonasan Sagis Haydney, this is one of the students of the Arizal. Rabbi Yonasan Sagis, there's another Jonathan. Haydney testified to me, says Rabbi Chaim Vital, that this Rabbi Yonasan told him, Shabashana Aleph that the first year before I went myself to learn with my student, that means the year before I went, that I, Chaim Vital, learned with my master, with Arizal in Tzfat, that the Arizal went with his family and brought his young son, who apparently just turned 3 years old then. And that's where they gave him the upshernish, to cut his hair, as the known custom, which is that you don't cut a boy's hair until his 3rd year. That's similar to like not eating from a fruit for the first 3 years. And then, especially if the birthday of the child is during Sfira, and you're not allowed to cut the hair at Sfira, but that on Lag Bomer you are allowed to. So that is the day that children whose birthdays are between Pesach and Lag Bomer take the child to Meron, and that's where the ceremonial hair cutting. So that's what the Arizal himself did that year. And the Arizal made there a great celebration. So there's two testimonies that the Arizal himself made the pilgrimage to Meron for Lag Bomer, both from Reb Chaim Vital himself and from Rabbi Yonason, the student. Now here's a very interesting story. Gam Heid Harav Reb Avram Alevi. So too, there's another student of Arizal, Reb Avraham the Levi. He testified, meaning he told Rabbi Chaim Vital, that in that year, aforementioned year, that I suppose the same year that the Arizal went for the upshanish, for the hair cutting for his 3-year-old son. So Halach Gam Husham, the Rabbi Avram also went there. Rabbi Avram had a custom to say to add in the liturgy, in the blessing of Tishkain in Shemona Esrei, that it was add Nachem Hashem Elokeinu. It's added. We do this at times on a fast, similar to like Anenu that you add in Shemona Esrei, and also on Tisha B'Av. Right? It's to comfort that we are like comforting that we are like Avelim, like we are mourners. MOU are. And mourners over Zion and Jerusalem. So being that the temple has been destroyed, so Avram's personal custom was not just to say Nachem, not just on fast days or Tisha B'Av, but every day of the year in commemoration. So I suppose not on Shabbos or Yom Tov, but he said Lag Bomer because it's like a weekday, right? The Gambi, I say Sham Amar Nachem. So therefore, Rabbi Avram, when he was at Meron with Arizal, he also said he added the blessing of the insert of Nachem in his Shemona Esrei prayers. Hi, yes, welcome. We're looking at some of the Arizal about Lag Bomer. So that his student Rabbi Avram Halevi went with Arizal to Meron for Lag Bomer because Arizal was making upshanish for his son, and this Avram Alevi's custom was to add Nachem in Shemona Esrei when he would pray every day. So he did it also this Lag Bomer. After Avram Alevi finished his Shemona Esrei, my master, meaning the Arizal, told Avram, Rabbi Avram, that the Arizal said, he saw Rabbi Shimon ben Yochai hovering over his grave there in Meron. He saw it, meaning alert, awake, not in like a dream state, but he had an actual vision of Rabbi Shimon ben Yochai over the graves, his own grave. And Rabbi Shimon ben Yochai told the Arizal the following: "And Moir el Haish Hazeh, Avram Halevi, tell this person over there, Avram Halevi, why is he saying adding the blessing Nachem of comforting on the day of our celebration, of our joy? Right? It's a day of joy. It's not a day for mourning. Therefore, since he's saying Nachem, he will soon need to be comforted himself, and very soon. Right? He'll need that, what we call nichum avelim, to console, comfort the avel, the mourner." End quote. And the Arizal, I suppose, gave this over. Yeah, and the Arizal told Avram Halevi this. What happened? Not a month went by after Lag Bomer, that Rabbi Avram's, one of Rabbi Avram's sons, passed away. Actually, in the other version of this, in the Priyetz Chaim, maybe look at this quickly. As I said, over there it says it was his oldest son passed away. The Kibul Aleph Tamchumen, he had to receive consolation for that, meaning he had to sit shiva for that, right? So right away we see that direct link. Okay, Yossi, I'll answer you soon. Let me just finish the sentence. The Kasati Kolzeh Rabbi Chaim Vital says, I'm writing this lahiris to show he's saying I'm not writing this just to be macabre what happened, but I'm just pointing this out. He says just to show you how of great value is this custom to go to Miran, and not just to go to Miran, but to celebrate with joy there, and not to bring anything melancholy or morose for Lag Bomer. Moreover, he adds, especially as we know, Rabbi Shimon Yochai was one of the 5 surviving students of the 24,000 of Rabbi Akiva who passed away, and which ended on Lag Bomer. Therefore, Lag Bomer is even all the more so the day of joy for Rabbi Shimon Yochai. Okay, Yossi. You had a question, or
while you said you mentioned about just now you mentioned about it not bringing a macabre theme. Unfortunately, this today marks the anniversary of what happened last year.
Yeah, we discussed that a little earlier.
Okay, can you bring me up to speed? Who was Rav Avram? I'm not recognizing the name.
Rav Avram is one of the students of the Arizal. Yonason that's mentioned there is also one of the students.
So contemporary Rabbi Chaim Vital.
Yes,
around the same time.
Right. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So we were talking before you came on. Chaim Vital was the main student, and there were some others. In fact, there is a description. I think it's in Sefer Gilgulim, the Book of Reincarnations, which is also by of Arizal, written by Chaim Vital, where I think there's description of the last day of Rabbi Arizal on in the world, and describes also that he invites his various students. I think there's like 10 students. He calls them in and he tells them what is their source of their souls and what they need to rectify. And I think Rabbi Avram is mentioned there as one of the 10. Here is the version the way it is in Pri Eitz Chai, which is a later iteration of the Lurianic Kabbalah, which is similar, but you'll see little variations of what we just read, how it's described here. He says here, these days, concerning those that go to the gravesite of Rabbi Shimon Yochai and his son, Rabbi Lezer, Miron, and Lag Bomer, he says here again, I saw from L'meiri zeh shmeina shanin. He says, I saw my Siv Arizal for 80 years. I think what he means is that 8 years he witnessed Arizal going there. Or he's saying that he's saying 8 years ago. But I think it's more Zeh Shmeina Shanim means that Arizal went for 80 years annually to Miran, which makes sense because then it would, that like we said before, that he saw the first year that he came out from Egypt. And I think that the calculation is correct, that he spent like 5-6 years first in Jerusalem, and only for the last 2-3 years he went up to Tzfat. That would be 8 years. That he went with his wife and his family, and he was there Gimel Yom for 3 days. So that, and as we read before, then it was the first 3 days of the week. And then Heirli Rabbi Yud Samach, that's Yonis and Sagis, was that he was he and Chaim Vital says that I recognized him. That he went to do the Upshanish there with great celebration, and also that Rabbi Avraham Alevi testified that he would say Nachem in his Amidah, and when he finished, that the Arizal told him the name of Shimon Yochai, that he said to tell that person, Rabbi Avraham, why is he saying Nachem on the day of my joy? Therefore, there will be that Nechama. He will have to say Nachem Nechama himself. And that's when his oldest son passed away. Therefore, we see from this that there is a reason, an origin, a purpose for going to Miran, because we know there's debates going back to even the earliest of teachers of rabbis commentaries. Do you go to Lag Bomer to Miran or not? Maybe we'll even discuss a bit of the origins of Lag Bomer, how far it goes back. But I would say, for example, as even more like 200 years ago, the Chassam Sofer was very against making any celebrations for Lag Bomer. He saw it as a waste of time, a waste of you could spend time. He said, if you want to really, celebrate Reb Shimon ben Yochai, do it by studying Torah, even studying Kabbalah, what have you.
Real Mashnaga, huh?
Yeah, but to which the Orach Chaim and others responded that he's saying this because he was never in Israel. He never went to Miran. But if Reb Chassam Sefer, or maybe it was the Shalom Meshiv, Shalom Meshiv was later. He was also against it. But if you get, maybe it was the Chidor or Chaim said, but if these rabbis in Europe were here and they came to Miran, they would actually experience the greatness of it being here, that they wouldn't have any issues. And here he says, the reason why we celebrate Shimon ben Yochai, because Rav Shimon ben Yochai passed away Lag Bomer. He's the students of Rabbi Akiva who passed away then. Okay? I see Yossi mentioned as Paklaria. Why? To look up the different sources there? Why do you have a Paklaria in the chat? Okay, anyways. Whatever it may be. Good, Gewalt. So in light of this, and maybe we'll go back to the Arizal when it's so appropriate to discuss more about Lag Bomer, but I'm just mentioning this to show the direct connection of the Arizal with Shimon ben Yochai. And it's mentioned before that there are those that see that the Arizal had the ibur, the impregnation of the soul of Shimon ben Yochai. So all the more so, it's appropriate that we study some, in addition to Shimon ben Yochai teachings that we're going to do hopefully later from the Zohar or what have you. It will also that we go into the songs, the song of Adzamer B'Shvachim. Okay, so, and this is and again, Ishakach to Jonathan for inspiring that we do the recap. And again, I highly recommend that all those that do want to get more detailed recap should really go back to the recorded sessions that we did last year or so, because I really cannot do it justice in as a recap, and even the little bit that I did go back to listen to just to refresh myself, I see how much more there is and how much I forgot since a year and a half ago. So really, and then on the other hand, to just go over everything would be too overwhelming now. So we'll just stick to the very basics, okay? And it's particularly if there's material that could fit in with our themes for tonight, which is not only Shabbos in general, but also things like Lag Bomer connected and what have you, okay? So I'm going to screen share so we get to go into the shok. Okay, so here we are. Azamer B'Shvachim, as we went through last few weeks. It means not only I will sing, but it means I will also trim. It's like we're trimming away, like from like the wild growths, which are the klipot that grow, that draw nurture for like weeds that grow in the field, even though we grow for fruits and the vineyard and what have you. But then weeds inevitably piggyback on the water that we use for irrigation, and they grow too. So then we have to go and get rid of the weeds or trim the vine so the fruit come out better, right? So that's the word azamer also, and how do we do it? Through praises, through singing, and that way we go up through the holy apple orchard. Okay, and we spoke about in the past what that is. And around
while you're there, I just wanted to ask about is there a connection between that and the phrase Zimrat Haaretz?
Yes, Chum Zimrat Haaretz, exactly. Yeah. So and as we know, the Chassidish pshat for Reb Nachman of Breslev is like right, or Zemirot Hayulika. That is the double entendre of Zimrat. The Zimrat is not only for trimmings or those branches that we trim away, but also for song. Chumizimrat Haaretz to take from that there's a holy I was going to say technique, a holy method of taking songs from the popular culture, from the land where we live, the host country, and to make it into a Jewish song. If you ask Jewish ethnomusicologists, a lot of them will tell you that they like analyzing and showing the influences of this and that on Jewish music, as if there is no original, real, primarily Jewish music. I mean, that's debatable. There's certainly influence from the larger culture, but there is, at the same time, there's certainly something unique in Jewish music. But yeah, we know that a lot of there are different Chassidish, especially in the Chassidish world, that different Rebbes took songs that they heard from shepherds or from culture, and made it into Jewish songs. There's even something in Chabad, they sing Napoleon's March. The Lubavitcher Rebbe took the La Marseillaise, the French anthem, and put it to the words of Haderet V'Amuna, and many others. There's a song by the Kala there, I think from Lulav, Koko Shmar, Hungarian song, which was supposedly from a shepherd. And the Lulaver has a song that he heard from, that the old Lulaver Rebbe 200 years ago heard from an Arab shepherd, I think also adapted it, and things like that. Even in contemporary Jewish music now, there's more than one song that's used. Steve would know. Piamentus Ashebara Sasom Simcha Hayayatam Vekala Hayayagilarida. That's I come from a land down under, right? Saying things like that. Anyways, that's a song. So that is what we're doing. We're elevating. We're not just singing. Through our praising and songs, we're able to elevate even things from the wider culture, because everything on Shabbos, specifically Shabbos, everything is at a higher level. Maybe we'll also read again the introduction of Rabbi Yisrael Sarug's commentary to the three songs of Arizal, where he spells out openly about how song elevates both the righteous singing it and the angels, what have you, to go up to the gates into the innermost chambers. We read this a while ago when we first began. So this is going up through the Chakal Tapuch and Kadishim. These are three levels going up from the top of Malchut Batzilut and going up higher. And then we spoke about having with the new table and well-made candelabra that's shining on the face, in the right and left, between them the bride. We spoke the different meanings of that meaning, the different days of the week, or being the center column of the Sefirot going up. The collars of the bride's obviously Shabbat, and with all the adornments being and garments, we went through what that is different, like the garments of the soul, thought, speech, and action, or the nitzotzot, which are like the unpolished jewels that we polish throughout the week, and then make jewelry out of it to wear and for the bride to wear for her wedding day. And once she's all attractive like that, then her husband embraces her and brings pleasure to her, and through movement, and we went through what that means in detail. And then we say that all the noises are subsided, right? It's actually, we'll see that again, that there's the idea of bringing calm and silence for Shabbos, usually the hollers and all these noises are associated with the klipot again, making like dogs barking and what have you, or other sounds. And as we know that when newlyweds are together, they don't want any disturbances of sounds. That it interferes with the romantic mood. So that's part of it. We subside. Again, a major theme of these three songs is how we're suppressing or distancing until totally eradicating the negative forces, the klipot, or the dinim, the harsh judgments, what have you, in order that the sacredness of Shabbos itself be able to be fully embodied, materialized, and be in full glow, and really maximize its special, unique energy. So once we're able to get rid of all those negative sounds, interference, then the new face could shine, and the new soul, spirit, right? As we know, Shabbos is the time when we have the surplus soul, additional soul comes to us. And then the renewed soul, right? Certainly. So that's able to happen, and especially, it's also about creating new souls, right? That is what the union of bride and groom, the cohabitation of both newlyweds and any couple is to procreate, to bring new life into the world. And that's what we're doing on Shabbos. We're doing an act of procreation to create new forms to take us into the new week ahead. And as we will see a little bit later, Lag Bomer is also connected to this idea, as we mentioned before, as both of wedding, the wedding day, and also of bringing new life into the world. And with this, Chadu Sagi Yeseh, we have extra joy, bring Al Chadetarte, double in a double way, right? That means it's not a doubleness that is, it's not a two that follows the one, but it's a two that's superior to the one, right? It's doubled. We have an extra soul, we have extra spirit, we have extra Shabbos, and even Shabbos itself, sometimes it's called Shabbaton, like in last week's Torah portion, double Shabbos. So that's what we're creating. And when we do that, we can get to that way that we show that the two is one and that the one is two, right? And all that, which is, right, the union of the bride and groom, and all that. So then it draws down, it shines even, we reach the superior light, the greater state, higher light, with the aliyah that we make through that, the ascent, and we get more to the source of the higher state of light in its most unfiltered state, and then also surplus of blessing. Blessing is what comes down, just drawn down. And then that manifests in us, because when we work throughout the 6 days of the week in the most appropriate way, then we are vessels for the blessings to come down, even in a way that we can actually then use them to be re-energized for the upcoming new week. And this is by what Krivu Shishvinim come close. The Shishvinim are the escorts, those that go accompany the bride and groom, especially to the canopy, and also those that they're to help the bride in the bridal chamber, and to be the entourage. This is a reference both to the scholars, Talmidei Chachamim, or the holy people. It could also be a reference to different angels. But most commentaries say this is a reference to the scholars who are usually close to the divine throughout the week and they're most attuned to help the bride and groom. And they're the ones that, and the avidu tikkunim, that they also make all the tikkun. Doesn't just mean here rectification. It means like all the like the dishes, like a banquet has, let's say, a beautiful, especially a royal banquet could be a 10 dish, right? 10 course banquet. So all the varieties of foods and everything. Like if you ever saw those films that depict Louis the 14th court in Versailles and what kind of lavish banquets they had, right? So Pasha Zinim, to have so many like excess, additional, all different varieties of delicacies. The Nunim and Rachshim, both the same. Primarily, even says the fish courses of food in Rachshim. Rachshin is twofold. Rachshin can mean those the flutterers, which could be a reference to fowl, to birds like chicken, duck, or maybe dove. Whatever it was, the delicacy of the day. That's one interpretation of Rachshin. Rachshin can also, some say Rachshin is almost like things that crawl on the ground, more like that type of food, animal or food. On a deeper level, Nunim is a reference to the righteous, the saint, the tzaddikim, because the tzaddikim are, I think we spoke about this in the past. There's the two worlds, right? There's the concealed world, Alma Discasia, then there's the revealed world, Alma Disgalia, the revealed world. So in fact, according to Kabbalah, the concealed world is greater than the revealed world, because the concealed world means it's so great, it's so deep, it's so sacred that it cannot be revealed. Because if it would be revealed, then no one can take it in. So the concealed world is referenced as the sea, the ocean. And then in the sea, there are fish. The fish are the righteous. Because the fish, twofold, they're always in the sea. Torah and godliness is referred to as the sea. And the righteous, especially those that study Torah all the time, are immersed literally in their source of life, in the sea. If they leave the sea, then they would pass away. Right? So they're always in Torah day and night. Incidentally, that's the connection also with Rabbi Shimon ben Yochai, whose tonight is Lag Bomer, his day of celebration, because as the Talmud says in the beginning of Shabbos, if I recall, it says that Rabbi Shimon ben Yochai, Tarasei u'menasei, he was one of the few people that was exempt from many mitzvot, even from praying, it says in the Talmud. That all he would say is just Krishma, and then go back to learning. Why? Because to him, number one, his devotion was studying Torah. And if you're studying Torah, fully immersed in it day and night, then that supersedes anything else you need to do, praying or other mitzvot, what have you. So that was it. So Rabbi Shimon Yochai, in a way, was the barracuda, if you want to say, or of the sea and of the tzaddikim in the sea. So I just remembered now. I heard once when we were Fabringing back in the day, I heard from my spiritual mentor the name of one of the original spiritual mentors of the yeshiva that I went to, which was founded in 1897. So one of the first mashpim, I think it was Ramei Shahavlin. And he used to say that when you're in the yeshiva bachrim should be fully immersed in their studies and Torah and spiritual practice. Not just be like the fish in the sea, but like the fish that's fully deep in the sea, down there, like where the submarines need to go. Why? He said, because if you're on the top in the shallow part of the sea, you could, and you're jumping up and down, guess what happens? What happens if the sea starts, or the lake starts drying out? And then before you know it, you'll be left out of the sea on the seabed. But if you're deep in the sea, then even if the water level goes down, you'll still be in the water. So that's what they said. That when you're in yeshiva, you should be fully, deeply immersed, not just to learn because you have to, keeping your time and all that. But you should be fully preoccupied day and night, every moment. So that way, even after you leave the yeshiva, you go out into the world. That means that the water line's going down the sea. You'll still find yourself in the water. That was his vart. So that's what that's the metaphor, that those that are studying in the world of Torah and what have you are example reference to being like fish. Additionally, fish is also, their eyes never shut. Even when they're sleeping, their eyes are open. And that's similar to, hi Ariel, how are you?
Yeah, hi. Thanks.
Were you at the Karbach Shul tonight?
I got there at the very end because I was at Chabad of Marine Park and Quinton Avenue, and also collecting signatures for candidates, and
got you.
And then, but I made the end of Mariv because they daven a little bit later at Karbach Mariv tonight, and
cool.
Yeah, but all right.
Wait, was Levi playing there?
I don't know. It's a good question.
He was supposed to
find out for you.
Okay. All right. Yeah. It may be up there. Okay. Thank you very much.
Sure.
I'm going back.
Sure. You're welcome. Yep. Yeah. No problem.
So the fish. Great to see you, by the way. Okay. So the fish again has the eyes open, and if you remember, we spoke about in the past, especially if you remember, we were speaking when we were learning the Idra Rabbah a while ago, the greater Idra, and also on. When we were also learning about the Kohen Gadol, remember about the tzitz, the high priest, and the forehead plate, that the idea of what the eye open, right, is or the one eye versus the two eyes. If you remember, we were talking back then. This idea of eina pekicha, the open eye, is called eina pekicha. Pekicha means also being alert, being like smart, being wise. It means the eyes never shudder. So that is like the tzaddik too, that they're never asleep. They're always alert. They're always awake. They're always have the revelation, the openness of taking in the godliness. And so that's the tzaddikim. So what is the rachashin, the flutterers, like the fowl, the birds? So that again, that's a reference to the angels that have wings. So they're like birds, right? And so they too are part of this Shabbos celebration, as mentioned that from the commentary of Rabbi Arizal that our Shabbos and singing these songs for Shabbos is not for only the benefit for the righteous tzaddikim, where all of us are singing it, but for the angels too. Meaning the angels are both accompanying the souls of those that are singing the songs to go up through the gates above. They're both the escorts and they're participants, meaning they're also singing and partnering with the righteous, with us, in the ascent up. So there's a certain benefit for them too, even though we usually say that the difference between humans and angels are that humans are known as walkers. Meaning humans can go could excel and rise to a higher state of their being. That through our practice and work in this world, we could refine ourselves to become a greater, higher enlightened version of ourselves, right? Whereas the angels are known as those that stay standing, meaning that as much as they'll do whatever they fulfill their missions to do, their malachim are primarily messengers, follow the orders, what to do. As much as they'll do what have you, they won't existentially change. They'll stay in their original status, their status quo. Now, even though it actually says at times that the souls of humans also are called those that stand. It says Chai Hashem Hashemadati Lefanav, that our souls stood before God. So it's explained that is our souls before it came down into our bodies. But once our souls descended and came into our physical bodies, so through our work in this world, then we can ascend thereafter to a higher state than it was originally. And the way and when we ascend, it says. It says, I think it's even in the vision of Ezekiel, that I will make you like walking through through the passageway with the angels. The angels stay standing where they are on their side, and we walk through to ascend, to get to a higher level. So from this, it seems that angels should be more static. So what's the idea of them having wings and flying? So the answer is that on their spiritual status, they have wings to go from here to there, because that is the way they were made to begin with. It's not that they were born without wings and then they grew wings and that's how they get higher. No, they were born to begin with wings. They were created to begin with wings to get to fly here and there to accomplish their missions. But similar to birds with their migration patterns and what have you, they're consistent like clockwork each season where they're going and back, right? So they may be flying all over the place, but they're still in their pattern. Moreover, once we do our work and start ascending, being that we can, and being that the angels are accompanying us, as we mentioned before, so in that way, we can even elevate to some level the angels too, to get up to a certain high. It's almost like the angels could get higher because they're helping us. They're piggybacking on us, not us on the angels, okay? So that's one way to see this. The fish are the righteous, or all of us in general. And the rachashin, the flutterers, are the angels. Another way to see it, rachashin, the angel, there is even humans have wings. What's pshat? The Zohar says, at least once or twice, more than once I think also, that that our prayers, or whatever we do in this world is more earthbound. But once we attach to it love and awe, ava v'yira, then our kavanot, or our pure intentions, whatever we're doing, can ascend to a higher level. So that's what it says, that's our prayers don't truly take off to go up, to fly up, until we add two wings. One wing is love, ava, and the other wing is yira, awe, fear. And when we have those two, then they could fly up. So in this way, the flutterers, even with having wings, could also refer to the righteous or to us in general. Okay, just the difference is the fish in the sea are fully immersed, and they're like down there. They're in their source already. The ones with wings is that we're still at a state that we have to go and fly to our source, right? To get that propulsion going. And when we get to a higher level, then we continue. Then we make the new souls and spirits in the 32 and 3. 32 and 3, we already discussed 32 of the pathways of Bina, right? And 3 is the 3 books of Torah. So again, this is a reference to those that study Torah, mainly a day, right? Immersed in it. We also described that 32 plus 3 equals 35, and 35 are the 35 words from Vayichulu Hashemayim va'aretz til Hashabar Elokim Lasot that we say in the first part of Kiddush Friday night. That's one set of 35, and then the second 35 is after Barit Piagafen, right? The second blessing, it says Ratzabanu v'Shabbos Kach v'Alav Ratzin Chilon Zikar L'Matzabreish, etc. till Mekadesh Shabbos. That is also 35 words. All right, so that's and also. And therefore, and based on that, if we go further, Viturim Shavin La, and they were crowned with 70 to her. So again, 70, 2 times 35 is 70. Okay? La, to her, La Midhei is 35. So it's almost like encoded in here, this idea that through the actual Kiddush making, which was happening this same time that we're singing Azam and Mishvachim, this is also when we're tapping into this, the Kiddush, the 70, 2 times 35. And then once we do that, we're elevating ourselves to a state of higher than even to like Keter, that which surrounds, that which transcends above us. Also, Shivim, 70, we also know is the gematria of Yayin. Yeah. La, not La La Land, like LA, but La, right. Right, so 70, we know, of course, is the gematria of Yayin, of wine, and it's also the gematria of Sod, of mystery or secret. And that, as the famous adage goes, in goes wine, out comes secret, right? Because they're both 70. It's both in the Talmud and the Zohar all over the place. So that's why it's very apropos here when we're making Kiddush, also to say, tapping into the 70. I was going to say, we'll get to another point about the wine a little bit soon. And that way, Malka Del Ela, we get to the higher state of king, the king above, which is higher to like Chachma of Atzilut, or even higher into Atika Kadisha, the higher, which that is wraps everything. Everything, meaning, as we know, I think the Keter above Atzilut is, we spoke about in the past, is all encompassing, which is why Shabbos afternoon, when we're drawing down from Atika Kadisha, it takes in all the spirit all the way from top to bottom, right? The Kaddish Kaddishim, in the Holy of Holies, and as we spoke about, I think a couple of weeks ago, different states of holy. There's 3 levels of holy, like Kaddish Hashem Tzvakot Melech Kvodo, right? And that there's holy, then there's a holy of holies, and then there's a holy of holies, like Melech Malchei Hamlachim, right? And what's the difference between the double holy and the triple holy? That the double holy is getting the sanctum sanctorum, like the Kodesh HaKadoshim we say of holy. But the third level of holy is that it's not even limited in the most innermost. It could be everywhere at once, the holy. And that's represented, like on Shabbos, by Shalosh Shabbos, the third meal. And that's the way of holy that will be in the times of Mashiach. So that's what he's saying here, that he crowns them all with the holy Kaddishin. Kaddishin is singular. Kaddish is singular. Kaddishim is plural. Minimum plurals 2. So 1 plus 2 is 3. Those are the 3 levels of Kadosh. Someone just wrote something. Sure, Steve, make a comment.
This is such deep and embedded with holiness. Not only the holiness, but the way it is transmitted in the verses, and the rhyming of the verses is so like near perfection and precise, and yet it touches each little thing and takes you mamish one level after the other, up and up. And since we started studying this, I read this every week. After I make Kiddush, I'm in a perfect place. After the fish, I sit down and I read this, and then I eat the rest of my meal. But I'm getting so much right now from you, especially right here, because if you look, let's just look at V'iturin Shiv in La, okay, which is the one that got me going.
Right.
Umalka dele'ela, Yitatar kola Kaddish Kaddishin. Now, in poetry, you have feet and meter and iambic and pentameter, all this stuff, the rhyming scheme, if you will. Yeah, hold it still for a second. It's hard for me to see. In this particular verse, each line ends with the syllable, with the vowel sound ah.
Right.
The ah predominates. And then you'll notice each successive verse ends with in.
Right.
Hirik under a consonant, a yud and a shin. So we have venunin in rachashin. Chirik yud nun. And then we have next uvetala shiv shin.
Right.
And again, the same the same, literally. I mean, exactly. I mean, these are like perfect rhymes. You don't hear this in songs and in verse today. Everybody's off into free and yeah, we'll make it look good, and they don't rhyme anymore. You know that
Right.
And Kaddish, Kaddishin. I mean, how much more holy and how much more explicit do you need to be? But I understand that what I'm getting at is not everybody has the ability to do this. I mean, there are people that can explain it, but to write it in this perfect a format and to deliver it to you on Shabbos, you know, after you made Kiddush and you're ready to get this in, I get all the rhymes, but what I'm getting now is just some deeper meaning that I wasn't attaching by just looking at the translation, which I have in a Chabad bencher, if I need it. So I've started just reading it in Hebrew, but now seeing Reb Zal, I know that I understand this is Reb Zalman's translation.
Right.
He's got, I mean, he has a way with English also, you know what I mean? Yeah. And when I saw the twoing and threeing and the oneing and the twoing, I said, who wrote this? And then I saw it was Reb Zalman. I said, oh, now it makes sense. But this is so great. And you look at the next, look at like Reshimin, Ustimin. So every verse, the end of every line is in.
Right.
Again. And still, it ends with in. So some of them are all perfect like that. And they all end with Chirik Yud Nun.
Right. Yes.
Every verse in this, and this is a long one too. This is the longest. It's much shorter. Yes, and this is to do this time after time and still convey the message, and to have stuff like La with 35 and to get Gewalt. You know, I mean, what were these guys smoking?
Wow, it was the best. That's all I'll say.
I mean, to me, it is the amazing. This for me is my oneg on Shabbat. To read this, and by the time I get to B'nai Chala, I'm ready for Shabbos to be over already. You know what I'm saying? But this one is so deep for me, and I'm also saying thank you to you for your research and your proof text and bringing this stuff to our attention. Yeah. So now I will be quiet.
Totally, and continue. Oh, thank you so much for adding, and also as they call it the prosody, the structure of the poetics of it. Too.
Well, you know, when I studied after the music business dried up in Los Angeles, I pivoted and I started to want to write songs, you know, and be a songwriter. And I studied with one of the greatest songwriters, a Jewish guy. You may have heard the song "When Sunny Gets Blue."
Vaguely, not. I can't say no. Well,
it was written by two Jewish guys. It was a big hit for Johnny Mathis. It was written by Jack Siegel and Marvin Fisher. Jack wrote the words and Marvin wrote the music, and Johnny Mathis recorded it, and it's a universal hit, a standard, if you will. Mm-hmm. And Jack was around at a time when I needed a teacher, and I became his student, and ultimately I became his personal assistant. And he used to talk about this in his classes. I mean, how do you make words convey meaning and rhyme and line up in meter and follow and do that for the second verse and do that for the third verse?
Right.
And this never leaves the form. Song is all about form, and song sheer.
Right, exactly.
A way to praise God, because you can't do it by just speaking, you know, prosaic words that don't have, these have so much, you know, this flavor, you know. I mean, somebody could make a meatloaf thing, there's some ketchup in it, but a chef, you know, he puts a little of this spice and that spice and a little extra flavor here and there, and then he layers it, he cooks it. Just, this is like perfection. I can't believe it. And that's what it's really got me, man. It really did grab me. And It's a work. It's and rhyming,
Yeah,
lost.
totally there.
And this stuff it's all lost today. And if this hadn't been written down when it was, by who it was written down by, it would be lost today.
Right.
It would come out sounding like a legal brief, like you're going to go before the Sanhedrin or something, you got your legal brief.
I wish we had the original tune that the Arizal sang this with, that we had the sheet music to go with it.
Azamer Bishvachin.
Yeah, I don't know if Arizal sang it. Maybe he sang it that way.
Maybe he didn't, but yeah, we will never ever really know what the tunes sounded like, because unfortunately they didn't write those down, and I've never heard of anybody that ever even came close to notating anything, or if they've never, the musicologists that I've looked at from Jewish music have never found any sort of manuscript with an actual thing to, but it's probably worth a look. It might be somewhere. It's just that I'm not looking in the right place for it. But I mean, just how beautiful is this? I am. Excuse me, I'm blown away.
Yeah, totally. And you don't even need to know the actual tune to see the brilliance of the song, and you could almost hear it without the actual tune. You know what I mean? And you hear that rhyme, right? The chiming of it and what have you, and and the in. You're very well put. It is, the triple, and then even if it's not all four, but there's the triple consistent and ending with the in. Just thinking now, maybe the in, like you were saying, chirik yud nun.
It's actually shin with a chirik yud nun.
Oh, that is true. You're right. The shin yud, right.
Well, for all the other ones, so sometimes he sticks with the chirik yud nun, and sometimes he goes to the syllable.
Yeah, but Jonathan is saying each end. He said what Jonathan's saying. Each end is consistent of being shin yud nun, not just yud nun, but shin yud nun. Right.
Yes, so, even more so. Right. What did Rabbi Moore say? If good is good is better, not better.
Right. Of course. And just thinking, I mean, the shin is a 3-pronged letter, right? And that is also represents the threefold of the 3 meals, the 3 periods of Shabbos. It's represented by the shin in general. That maybe that's an allusion to that. Also,
no, I'll tell you what it also does. It says the name of the letter, shin.
Right, that's what I'm saying. That the letter shin is 3-pronged, and it has 3, and that's the triple.
But the syllable shin yud nun is the malay, is the filling out.
Yeah, I'm saying the same thing.
With the 3.
That's what I'm saying. Also, that's exactly
you're
what I'm saying.
That. Okay, yeah. So good. So
that is right. And like he said even before, there was ubislosa shivshin. Shivshin it means branches, and the triple branches, and the 3. Now Shabbos is 3, right? The 3 meals and the 3 aspects. Also, if you remember, we were learning last week the Sefirot. They come in pairs of 3. 3 times
Triads.
3. Triads, right?
Yeah, there you go.
And Netzachod Yisod, for example, right? And which are seen officially as like the branches from the base, the main midot, which is Chesed Gvur Tiferet, what have you. So that could be the allusion. Another is maybe,
and then the 4th is Malchut,
right?
In the inclusion of them all,
right? Well, Malchut comes later, and that's that's
after
mostly
Netzachod Yisod,
right? And that is and therefore what?
I'm just saying you've got the 3 triples, and then you've got the 4th one.
Then you got the 4th that way, or if you want to see Keter on the top. Whichever way you want to see it, but yes, agreed. And Malchut in itself is more of a receptacle for the 3 times 3, anyways, because it doesn't really have its own real character, personality, so to speak.
Malchut is like a point. It's like a singular. It has its own singularity.
It's in a way, especially when it comes down to Keter, once it distilled, funnels all the 9 above it into a 1, to funnel it out to the next dimension. So then, yes, it reunites the 9 into one.
I like to think of it more as a point of focus of everything
Point
above
of
it.
focus, exactly. So like the bottom of the funnel is narrow, and that everything's going through it, right? And that becomes the keter for the lower dimension. That's what's happening.
Right.
So, so thank you for that. 100%. And also, I don't know. It could be it's mimicking the word yayin, wine, and maybe one chirik is like one yud, and then the second, then the yud is, maybe that's in there also. Don't know. I'll see if anyone else speaks about why does it end off mean, but totally, I think we're on to something here between Steve, Jonathan, and yours truly, that there is something here with the shin being that again, the shin. And also shin is the letter that represents the righteous, the tzaddik, in the highest levels. Because the shin is also starts 3 on top and then comes to a point on the bottom, right?
So the question is, how can this not bring the Shekhinah down into your very presence?
The shin of Shekhinah, right? Also, right? You're 100%. That's what we're doing. We're elevating a dream.
I'm the musician and songwriter.
we're all making music some way or other.
Of course.
Right. So Mamish.
I'll just sneak one more thing in it that I don't know if anybody happens to have an Art Scroll Sephardi Siddur there, but if you look in the Art Scroll Sephardi Siddurim, they have these, each stanza is laid out across one line. And the first 3 triplets are all right justified. And then the last 2 or 3 words, the last, little stanza, the last line of the stanza is all left justified.
Right. Like
so
you have in sonnets. Like in sonnets, the last 2 lines are indented, right?
Well, not indented. No. I'm saying it's all on one line, but the words, so that each of the shin yud nun lines up above and above and below, all at the end of the line, at the left side of the line.
Got it. Okay.
That's also an art, so it brings in the visual aspect,
right?
Okay, which is the typesetter's art or the graphic artist's layout art. So we have, all of our senses get fulfilled. It's a whole synesthesia experience. What do you call it? Experiential.
Right.
Adventure.
Totally, and it's in all ways. It's visual and auditory, and there's certain elegance, a certain.
Yeah, and also what I'm saying, Baruch, is that the meaning doesn't end with a translation into the language that you happen to to speak fluently. Mm-hmm. There's so much meaning here.
Right, totally. Like any good poetry, it's multi-layered, and you could go on both, as we're saying, and like the construction or as the prosody of it, but then the pshat of it, and then the deeper pshat, and then more and more and more, and in both what we're sharing tonight, and even what is way more at length from the past. When we learned it the first time, even all that doesn't really cover it all. There's more layers to it that we didn't even touch on at all. But again, it's like never ending, right? So even whatever we touch on now, just see it more as like touching points for
it's
deep.
To
go further.
It is. Yes. It is deep and it's broad and it's.
Yeah. So Gewalt, and now we have totally geschmack. So we'll go on. Oh,
it is
brother
beyond
Ali,
genius.
Yeah, beyond genius. Yakim, what's up? Happy Lag Bomer, long time. Gewaldic. I don't know if where you are in New York or the Holy Land, wherever you are. Happy Lag Bomer. Lag away. And we're in the midst of great deep Kabbalistic teachings here for this holy day, So we're starting. We're doing our normal stuff for Shabbos, and then we're going to go on more into Lag Bomer. So so thanks for joining in, and maybe at some point you'll share with us also whatever you have. And Mamish, just to see your smile is just like incredible. So Gavaldik, by the way, it says that when that
I'm the one who invited him.
Oh, thank you, Ariel. Yeah. well, Yakim is a dear friend going back decades from
of me too. He's also a very close friend.
Mamish.
Yeah. So I invited. Yeah. So I sent him the thing. Yeah.
So we're going to continue. We're illuminating the night and making it. The irony is, for example, in Sfira, we count Sfira at night, but we say Hayom Yom. That we don't say tonight is the night. We say the day is the day of. That means even though according to Torah, night is part of the day, right? It's 24 hours. We say the day of. But we're saying this day is the day of, meaning we're illuminating the night. We're illuminating the night into day, right? Okay, Steve was just saying, throw a log into the fire and pull take a logger, yeah. L'chaim, or should we say lagayim, Lag Bomer? Okay, too corny. Okay, so let's go through Shabbos. We'll see how much we will do tonight on our regular programming of Shabbos, and because we should certainly go on to the Parsha and other stuff too at some point. Okay, so let's see if we could. Maybe we'll finish the Friday night tonight. Shalosh Ushloshin, right? Oy, okay, that's right. That's the 33 for tonight. Yeah. Okay. So now the next stanza is Shimon is Simin begoy kol amin. So really Rishmim means the marks, that which is marked, and Stimim is that which is concealed. Begoy kol amin in all worlds, right? Meaning that there is an impression of the divine. That high divine, that's the state of Keter, that is all-encompassing, is in such a way that Keter doesn't just remain up there, but the Keter replicates and makes an imprint on all dimensions, from even above Atzilut all the way down to our lowest world of Asiya. We have that Rishimin, that impression of the divine from up there, Usasimin, and even that which is sealed or closed, that cannot be fully revealed, is in all worlds. We could also say, like we were learning for the Shal Shudas about, right, Devei Malka Begilufim, about the Gilufim, the mold, that we were saying that it could be a reference to the Rishimu, that impression left of the infinite light through the Tzimtzum, right? When the Tzimtzum vacated all the light, we said it doesn't mean that there was a literal emptiness of a void of God's presence, because there could ultimately not be any absolute absence of the divine. Rather, there was a presence of absence, right? And that presence of absence we said is what's known as Rishimu, the impression that's left over. And we gave different metaphors, what it is. Like if you take a coin, let's say, and press it on your palm and take it away, there'll still be, for a few seconds, there'll still be an imprint of the coin on your palm, but then before it disappears, it's not anything other than your palm. It's just this non-substance image of the thing itself. We said it's like, or like the other metaphor is given, like the snail whose shell is part of the body. And other different metaphors. Yeah.
This brings me to the bracha of Borei Nefashos, where it says, Baruch Atah Hashem, Borei Nefashot Rabot Vechesronan. Borei Chesronan. It creates a lack.
Right. Very, very well put. Even that which is lacking from them. Right. which usually we say means that their deficiencies or their limitations. But you're saying almost that there's something positive, that there's the lacking thereof is in itself a form of it's a creative process.
It's the hidden meaning of Rishimu.
Right. Yeah, that could be too. Yes, I could see that too. It's interesting. It's interesting that we say that in certain things we say, like for example, when we speak about the 39 malachot works of for Shabbat, or when person is to be whipped 30 malchus 39 times, it's not called 39. It's called 40 chaser achas, 40 minus the one, because we're saying that it's real, that there is a 40th, but it's in a state of chaser, diminishment. That in itself gives that extra space, so to speak, to make the 39 a unitary state. So that right. There's another verse that says that you lessened a little bit from God. You came a little bit. That is brought down. That's the state of bittul. The little bit of nothing that we all have, or should be actually certainly be aware of, that ironically creates the space and eventually the vessel to let the whole divine in and to hold it all together. Okay, so very well put. Thank you, Steve, for that. So that is similar in this way for that the impression, the mark, that which is concealed, which is not just, we think sometimes that which is concealed, we said before, is just up there. It's too holy, too high to be revealed, which is true. But there is also a way that it comes down here in its concealed form. And all we have to do is, we don't even have to go up. All we have to do is, take off the wrapping paper. Just reveal what is here already. And that is similar to what we said, that our whole world has in it the nitzotzot, the divine sparks. Certainly from the Exodus time till now, there's still, 86 are left, right? I think that's what it is. That 202 were already, of the 288 were already found and revealed, and there's still 86 left. And that's what we've been working on all these years. 86 is also gematria of blah, 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 of the word name Elohim, right? And also the word Hateva, the nature. And we'll see possibly some other things. So that is in this world are these nitzotzot to be discovered. So that also is a byproduct in a way, also from the tzimtzum, or the certain clash of the vessels breaking with the sparks attached to it that came down into this world. And that's what we're doing here to reveal it. And they are infiltrated and located in all worlds, especially down here. How did this happen? Because Beram Atik Yoimin, because even it's true, verily, that Atik Yoimin, the ancient of days, that means that's where it's all coming from. But Halabatish Batishim, but they were clashed. Batish means like breaking, clashing together. The meaning, as we said just now, there's the breaking of the vessels that scattered all the holy sparks down here at the beginning of creation, the cosmogony, the beginning of the creation of the whole unfolding of the divine to create the worlds on the spiritual plane into the physical plane. That's one way to see it. Another is that to bring down that highest state of the light, there's something called of hakos. It's almost needing to push, to hammer down this great infinite light into finite vessels. So that takes also a form of almost like clashing or bringing in down into here. If you notice, this batishin mimics what we said before, katishin, where that is to crush, and batish is to bang. Okay, they sound very similar. Katish. Okay,
patish is a hammer.
Right.
That's patish.
That's with a pay. Right.
Yes, but when you go to the Bumf letters, the base and the pay come from the labials, the lips. They're lip letters.
Right. That's
Plosives.
yeah. So there is a verb
So
that labial.
Yeah, you're right. And they're in the same. One's voiced and one's unvoiced.
And certainly, Steve, you're correct, because according to Kabbalah, that says such letters can be interchangeable, like a gimel and a kuf, or a hey and a ches. It says, and so on. So a beis and pei is it's called oisis mitchalfais, interchangeable letters. From the 5 different groups. It's called mansepach, right? So the pe, which is the labial, you called it. So base is one of those 2. Okay. So
it's also onomatopoetic. Think of the word bash, to bash together.
Very good. Very good. Batish. All right. I was just also very, very good. I like that very much. And katish is like the word crush, I suppose, maybe. Katish. Right?
It all means you're a good teacher.
It means we're great partners of study, because everyone is just is really getting A+ tonight.
We're drinking in your words, and we're
interchanging. We're flowing. The best chidushim come from dialogue, from exchanging chavrusa and in collective study. So mamish, we're each other's teachers, right? So I'm learning from you, you're learning from me, and so on and so forth. And guess what? Sometimes there is clashing. The Gemara says that learning Torah it says vesvahav besufa. It says in Shir Song of Songs. That's and it's like a rose in a storm. What does it mean? That Torah is like a rose. When you begin to study Torah, it's besufa. It's with a storm. When people learn, you ever go to yeshiva when they're learning chassid? It's very heated. It's very argumentative. It's very loud. It's like you're in a train station, not in a library. People are learning a voice, and everyone's learning and analyzing the text and the sing so chan. And there's a thing we call in yeshiva upschlugging, to counter each other, point counterpoint, and it could get very intense. Like everyone's defending their interpretation and so on, and it could really get really heated. So that is the beginning of study. But when you're learning the right way, it says it ends besofa. The word for storm could also be read besofa at the end. But if you learn the proper way, then at the end it's like a rose. It's like all like nice. It's like the calm after the storm. Incidentally, this is also connected with tonight Lag Bomer, because one of the reasons, and the main reason it says actually, the reason it says that why the 24,000 minus 5 students Rabbi Akiva died in these few weeks was because they did not treat each other with a proper respect. Of course, they were all learning. They all followed Rabbi Akiva, who said that you should love your neighbor like yourself. So how could they not respect each other? So the answer is they felt that they had to give their interpretation, that they're putting down, or them disagreeing with their colleague was not as much putting down the other, but was coming out of loving the other, to show the other the right interpretation, to help their friend who they think is making a mistake in their study or perspective. So out of their love to their friend, they were correcting their friend. But that was the problem. They didn't realize that their friend has his point of view too. And not only that Rabbi Akiva's teachings were beyond there being just one way for the correct meaning interpretation. That, like we say, Torah has 70 facets. There's the number 70. Shivim Panim LeTorah. The Torah is one interpretation of the Torah of the 70. The correct one over the other 69? No, they're all co-equally the right interpretations. How could it be? Isn't there just one isn't truth means that there's a singular meaning to something? The answer is that is in the most literal way for us limited people, maybe. But for the infinite of Torah, the chiddush is that there's only 70. There should be infinite interpretations of Torah. And the way there is. With certain parts of Torah, you see there's way more than 70 interpretations. It's just mind-boggling that the Torah, let's say, is more than 3,000 years old from Mount Sinai. And how many commentaries are there? And how many new commentaries are still coming up? As it says, and the Torah was given, even something that a student will innovate in year 2022 was also given at Mount Sinai, because Torah is absolute infinity. Therefore, it could have almost infinite outputs of it, ways of expounding out of it, extrapolating from it. Okay. So here too, all these dimensions. Maybe here that's the connection here too, that the Atik Kadisha is the source of the divine and all of that. But precisely because of that, when it expresses itself, it's not just necessarily limited to up and down, to one world more than the other, but it could spread, and it does spread to all worlds, all dimensions. But Goy Koloman is found in all the worlds, from the highest to the high to the lowest of the low. And particularly, like we'll learn that Shabbos afternoon is when it reaches its apex in this way. And in fact, this idea is also connected with Lag Bomer tonight, because as we'll hopefully learn also later, Rabbi Shimon Yochai reached the deepest, highest, most esoteric way of learning Torah, and like the innermost of the secrets of Torah, and actually revealed it, and not Stam revealed it, but was able to reveal it even to the lowest levels, the lowest planes, and that's why it's also connected to tonight's Sphira of Hod. All right, and we'll see a little bit later, hopefully, why Hod represents the lowest of realms, and why Dafka Reb Shimon Yochai is connected with Hod. Okay, these are all teasers and showing connections with what we're learning now into what has to do with Lag Bomer and what we're going to get to hopefully later. Okay. So now we continue. Yehei Rav Akame, and now there's a bit of a voice shift here, tone shift. That going from more descriptive to now more like a prayerful state. That now we are saying Yehei Rav Akame. So it's leaving more that when we did start. More personal first voice, that I sing down here, that's singular, and then the second stanza is plural first person. We, let us join, and indeed, why is that going? Because in the beginning, the singular is more on the soul level, but then when we're saying, when we're beginning to include more things, both things, the objects of the table. And the menorah and what have you, but even as we're saying later that we're creating more souls and even a doubled soul state, so now we become more in a pluralized state, and we have other people, the bride and groom or whatever, and describing it in detail. So now that we set up the scene, the table, the ambiance, or what have you. So now we're actually getting to the actual direct supplication, or what we're trying to achieve here through our song and in general the Shabbos meal and Friday night. What is it? Yehei Rav Akame, may it be the wish before him, before the Atika Kadisha, Atik Yamin, may it be the will, and incidentally the Keter is the location of Ratzon. And even higher of Tanuk, of the pleasure itself. So we're saying, may it be the will before him, the one on high of Atik Yom, to dwell on his nation, meaning not they shouldn't just remain all the way up there, but it should come down to us. Let me see if I have the window. I just opened on your screen, right? So the Keter and Atik Yomin is all the way up there. So we're saying that now Shabbos, Friday night, we're going up here, the top of Atzilus, which is connected. We're not fully in the embryo of Keter, but we're more on the outside, but still connected from the outside to the Keter. We're saying that the project of Shabbos is that doesn't just stay up here, but eventually comes all the way down, back into the lowest of worlds. Now that will, the coming back down will primarily happen Shabbos afternoon, not now Friday night, as we're holding now here. And then so, but so this is almost like a general statement. First of all, even Friday night, it should already begin to come down, even if it's not all the way. Even though we didn't mamish reach the innermost all the way up, let it already begin to come down. And as we know that all ascents isn't just to go up, physically it may, quote unquote, even on the spiritual level, may seem to go up, but ultimately it means about being present more. Right, like we say the word istalik, to go up of the divine is not to go up, but that ascent brings the spirit even to us lower. That's why we say that the histalkus, the departure of the soul of a tzaddik, actually ironically doesn't go just up, but it's coming back down more. That's the ultimate state of holiness. It's not just to be separate, to be detached from us, but it's to be more present here on a spiritual plane. That's why also the Rabbi Shimon ben Yochai, with his passing, which we're commemorating tonight, as we'll see from the Zohar, it was manifested in a way that there was an actual fire that descended down here to earth, and actually led both in the house while he departed, and also led the funeral procession, which incidentally, that's a main reason why we make the bonfires tonight for Lag Bomer, okay? There are other reasons for it, and hopefully we'll get to later when we cover more about Lag Bomer. Okay, so we say that this highest state of Atik Yomin and all of that through the will, it should come down here, the Yisanag, and not just in a state of Ratzon, which is just will, but even higher, the Tanuk, which is the state of delight, the Yisanag Lishmei, that delights to his name. That means meaning that the Tanuk, that the state of delight comes down and to a state that's here. As we know, a name is when there's someone else that we need a name for, to refer to. That means even on a start. Okay, thank you, Jonathan, for the scan of the Art School Sephardi. Arizal Zemirot, if anyone wants it over there. The Mesikin Vidushin. So it comes down, even the Tainuk state, in a way of sweetness, right? The sweetness and honey sweetness. And as we know, Torah is mesik midvash, is sweet like honey, right? It's mesik what's the word, like tan l'sheni mersecha. It's like sweet under the tongue, right? It's and that's also why one of the reasons we there's a custom to have also sweet things for Shavuot, because in addition to milk, to dairy product, dairy is right. We say it's because chalav udvash, milk and honey, right? Because that's what Torah associates. It's moms. Children, when they begin learning at 3 years old, after cutting the hair, they're brought to cheder, and they learn aleph base, and there's a chart that they make that they learn aleph base, and they cover the letters of aleph base with honey, and the child goes and licks the letters, or puts finger and licks it. That's to show that the Torah, the words, letters of the Torah are sweet to the tongue. So that's the sweetness here. Sweetness is also when we transform the negative into positive, the bitterness to sweetness, right? Also, sweetness like honey. Honey is a form of a type of liquid, and as we'll see, here we'll be covering. So here we mention it somewhat parenthetically is honey. But we'll also be obviously soon referencing wine for the kiddush, and later also oil, olive oil, and at the very end also dew, and they each have different levels of representing states of Torah and mysteries. So honey is all Torah. All Torah is like sweet like honey. Just share it now. Wine is known as the Razin Deraisa, the mystery, the secrets of Torah. All right, as we said earlier, it's gematria 70, and the word for secret is also 70. But there's even higher than even wine, and that is oil. The oil from coming from pure olive oil that's just from the first press of the mill, that is known as Razin Dirazin Deraisa, the secret of the secrets of Torah, which is even higher than Stam. What is that? So if according to Chassidus, the way it's explained, if Razin Deraisa, the secret of Torah, is a reference to the Nister of Torah, meaning like the Kabbalah of Torah, then what is the secret of Torah, the mystery of Torah? That is Chassidus. That's an even higher level than just than secret. Okay, and that is represented by olive oil specifically, and we'll see a little bit later why. Incidentally, and this is connected also in a way, just that Razin, that the bonfire that they make tonight for Lag Bomer, they take different garments or cloths and they wrap it or what have you on this big piece, and then they douse it with 18 liters or its version of olive oil, and then they burn it. And one of the reasons they're using the olive oil is because the olive oil most personifies the deepest secrets of Torah. Okay, anyway, so let's continue. We'll see how much more we cover here. Asader l'dreima. Now we're back to first person, the person at the table. He said, "I'm setting up the table here with that to the south. What is to the south on the table? Menarta the sesima, the menorah that is concealed. The shulchan and nama, and then the table with bread, b'tzvein arshin. I will set up. I will set down on the table to the north. What is this? This is a mimicking of the way the menorah and the table with the 12 loaves of bread were set up in the holy sanctum of the Beit HaMikdash, of the temple. That there too, the menorah, when the Kohen went into the holies, he was walking from the east facing west, right? He went through. When he went in, to his right side was which means the right side, if you're facing west, is north. That's where the lechem apanim was, the table with the breads. And to his left, which is the south, was the menorah itself. Okay, so too the table we set up for the meal Shabbos is also in the Lurianic scheme is like we are in the holies of the Beit HaMikdash itself. When we studied, we went in depth, and like last time, the first time we wrapped through, we went through detail. What does north represent? What does south represent? What does the menorah represent? Because this here says the menorah that's sistema, that's concealed. I mean, literally is because the menorah was in the chamber of the Beit HaMikdash. It was concealed. Not everyone could see it. Only the Kohen went in. But deeper is that there's two types of menorah. Menorah, if you know, has 7 parts to it. That, right? That's 7. They represent the Sfirot. 7 main sefirot. So there's, before we also mentioned menorah tafta. Tafta is the word here in verse 2. Menorah tafta. Hatavat menorah means to, when you prepare, when the menorah is prepared, it's made better. Tov, like the word tov, to make good. So when you, let's say Hanukkah, you have the empty menorah, so it's not made yet. But when you put the wicks and oil or the candles into the menorah, that means you're making the menorah better. You're making it good. That's called hatavat menorah. All right. So in other words, it's the menorah that is ready. It's more, the menorah is about to be lit. It's the menorah that is more on a revealed state. So as we know, there's levels. There's a lower sefirot and upper sefirot. And hopefully when we get to discuss sefirot more, I'll explain more deeper what this is. That there's more the sefirot, basically in general, there's the sefirot that are after the tzimtzum in general, which is even in Atzilut, even when it's still part and parcel of that, still part of the holiness, but it's already fully defined as 10 different separate sefirot. But then they're the sefirot the way they are before, even before the tzimtzum, and they're concealed. And that too, there's 2 ways to say the concealment. Either the concealment is like fire in the coals, that's one way of concealing, but there's even deeper than that. And that is like the sparks of fire in a flintstone. That because a coal, if you open the coal, you'll see fire. A flintstone, if you break open a flintstone, you still won't find any sparks. That means it's concealed in its essence. Okay? So I mean, this is my personal pshat, that the menorah, the concealed menorah here, is representing that higher order of the sefirot. Not just the sefirot that are already, you could say like the menorah that is lit already is fully revealed. It's like the sefirot as we know it, in the lower 3 worlds, the Bria, Tzir, Asiyah. When the sefirot, so that's like the fire of like a regular fire with wood, that you see the fire on the outside. When the sefirot are in Atzilut, so it's still part of the world of Atzilut, you don't fully see the definitions of all the sefirot. It's still not fully coalesced, revealed, but at least it's at least present as 10 sefirot, right? Like we say in the Patach Leo, the Tikkun Zohar, we say every Friday in the Patach, I think we mentioned in the past, it says Iyu v'chayu echad, Iyu v'garmei echad. It says he, the God and its life energies, forces are one. God and its causes or its forms or its vessels are one. And that's what it says, that even the v'chayuhi, so that's higher. The life force is higher than the vessel. So there's certainly, it's one. It's a greater way of unity, meaning it's concealed, but it's one there. It's like part and parcel. Like we were speaking last week, the different definitions of what Sphira is, and that also represents remember 4 definitions of what Sphira is, and that they also reflect the different interfacing or interplays of the light with the vessels of each of the Sphira, and how that also connects with the 3 or more, or maybe even 4 opinions of the symbiosis of the light part and the vessel part of each of the Sphira. And maybe if we have time tonight, maybe we'll continue on that discussion, only, time permitting. But just to show that there's different ways that we could say that certain the Sefirot are in a concealed or revealed state. So even in Atzilut, it's more like fire in the coal. So it's not on the outside, you don't see any fire, you just see black. But if you open it up, you'll see it. So same thing, Atzilut, on the outside, you don't necessarily see each individual sphere, but there's a fire there. You open it. But if higher than that, and this is what it's brought down in certain areas of Kabbalah, there's something known as Eser Sfirot Hagnuzot. The 10 Sfirot that are Gnuzot, that are hidden in the emanator, in the source. And there is, you cannot even see that there's any fire. Even if you dig as deep as you can, you won't find the actual fire. But it's there. Just like in the Flintstone, the sparks are there, at least in a level of potential. to be fire out of there. The only difference is in a physical thing, the potential is separate than the actual. Whereas in God, in the divine, the potential and actual are one. So in a way, the fire does exist in the pre-Atzilut, pre-Tzimtzum source as fire, even though it's in this, it's what's known as Helam Be'etzem. It's existential concealment, an ultimate concealment. So maybe that is this type of menorah here. This concealed menorah means it's the way that not only the fire is concealed, but the menorah itself is concealed. But it's there, but it's still in the state of Sfirot. And that is what we're bringing down here into, and working on to reveal on Shabbos. And not only that way, but also the bread, the table with table in general represents the sphere of Malchut. It's like that which holds it all, right? So in Nahama with bread, and bread is something that takes work and effort to make, and it manifests it, brings it down into this world. So that too is taking something that is almost inedible, just individual grains of wheat, and then through a whole process of work, and then we could finally have bread for nourishment. And that's, incidentally, that's what bread represents, the food of the 6 days of the week, because it takes work to make. Fruit, and particularly apples, which is, as we were speaking about Friday, represents the apples, the holy apple orchard. And we spoke about in the past different levels of different types, what apple means. Incidentally, it's sweet also. So that is the food of the tzaddikim, of the righteous. You just pluck it off the tree and it's ready to go eat. Like people, when sushi first came invented, it says, wow, so easy, it's effortless. So you take a thing, it's one piece, it's already bite-sized, has everything you want in it. You just pop it in your mouth. It's, it doesn't take any effort. You don't even need forks or knives to cut or anything. It's like tzaddik food. And also, what does it mean, tzaddik food? It means it's all edible, and you don't have to make birur, sorting out. You don't have to throw any shells or anything. It's all edible. So that too is what we're having here Shabbos. So the Shabbos, the difference is that Shabbos we appreciate that the idea of Shabbos is not just to Shabbos per se. That's the difference between a tzaddik and most of us. Tzaddik, the whole week, in a way, they're just studying Torah or in holiness. So in a way, it's Shabbos for them the whole week. They don't have that much appreciation of Shabbos, in a way, ironically. Of course, they get to a higher state on Shabbos than even their whole week. But the ultimate appreciation of Shabbos are those that 6 days of the work, they're working hard, and then they could go Shabbos, get the real tainug and finish the work. And that's represented by the bread on the table. Ironically, not ironically, but it says also the reason why we have to do work, because why? It says we're doing work here in order to bring down godliness. But really, the question is, if we're so finite and nothing and so limited, and the shefa and the flows and divine blessings that we want is infinite, how do we say that it could come down? A. B. How can we say that we limited people are the cause to bring down an effect so great of like from the divine from above? So the answer is really what we do down here isn't a real actual causality to bring down whatever, to make the effect of drawing down the brachas. And it's up to God to bring it down, whether we're up to it or not, or what level. But so why do we work then? So I think it's the Zohar also says it's for our benefit, so that it's not, we don't have what's known as nahama dichsufa, bread of shame. That if we were just getting freebies all the time without work, then it's great. Sometimes people mature people at least, would rather work and something to gain whatever whatever it is, and then they have more appreciation of it than just being gifted in it always from someone else, right? People that don't have to, that there may be people that get certain benefits or what have you to live, and they live good, but they don't feel necessarily great about it because they didn't put in any effort for whatever it is. It's when you work yourself you feel better about your what you have. As the Talmud says, that a person would rather have a tenth of whatever it is if they worked on it themselves than 10 times of that being given. Because when you invest your own energy and do it, it's so much more appreciated, right? So that's what bread represents. What we invested into contributing into whatever it is to bring to receive the nourishment, the blessings, whatever we need. And that's fulfilled on Shabbos is when it all ultimately comes down to us. And that's our shin means also to bring it down, to settle it down here, to bring it down here. And this is also represented by this bringing down from above down here and unifying the most sublime with us here in the vessels we have here in two ways here or more. The chamra geichasa, the wine in the cup, right? So so the wine, as we spoke about before, represents the secrets of Torah, or that which is on the spiritual plane, but that is not just, it's like representing the light itself, the Ein Sof, but it's just if it's by itself, it'll just spill all over the place. It doesn't have any benefit. It's only when it's poured into a cup, into a goblet or a kiddush cup, and then we make kiddush on it, and so then it can be drunk and then it's used. Kasa, the word kos, is also from the word like to conceal, or also the word for kisei, a chair or a vessel, a receptacle for something. So all light is beneficial for us in the way that it comes down into a vessel, and it unifies with the vessel. As we spoke about last week, about the ways that light, not just to be separate from the vessel, you're being even invested in, or meaning coming into the vessel, but ultimately to become one. This idea of yichud, become one in the other, right? So that is one form, and that's the idea of the kiddush we make on it, on the wine. And the kiddush we make with the 5 fingers of the hand. And according to the Arizal, you're supposed to lift it with the left hand, put it into your right hand. So you're using both hands, unifying. The 5 fingers also represent the 5 parts of our souls, the 5 names, right? Nefesh, ruach, neshama, chai, yechida. It also represents to sweeten the 5 gevurot, the severities, with the 5 loving kindnesses, the 5 chasadim. And like our hand, even though it has 5 digits, it's all really one hand, right? So all this is so our hand too becomes the receptacle for the receptacle of the wine, right? But incidentally, according to Arizal, it's to put it on the palm of the hand. Some people have it in you to put it on the fingers of it, but according to Arizal, you put the kiddush cup in the palm itself, the kaf. So there's more meanings in this. What we're talking about, okay. And, so this is the irony, that the way that we can access this mystery, the secrets, which is represented by wine, is ironically by putting it into a vessel, which a vessel is, again, has the same, or a cup, which is the same letter as like to be covered. Kisui is to reveal. So, and the same thing with the light of the Sephirot, because if there was no vessels and and the light was shining, then ironically it would be too powerful, and the light would be too blindingly concealed from us, and like the Zohar says, the unfiltered light above is dark for us. It is only when the infinite light goes into vessels and into individuated vessels, into the 10 vessels of the Sphirot, that through then it could ironically be revealed. Okay, And in certain places, maybe we'll speak, when we speak about the Sefirot in the future, we'll explain that it is, the metaphor is given actually of like glass cups, because glass is translucent, so you could see through it. So even though it's going into a cup, but it's not, the cup itself is not an obstacle from seeing the liquid in the cup, but the glass is, you're able to see through the glass. Since we're on this metaphor, I'll just share it a little bit more, and then because I intended to discuss this more separately, but specifically the metaphor is given to colored glass cups. Okay, so you take water. Water has no real color. If anything, maybe whitish, whatever it is. It's translucent by definition. You pour water into a blue cup. You look at it from the outside, or even inside at times, it looks blue. You pour the same water into a green cup, it's green. Into a red cup, it's red. So on the one hand, obviously the water didn't become red. It didn't become blood colored. It didn't become blueberry colored, or etc. The water is still intact. It's the same translucent, colorless liquid. But when you look at it through the colored glass, it suddenly obtains a certain color. And not only that, you identify even the water itself with that color. Okay. So, but we'll continue. We'll leave off on that part of discussion and the metaphors for the Sefirot for later or another time. Okay. So at least you get the point that bringing liquid into a cup represents bringing the infinite light into a vessel. But on the other hand, it's not just to conceal this manifesting or this limiting it into a certain container. Vessel is actually to reveal it even greater. Like it says also of the sun, Ki shemesh u'magen Hashem, the shield of the sun is so that we can receive the rays of the sun in a healthy form. Right? Okay. So that's one form of unity, the wine in the vessel. Then also Midane Asa. What is Midane Asa? These are the bundles of myrtle, of hadassim. Okay? What's going on here? Because according to the Arizal, we're before the Shabbos meal, in fact, before Kiddush, the custom was you take bundles, particularly 2 myrtles, bundles, make them one, and then walk around the Shabbos table. I forget how many times, 2, 3, or 7, I forget already. It's not unlike, almost like Sukkot, when you make hakafot with the lulav and etrog. There you do the 4 species, not just hadassim, lulav and etrog and arava tosa. But Friday night you walk around like this, okay, with the hadassim. Does anyone know why we do this, or why the Arizal says to use hadassim myrtle for Friday night? Okay.
I remember going to Rob Berg at the Kabbalah Center on where is it on not La Cienega, it's on in Pico Robertson. Robertson, that's where it is. Okay. In LA. And he had like, I don't know, 20, 50 stems of Hadassah. I don't remember it Friday night, but he used it for Havdalah instead of like cinnamon or cloves for Besamim.
Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah.
At the Kabbalah Center.
Right. Yes, exactly. So
but I don't know why on Friday night you would have Hadassah.
If anybody's been to the Kotel on Friday night in Davin, their Kabbalat Shabbat, you see a lot of minyanim there with the Hadassim. A lot of Sephardi minyanim.
Right. Yes. So I was going to say that you rarely see it except people that really try to follow the Arizal, such as Dr. Berg did. Actually, I remember seeing a picture which was taken back in the 70s of him, like, obviously wasn't on Shabbos, but he was showing the Arizal way of Shabbos, including, like we'll soon see, the 12 loaves of bread laid out, things like that. So yes, I could see Dr. Berg doing that. Now, what I think the origin of it is actually connected with tonight Lag Bomer also, because one of the stories, it says that, the famous story is brought down in the Gemara about Rabbi Shimon Yochai, that he spent, He spent 12 years in a cave because he had to hide from the Romans, because he was a bit of a rebel. He spoke out against the Romans, basically that everything they're doing, building beautiful roads and bridges and all that, and other things, is not for the social good, but it's just to collect tolls, and he was saying, you know what I mean? He was a radical. If we have time, maybe we can even look at it in the Gemara itself. It's a famous Gemara in Tractate Shabbos. So it says, one of the things is that when he left with his son Rabbi Lezer, after studying for 12 years in the cave. Incidentally, the cave, the tradition is that it's in Pekin, which is a town up in the Galilee. I think it's a Druze village. I've been there. In the middle of the center of the town, there's this little mound, and there's a tree, and you go there, and there's like this mini mound and a little cave there, and there's this carob tree growing on the outside, which really is the way it's brought down in the Talmud that they lived off of the carob. In fact, to preserve their clothes, they stripped and just buried themselves in the sand and studied that way for 12 years. Then they come out, and it says that when Rabbi Shimon Yochai saw people working in the field, he told his son Eliezer, "Look at these people, that they're not the unlike us that we study day and night. They're involved in mundane, materialistic activities and farming and what have you." And that really says, look, they lost, humanity has lost their priorities. What's important is studying Torah, right? So he just gave, Rabbi Shimon Yochai just gave one look at the farmers and the field and what have you, and it all became Gal Shalat Samat, I think the verse is a mound of bones. He zapped them all. Incidentally, the word is Gal. Gal is a mound, and hopefully we'll explain later, if we time permitting, the connection of Lag Bomer with Gal. As you see, it's the same letters. And the first time the word Gal is in the Chumash with Yaakov and Lavan, but hopefully we'll get to that later. But that's what happened. So then a bat kol comes out and says, Rabbi Shimon, you're not worthy to be in the real world. You got to go back and decompress, transition from your high state of 12 years in your great deepest state, and after 12 years, after one more year, you could come back out. And when he did so, after that, the 1 year, he worked out how to integrate. That's the word, to integrate back into the world. He comes back out, and then he's still a bit skeptical about encountering the world, how the world is. But then it was Erev Shabbos, and he looks out and he sees an older fellow running around with 2 bundles of hadassim, of myrtle. So he stops the old person and says, Rabbi, why are you carrying myrtle? So the Rabbi says back to Rabbi Shimon, what do you mean? It's the Kavod Shabbos. Kavod Shabbos has beautiful fragrance. Myrtle looks beautiful. Mainly, it's about the fragrance. As we know from the 4 species, myrtle represents fragrance without taste, right? And that represents those that do right, mitzvot, I think, right, and have more mitzvot than Torah. Represents that's the right. So to which Rabbi Shimon ben Yochai asks, okay, so for Shabbos, can you just one bundle's enough? What do you need two bundles? So the old man answers, what do you mean? There's two parts to Shabbos. There's Zachar, to remember Shabbos, and there's Shamar, to protect Shabbos. So I'm having two bundles, one for Zachar, one for Shamar. Okay? And that's one. Incidentally, that's what we say also in Kabbalah Shabbos, Shamar v'Zachar b'dibur echad. Right? That it's two, that's really one, to unify as one. Incidentally, there's a part from the Alter Rebbe, first Rebbe Chabad, he told a chassid, there's a chassid who lived with this for the rest of his life. Zachar v'shamar b'dibur echad. To always remember and protect whenever you're about to say words, holy words of blessing or learning Torah, always remember the echad, the one, God. Like from Hashem Elokeinu Hashem Echad, that one. Okay, anyway. But back to the Gemara, he said, so when Rabbi Shimon Yochai heard this old man say that that's why he has these two bundles, it's for Zachar and Shamar of Shabbos, he said, that was a moment of his own personal transition of re-embracing the real world and appreciating and people, Pashat the people, even people who are not scholars and been learning. He says, this Yid, even though he's a Pashat person, simple person, but he could appreciate Shabbos to go out of his way, not just for one bundle, for two bundles, and it's to signify the greatness of Shabbos. That was what ultimately made Reb Shimon to become back part of to land, so to speak, in the real world. So, and then he went on to do other things to heal or to help, such as, says he went to find, with his spiritual powers, was able to find where the people are buried, so the priests, the kohanim, don't have to walk through areas that they could maybe walk on burial sites, which they're not allowed to, and other things that Rabbi Shimon Yochai did to bring back, to heal, to be integrated back into the world. So it seems like based on that Gemara, that there's idea of the myrtle, that is connected to Shabbos specifically. So in commemoration of that, that's why we have two bundles there's the Kabbalistic custom to have two bundles of Hadassim for Shabbos. And this is and it's also to relief, as we know also that the neshama, the soul of Adam, came back, was both entered through the nostrils, which is nose, the soul, and he was created on Friday afternoon into evening, and that's why also Motzei Shabbat we also use the besamim to smell. And incidentally, though there is a custom that they use the hadassim from Friday night also for the Havdalah, for Motzei Shabbat. Some people even have a special piece that I've seen, like the summum holders that has myrtle put in it with the clove. Okay. What is the other aspect of myrtle? And it's also connected with another way with Lag Bomer Shimon Yochai, because Torah, as we said before, is sweet like honey, right? And as well, but there's something even more sublime, and that is in its most ephemeral state. It's like it says, it's like reach. It's like just like a smell. It's sensory, but it's intangible at the same time. And that's why it says with Mashiach, when Mashiach comes, V'reichoi beruach Hashem, and God will infuse Mashiach with the spirit of God, the Lord. It's like Mashiach will have the most holy divine cologne, lahavdil, or not. Right? You'll just smell Mashiach. You'll know it's Mashiach. Because Mashiach will be beyond in the way, it's not even a substance. It's like that of the most spirit that enters us, like smelling in the deepest way. And as it says also in Kabbalah, both in the greater Idra assembly of the Zohar and its smaller assembly Idra, the small assembly which was said by Rabbi Shimon Yochai on Lag Bomer the day he passed away. There's discussion, as we've done a few months ago, about when we were going through the Zohar, about the anthropomorphic aspects of God, and we did focus mainly on the eyes and the hair and the beard, if you remember. But there's also discussion about the nose and the chutma, and also about the trei pasham goisa, I think so, the two nostrils. And the Zohar goes even into detail, the right nostril, the left nostril, and they represent the positive, the negative, and there's a thing of taking in through, smell through the nostrils that gets to the highest level, that the deepest and the most sublime, and in fact, it's in some places, if you says in the spirits that's brought down in Isaiah, that we say Achash Pesach, who says that Mashiach is given Ruach Eitzah Ubina Ruach Gvura V'das, I forget all the 6, and then he says he'll give him with the smell of Ruach Hashem, which is the 7th, is the aroma of Mashiach, and that is, they say, that's the Torah Chadasha, the new Torah of Mashiach, the ultimate Torah of Mashiach, represented by that scent. Not scent of a woman, but scent of Mashiach. Okay, that Mashiach scent, the new Torah, and that we take in through our nostrils. And that, in a way we could understand things with our brain and analyze. But sometimes you smell it. That's the deepest understanding, right? In fact, we know, according to evolution, olfactory was the earliest of the development of our sensors. So there's something very deep, primal about smell. So that is also why Shabbos, which is also the 7th day, the highest state of the week, and it's also the way Yeshu Kulei Shabbos Menucha Chayalam, the state of Mashiach in our day, in our weeks, every week is Shabbos. Because Mashiach time is the time that will be all Shabbos every day of the week. So that's why it's so appropriate to have here now on Shabbos the Myrtle Hadassim. Okay, and also the word Asa. There's also a word in Aramaic, also the word for healing or doctor. There's also a word related to Asa. Okay, so this is, I didn't see this anywhere. This is my own insight that maybe it also has to do with the state of healing. The healing, like we say, Shabbos, the state Shabbos Himaluzak is even beyond being ill. It's like the state of being well and without any illness ever coming to us. Okay. So again, this is all representing the state of total unity. Also, the two bundles, like Zachar and Shomer, is actually one. What's this vart of Zachar and Shomer is one? Because it comes from the 10 Commandments, right? One of the main differences of the two versions of the 10 Commandments is that the first version says Zachar, says remember Shabbos to make it holy. The second time it says Shomer to protect. And it says that God said from Mount Sinai both Zachar and Shomer as one saying, but we heard it as two separate. Okay? And so that's the meaning. We go back to the way it's in the source. It's all actually one and unified. In fact, it says then the whole 10 Commandments, right, is all the 613 or 620 mitzvot are all included in the 10 Commandments, which is why the 10 Commandments, the Sefer Dibrot, have 620 words. Okay, because that represents the 620 mitzvah, 613 from the Torah, and 7 added from the rabbis, which are extensions of the 613. Moreover, we say all the 10 commandments are in the first word of Anochi, I am. So and even more that it's all included in the Aleph of Anochi. And even more than that, there are those that say it's all included in the dot, the piney top of the Aleph, the point, the Ketzah Shayud, where the beginning, the origin of it. So we see that really all Torah is really one point, one dot, infinitesimal, and therefore it's infinite. And that comes from it's almost lahavdil if you think of like the very point of the Big Bang, which is a very tiny dot, pin dot of light, and from there scatters out to create the whole universe. Okay. Incidentally, I'm just going to throw in things also connect, let's say, to the parsha, because it seems like the clock is ticking here, and we want to include it all. So, what is this week's Torah portion? What's the parsha? Who knows?
Behar.
Behar. Very good. In
my
the
bar
mountain.
mitzvah portion.
Very good. So it's Behar. So it means Behar Sinai, right? That's what it is. That God spoke Behar Sinai. So the Mount Sinai. And then it goes, what's the first thing it says right after? It tells us all about Shemitah. About the rest, that the sixth year, right? Seventh, or the seventh year, right? Is Shemitah.
Right.
And what have you. So let me ask you like this. Is Shemitah the only mitzvah that was given by Hashem on Mount Sinai? Obviously not. All 613 were. So why Dafka over here? Nowhere. It doesn't say in the other mitzvah, in last week's portion in the Torah, which brings down many mitzvot, at least 60 or more. The parsha doesn't begin with Bahar Sinai. And moreover, wasn't Bahar Sinai already, we spoke about Bahar Sinai in Yitro, and that follows with Parsha Mishpatim, and what have you. Why punkt here, exactly here, suddenly we mention Bahar Sinai? So Rashi says something. He says that Har Sinai, Mount Sinai, was the origin of all the mitzvah. Meaning that it was that it was given the klal and the prat. One would think that Torah was just given the general mitzvah, the general descriptions, and then later we figured out, or the rabbis figured out the details how to do it. Comes Rabbi Akiva, in fact, he's also connected with Lag Bomer, and he says no, that even all the details were given by Hashem on Mount Sinai. In fact, it's a dispute between Rabbi Shimon and Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Shimon says only the generalities, the klalim were given on Mount Sinai, and then the pratim were later extrapolated. Rabbi Akiva says that no, it was even the details were given on Mount Sinai, and and therefore it says here before Shemitah, because Shemitah and the laws of working the land or not working the land, letting the land rest, it goes into vivid detail in our parsha, etc. So he's saying just like all the details that are written out here, saying that even all the details are given here. Just saying this to show the point that whatever was given on Mount Sinai was already contained in it all the details that are to come. Okay? And that is also associated to what we were saying before here, that even the Atik Yomin and all that, even though it's still the top, the highest point, but really it's Begoy Kol Almin. It encompasses all the worlds, all dimensions, all the way down. Okay? By the way, the word Kol, as we'll see, it means all, everything. It's also Gematria 50, which represents like the 50 gates of Bina and what have you. It's a complete number that contains everything. And we'll see other points with the word Kol and everything, what has to do. Well, Kol is also the root word from the word Vayechulu Hashamayim, to end, to complete. That the one was the whole world complete once the Atik Yomin came all the way down into the world, even to the lowest worlds. Right? It's not just heaven, but all the way down to earth, into the land itself. When you Vayechulu, you activate that state of Kol, of everythingness, totality of all, in all it to be expressed in all the details of our multifarious world. Okay, and that's when you know Really, the origin is revealed. And that explains another point, because really the question is, true that Bahar Sinai in our Torah portion is to express that it's in all the details. But there are other mitzvot in the Torah that have many details too. You could think of Pesach and other laws. If you go through all the laws of the sacrifices, go into vivid detail. So still, why Dafka in our parsha is mentioned Har Sinai? And we already implied the answer to this too. Because that the ultimate of revealing the highest of high is Dafka when it reaches the farthest, the lowest of the lows. Okay? That when is Har Sinai, how the mountain and the highest, most sublime state of revelation of Torah, most manifested is when it not only remains in the domain of the sky, or in the domain of the great scholars, or the domain of Rabbi Shimon Yochai stuck in a cave for 12 years. But no, Dafke, when it comes down into the world, into the land, into the working farmer in the field, plowing and sowing and what have you, and he's dirty in the mud, really in the earth, in the eretz, in the land. When that is done, and when we could bring the holiness, reveal it in the holiness down here, then we know we've revealed the highest state. This is also reflected in what the Zohar, the Sefer Yetzirah rather says. I don't know. We may have mentioned in the past. That God, the essence of God, is the depth from above of the heights, most of the apex of all of existence, and that is mirrored in the depth of the abyss, the lowest state down here on earth. Okay. And that, again, is reflected, Dafka, through not only Torah specifically, but the innermost of Torah. Because the revealed parts of Torah is okay, it's coming down into this world. But is it really fully revealed in the world in its highest, or is it the most deepest part of Torah, Lav Dafka? It is true that the revealed parts of Torah, let's say Talmud study or Halacha, whatever, has to do with the practical world. But what the do's and don'ts in our world, but it's still, we're not tapping into the most sublime state of Torah. It's dafka when we tap into the pnimiyat of Torah, the razin deraisa, the mystery, the innermost of Torah, and don't keep it there in a concealed way, but reveal it down here and in our world, and in a way that makes it most digestible for everyone to understand, even the deepest ideas of Kabbalah here in this world. Then Dafka is that we're tapping into the highest of Torah, into the lowest state, and then we're revealing the ultimate unity and infinity of Torah and the giver of Torah, of the godly, of Hashem himself. And that is why Dafka Rabbi Shimon Yochai, this all happened on his 13th year when he left the cave, and he was able to bring it down. And why Dafka Rabbi Shimon Yochai was the one he didn't only know the Torah, but he revealed it to his students, to all his students, all the way down, to make it accessible. Moreover, in the esoteric part of Torah itself, it's not only to be in a way of Kabbalah, it's still all in like abstract or Kabbalistic terminology, or speaking about higher up there spiritual planes, but it's about translating it down here into this world, in manifesting it in language that everyone can understand. Kabbalah for dummies, let's call it. How is this done? Well, Chassidus says that Chassidus is accomplishes this the most. Because Chassidus is taking Kabbalistic concepts and terminologies and psychologicalizing it and making it most relevant to our personal lives and concretizing it in ways to explain it for our physical world. So that is the ultimate unity, taking the most sublime teachings and making it most practical into our world. Okay? And this is also reflected in Rabbi Shimon ben Yochai himself. Because of course Rabbi Shimon ben Yochai, we know, was a great teacher of the mysteries of Torah. He's the protagonist of the Zohar, and everything in the Zohar is really, for lack of a better word, trippy, right? It's the highest of the high and all that. And all the more so, the last day of his life, which is when he gets to the highest way of explaining God. As much as we went through all explaining the quote-unquote Godhead and the anthropomorphic characterizations of God, as it is in Sifrei Tzniuta, and in the Saba, what was it? In the Sifrei de Mashkina, if you remember, we spoke about the Adam, and then the Idra Rabbah, but it's ultimately the Idra Zuta, which is on the last day of his life, where he reaches the climax of explaining the most secretive parts of what God is. Yes. So that is Dafka at the end of his life, that he reaches that height of being able to explain. And in fact, the main difference between the Idra Rabbah, Idra Zuta, in addition, that the first Idra, there were 10 students, of which 3 reached such a state of spiritual ecstasy that they actually, their souls left their bodies. They climaxed and out of their mortal bodies and right, and they expired, right. And in fact, the Zohar discussed. They even Reb Shimon ben Yochai comments on. At first, they're upset. They passed away from out because we revealed too much. But then, actually, there's consolation because they actually access and realize that these 3 who passed on are now up in heaven, are now understanding what, as if not higher than they can achieve down here on earth, maybe even higher than Shimon ben Yochai himself. So they sort of got that. But another main difference is by the Ujuzuta, when there's only 7 of them, is that in the first Idra, when they're going through explaining the Godhead, Rabbi Shimon ben Yochai, even though he's the main narrator, the main one giving the teachings of the God's hair and eyes and all that stuff that we went through, but he also passes it for the other 9 to give their interpretations. And each of them chimes in. Particularly when it comes to discussing God's beard in the Idra Rabbah, each of the 10 gives their part or explanation or fills in. Remember, we spoke about the 13 strands of the beard, right? Steve remembers this, I'm sure. Well, so on. So each one explains one part of the beard and the other one other, or they have different interpretations, blah, 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 etc. However, on the last day of Rav Shimon ben Yochai's life, he tells his students, last time 3 of us passed away, so I don't think we can go there. Today, he says, I am going to be the only one to explain. I'm going to be the sole narrator and to explain. And that's what happens. The Rav Shimon ben Yochai is the only one that speaks to give the explanations. And he also says to write it down. He tells Rabbi Abba, who is his main scribe, to inscribe it, to write it down. Incidentally, it's brought down that Lag Bomer, it's brought down in Chassidus and other places, that Lag Bomer is the day of receiving Torah, like Matan Torah, just like Shavuot is the Matan Torah, the giving of the Torah. All of Torah, the general Torah, or specifically the revealed Torah. So Lag Bomer is like Matan Torah, the day of receiving of Pnimiyat Torah, the innermost, the secretive parts of Torah. Now the truth is that Shavuot, the Pnimiyat Torah, the innermost of Torah, was also given. All of Torah is given then. But it wasn't necessarily all revealed then at Matan Torah. They were all given then, but still, the mystery parts of Torah still remained mysterious. It was only centuries later with Rabbi Shimon Yochai, shortly after the destruction of the Second Temple, that finally even the most esoteric parts of Torah finally came to a state of revelation. Okay? And the way we commemorate it every year is that, ironically, Lag Bomer precedes Shavuot, meaning that in a way the revelation of the innermost Torah, of receiving the innermost Torah, it comes before. It comes 17 days, 16, 17 days before we commemorate the receiving the Torah of Mount Sinai altogether. Why? Twofold. First of all, because it's the preamble. We're getting to the core of it before we get it. It's like it's like giving us the soul before of the teachings, as the prelude almost to receiving the whole Torah, the body of the Torah. That's one interpretation. Reason. Another is because the innermost of Torah represents the Torah of Mashiach, which is the point. So we're saying already before everything, we're already tapping into the future-most state of Torah now too. Even though, and it's also empowering us now already to be in that state of having the innermost of Torah. To understand, you remember. I remember we used to say Chassidish Farbrengens that. Why do we learn Chassidus, or let's say Kabbalah, now in exile? If it's all going to be revealed when Mashiach comes anyways, why are we learning it now? What's the benefit now? So Chassidim say the reason why we learn Chassidus now is because of the aha. What do we mean because of the aha? Because even though the question is, why are we learning it now? It's all mystical stuff. We don't really understand this stuff. We're talking about Atzilot, Sfirot, angels. What does that have to do with us? We're down here in this world. We're not there. So the answer is for the aha, because we're warming up, and at least we're exposed now to the concepts, the terminologies, the discussions, have a reference point of what's going on. So when Mashiach comes and we start talking about Atzilut and this sphere and that sphere, we're going to be able to go, that's what they were talking about, right? It's like before you go to, let's say before you, as a child, before going to an amusement park, there's one way. You don't know anything. You just come to the amusement park and you're overwhelmed. There are all these rides and merry-go-rounds, blah, blah, blah. Don't know. But if before the child goes, he hears from his friend who went that there's this, and there's this amazing ride, there's this and that, then the child gets to the amusement park, looks around and goes, there's the super duper looper. There's the Ferris wheel. Now I know what they're talking about. All those amazingness. So it's about the aha. So in a way, the Lag Bomer warms us up to the aha before even Matan Torah. So when we get to the actual revelation of Shavuot, of all the Torah in its full revelation, and particularly when Mashiach comes, we'll be able to go, that's what we're talking about. So that's in general, and specifically again, that's the aim of Rabbi Shimon Yochai, to take the deepest teachings and to reveal it to the outside, even the most practical. As we said before, the story of his own biography of how he integrated himself from the cave into the real world. Okay. Moreover, more specifically, the ultimate way of learning and revealing the innermost secrets of Torah is not just, again, to translate like the Zohar into English, or to do like what the Kabbalah Center does and gives us makes it all accessible. Because even all that, it's still all this abstract, mystical talk. But ultimately, it is not both in the Hasidic way. We're saying to make it up like Rabbi Simon Jacobson calls it Hasidus applied. to make it applied teachings down here, right? Certainly. That does it on its most, make it most practical. Another way, and this is an amazing thing, and this is what Lubavitch Rebbe's, one of his methodologies was to reveal, even in the nigla, in the revealed parts of Torah, its innermost Kabbalistic and innermost esoteric meanings, infusing the all of, like, even halacha, even, let's say you're learning that shar shenagach zapara, that if a bull gores a cow, like all the laws of damage that it's in Talmud, so you learn. So it's on the surface level, you're learning it's just about a bull and two animals owned by one, the bull owned by Reuven, the cow owned by Shimon, and who has to pay who, and it's a double, and is the bull considered one with a damaging bull or a regular bull? And the Talmud in Baba Kama goes through it in great detail, and then you'll have great commentaries and explaining it and all that. But which is all true and beautiful. But the ultimate is to take and reveal how even on these seemingly prosaic parts of Torah, it's really representing the most sublime levels. That shar animal, on one level, on a Kabbalistic level, it could be talking about the bull in the Merkava. We know there was the four animals. There's the bull, there's the eagle, there's the lion, the human. And the bull represents a certain prototype, a certain archetype on a spiritual plane. What it is, and what does it mean to gore a cow? The bull is masculine, cow is feminine. We have the masculine, the bigendered elements in spiritual planes, etc., on animals. Or according to Chassidus, that the bull is a certain type of drive, evil and even negative drive, and how to transform that to holy, whatever it may be. But you see that you can even take something as seemingly non-spiritual as a bull and a cow, goring a cow, and make it and reveal how it has to do with the greatest spiritual teachings. Who was the prime interpreter of Torah in this way? It was Rabbi Shimon ben Yochai. Because as much as, again, that Rabbi Shimon ben Yochai was known for the Zohar and all that, but actually, as if not more, he's known to be the greatest Talmudist of his generation. Practical Talmudist, of learning all the laws and interpretations of the laws in having to do with in the mundane world, the real world. So much so that it's brought down that there is not one Masechta tractate in the whole Shas where Rabbi Shimon is not mentioned. That everything, even the laws of purity, impurity, and what have you, Rabbi Shimon's name, he's always had something involved. In fact, the later commentaries say that most of Rabbi Shimon's time was spent learning Talmud, not even Kabbalah, which is quite amazing because we have so much. The whole Zohar revolves around Rabbi Shimon, right? So Taka, it's quite amazing that he was able to accomplish that. Because Rabbi Shimon, that was the point again, that the way to reveal that it's only the most deepest esoteric teachings that can be when it's revealed, and that it could permeate and go to the most external, seemingly most non-spiritual subjects or reference points. And that's what Rabbi Shimon accomplished. In fact, if you look in the Zohar, you'll see how Rabbi Shimon takes all these verses of the Torah, which seem like just speaking about regular things in the physical world, what have you, and he reveals how it has to do with the highest teachings, and the most mystical levels of godliness. Okay. And this was actually Rabbi Shimon ben Yochai's MO, especially again after his 13 years in the cave. This was his MO, that he was to take from the highest states and bring it down into this world, and that's why one of the Talmudic sage where there's the most praise or mentions of how great or what he did was Rabbi Shimon, and even having to do with this world. Like one famous saying of Rabbi Shimon, it says on Rabbi Shimon Talmud, it says that Rabbi Shimon says, Yochai ani lifter es kol ha'olam kuloi min hadin, that I alone, even me myself, I could, by my merit, I could exonerate the whole world from all their wrongdoings, and like elevate and clean up the whole world, just by me, myself, and I. Basically, he says. I mean, it sounds a little, hubristic, but he meant it because he had real. He was just a vessel for the big ani, for the big me, and therefore he was able to say that he was there. He was able to exonerate the whole world. That means he was able to permeate in all aspects of the world and transform them all to good. So too it says on Reb Shimon, Kedaihu Reb Shimon lismech olav b'shas atchach. Reb Shimon is merititious, is worthy enough to rely on him. B'shas atchach means, so the Talmudic phrase b'shas atchach means when push comes to shove. That's almost more than a free translation, almost as close to a literal translation. Chak means to push, to squeeze.
Extenuating circumstances.
Extenuating circumstances. Thank you. There it is. Push comes to shove it captures the more literal. Yeah, extenuate. So that means even the most extenuating circumstances got. And as the Hasidic pshat is that Reb Shimon is worthy is to rely on him. That b'shas atchak, the time of pressure. When is the time of pressure? Us in exile, in Galus, the time of stress and pressure. That Reb Shimon here in our physical, most Galus reality, Reb Shimon is able to infuse it and elevate it and certainly reveal it to its most divine state, right? It also says there, Reb Shimon, he says that I am like a signal in the world, meaning that he's like the signal, the hotspot, that which gives off the good energy vibe into the world. Be'alma, in the world, that his state of siman means something that's just like a sign. It's the deepest level of our soul, like the yechida of our soul is referenced like the siman. That siman is be'alma, it could permeate in the world. Because Rabbi Shimon was in that state where he was the highest of the high, then therefore could be in the dafka in the lowest and the low. Like we said before, the ultimate state of the highest holiness is that which can come down to the lowest state. And like we're saying, the climax of Shabbos is to bring the Shabbos into the world, into our each physical. That's why dafka Shabbos we eat food and what have you. Right? So this is all the way, again, back to the Shabbos meal that we're speaking in the song here, that all these states of holiness is dafka expressed through the bread, through the wine, through the myrtle, through the oil, and etc., etc., etc. Okay? Now, by the way, this is also connected with, there's a custom to say Pirkei Avot, to read the Pirkei Avot for every week in the summer. And this week's Pirkei Avot is the 4th chapter of Pirkei Avot. And if you look in the 4th chapter, Mishnah 13, in Ethics of Our Father, hint, 13. What is the Mishnah? It is Rabbi Shimon Aimer. Rabbi Shimon says, Shloisha kesarim heim. There's 3 crowns. Keser Torah, the Keser Kuna, the Keser Malchus. There's a crown of Torah. There's a crown of priesthood, I suppose. And there's a crown of Malchus, of royalty, aristocracy. That's 3. But then it says, V'keser Shem Tov Eila al Gabeim. The crown of a good name is above them all. Okay? So there's 2 questions. First of all, if he mentions the 4th one, Keser Shem Tov, so then there's 4 crowns. So why does it say there's 3 crowns? So the most literal answer we know is because we're saying it's not a 4th separate crown, but it's almost like the crown to the crown of the 3, right? That's why it's above them all. Okay, fine. Let's say so. But still, the question is the following. Who's saying this? Again, Rabbi Shimon. Rabbi Shimon is saying that there's 3 crowns of Torah, Kohen, royalty, and the crown of good name. Good name means, by the way, the crown of doing good deeds, mitzvot, which gives us a good name. A name is something on the outside for another, things in the practical world, showing the good in the practical world. That's Shem Tov. Right? So the crown of good name is that. So let me ask you, Klotz Kasha, as they say. Rabbi Shimon, we just said before, was the most personification of Torah. We said his Torah umnasa. Torah was his his craft, his artistry, his craft. He was obsessed with Torah, like an artist with the artist's art, with musician, day and night, as we said before. So much so that he nominally prayed because he was always studying day and night, whether it was Talmud or whether it was Zohar, Kabbalah, whatever. He was always in a state of just study. So, does this make sense that Rabbi Shimon, who is all Mr. Torah himself, is the one to say, oh, the crown of Torah isn't so important. Greater than Torah is the crown of mitzvot, of a good name. What's going on here? He's like putting himself down, no? So the Lubavitcher Rebbe once explained this, I mean, with a lot more details, but the point was that yes, I mean, there's 2 ways to look at Torah, right? There is a way of learning. There's the idea of Torah is great, right? Rabbi Akiva himself said there's a debate in the Talmud. What's greater, Torah or mitzvah? So Rabbi Akiva actually says that Torah is greater than mitzvah. But then some others say that Torah is greater than mitzvot. Why? Because Torah leads, because Talmud, Gadol Talmud Mevi Lidei Maisa. Because through Torah study, how do we know how to do a mitzvah? You have to study first. So since the Torah, you study Torah leads to the mitzvah. So therefore, Torah is greater. So then the question is back. If that is so, then the whole greatness of Torah is because of the mitzvah. That means mitzvah is greater. No, that's the whole debate. What is greater, Torah and mitzvah? And even if you say the Torah because it leads to mitzvah, but then but then you're saying the only reason why Torah is great is because of the mitzvah anyway. So then the mitzvah is really greater, right? So the answer, and it's true. Because there's even at places that it says, even in the Talmud, in the Jewish Talmud, that Rabbi Shimon stopped learning in order to build a sukkah and what have you. Because he said, the term is that if there's mitzvahs that others cannot do, that only you can do, then Torah itself says that you should stop learning Torah. Mevatlin Talmud Torah. There's certain few things that says you should actually be mevatel Torah, stop Torah. One is for a funeral or to bring joy to a wedding, chassan and kala, what have you. So that's all beautiful. But ultimately, right, so it's all about bringing the Talmud, the Torah, into this world, right? Just like, in other words, just like the person who the non-scholar who works in the world, we say should also study every day. At least it says Perek Echad Shachas, Perek Echad Arvis. So supposed to study a bit to also be tapped in Torah. Even if you're the Zavulun, you should also be into Torah study like Yisachar, right? And even Yisachar should be still do mitzvot in this world, of course. But that seems like it's just to complete the connection, because it says tachlis chachma tshuva ma'aser, that the aim, or the motive of wisdom is in order to do good deeds and tshuva and what have you. So that's certainly true. But ultimately, but it's not necessarily saying that there is a benefit to the mitzvah person. I'd say for the person who works in who's a worker in the world. Okay, so they're involved with the world. So for them, that's the benefit of working in the world, to do a mitzvah. But for the scholar, or for someone like Rabbi Shimon ben Yochai, who Torah is great, so it's ultimately about the Torah. It's even doing the mitzvah is an extension of the Torah. So if so, how could Rabbi Shimon ben Yochai, who represents Torah, qua Torah, be the one to say, no, there's something even greater, mitzvah, right? So the Rebbe answered this is because there's two approaches to say how we learn Torah. One is that I'm studying Torah and I'm immersing myself in the divine wisdom of Torah. But as I'm studying, of course, Torah is, especially for a scholar, it gives great satisfaction and study. There's tainug, even delight involved in it. You're getting more and more in the study, getting higher and higher. It's all beautiful. But in a way, there's almost the opposite of surrender to the giver, to God, the giver of the Torah. Because firstly, you have to use your own mind to think about it. Secondly, you're having all these great, again, feelings of good, of understanding it, the Torah itself. It's, for someone, smart people, ideas, intellectual concepts bring them great delight, in as much as ice cream brings pleasure to a child, right? Or maybe even to certain adults, most adults. Okay. So Torah is almost like a personal pleasure thing, right? But there's higher than that. There's a state where I'm not studying Torah just for my personal feeling, but it's because I am surrendering myself to the will of above, to God. And as of that surrender to the will of God, there is no difference of if I'm studying or doing the world. It's all about executing, fulfilling God's will. Okay? Because what is God's will? God's will is to create, to bring down that divine, the highest of the essence of God down here in this world, like creating, as it says, to make this world a dwelling place. Down here, a dwelling place for the Shekhinah. Now, so what are we saying? We're taking something high, the highest of the high, and bring it down into the world. So in this case, one would think that, okay, so to get to the lowest state, to work, who's the ones only working in the lowest low of the real world? Are, again, the business people, the farmers that we were speaking about earlier, and what have you. So they are the ones that are really actualizing it, right? Yes, it's true. However, if they are not cognizant that the reason why they're working in this world, or that the whole thing is that they're tapped in this direct line to the highest, most sublime states of the divine, if they're only engulfed in this world, then they could lose sight of the connection with above, and then they could really get sucked into this world and all the things that are in this world. How do they keep that open connection to draw the Shekhinah down into this world, to make it? That is by twofold. Of course, it's by them learning Torah every day, so that raises them above their mundane business or preoccupation in the world. On a more general, collective, societal way, it's represented by those scholars that devote their lives to Torah study, that they represent the way humans can be more sublime, that there is something higher than just the physicality of this world. There's something more holy. But again, both their Torah study and this and even the scholar's study of Torah, ultimately, it's not to remain on that high state. Like Rabbi Shimon Yochai's reason to go in the cave is not to stay in the cave the whole time, but it's to be in the cave almost like a caterpillar metamorphosing in the cocoon to come out a butterfly, to come out in a greater, higher way, in a way that is more open to receive and be able to merge the most highest of divine with the lowest of the materialist world, right? So, in other words, that the Torah and even Rabbi Shimon ben Yochai and his colleagues, scholars who were not workers of the land or business people, they were devoted scholars. They were, let's call them professors or researchers in academic circles, so to speak. That, they say academics are Luftmenschen. They're not in touch with the real world. They're in their ivory spires. There's some truth there. But they represent. I've heard this more than once in universities. Yes, I heard this directly from professors saying, yes, we don't really represent the people, the vox populans, or whatever you want to call them, the masses, quote unquote. But we're necessary. We're necessary. That we're devoted. We are the designated cluster of people of society to focus primarily on scholarly stuff and research and all that, almost being the representation, shliach of all of humanity, to devote themselves exclusively to this, and then to share it with the world, obviously. And what is that doing? It's showing all of humanity that there's something higher than just our day-to-day lives, that there's something sport. And in what we're talking about here, Torah representing the most sublime of wisdom. As we know, Torah, unlike the mitzvot, is bottom up. We're going from the practical world down here, and we're elevating going up. Whereas Torah is taking the unadulterated mind of God, so to speak, the chachma, the wisdom of God, and drawing it down here. That's the whole point of Matan Torah. Giving a Torah is breaking the mechitza, the partition between upper and lower. Of taking the highest of Torah and bringing it down on Mount Sinai onto the physical rocky mountain, and on the surface of planet Earth, to show that it's really one, right? And that is accomplished, dafke again, but that it's only Rabbi Shimon ben Yochai that represented, that was able to go, that went through the cave 13 years and came out a higher state, right, in a way that's more, after the 12 years plus one, to be integrate, that was able to bridge and show and make the statement that when we surrender ourselves to the higher purpose of God, then we realize that even our Torah is there to serve the practical world. The crown of Torah is to serve the crown of a good name, the crown of mitzvah, and then it's oila ala gabayim. Then we elevate it to be above that. We show that the mitzvah, that's all to be on a higher level. Okay. And incidentally, maybe once like sharing a story, this reminds me this idea of the scholars who are out of touch with the world, and need to have a great teaching to realize to be part of the world. So there's a story, it's remembered. I grew up with the story a bit. It's one of the early stories of Lubavitch Rebbe when he first became Rebbe. What is it? That there was in the 1950s, in 1954, I think it was, there was one of the great Talmudic scholars, and who was the Rosh Yeshiva, ran a whole yeshiva called Chai Olam in Jerusalem. His name was Chaim Chaikel Miletsky. He wasn't a chassid. He was from the Mitvish world, I think from the Musar world, and but he was a great Talmudic scholar. And he was at the wedding of his son, and yet he wasn't able to walk. He was crippled. So they brought him in I don't know, a wheelchair or a bed or what have you to be there. And at the end of the wedding or so, he shared with everyone there how he got to this state that he wasn't able to walk. And what was it? He said that decades before, when he was in Russia, as a young Bacher, Talmudic scholar, and he was studying with his friends, and they would study in this hall, I forget the name of the town, and like they were in certain shtetl in towns throughout Europe, the shul was also a place where people would hang out. And in the shul, there was one main person who hung out there, who didn't appear to be to study. Who was he? Itcha the Shikr. His name was Yitzchak the Drunkard. Every town had its Shikr, its drunk person, who was like the semi-homeless type of person who would just hang out, get drunk, and would usually pass out on the bench in the shul. Even growing up in Crown Heights, we had someone like this. His actual name, I think, was Itcha. We called him Itcha the Shikr. He was a fascinating character. He was, I got to know him a bit. He actually, in the 70s, he wrote he wrote a book, as they say, or music for Broadway musicals. And so he was living on some nominal residuals, but he was more or less, he was like semi-homeless also. And he would get drunk and hang out in 770 or wander Kingston Avenue, what have you. But he was like somewhat like a Lamed Vavnik, I say, like a hidden tzaddik. And this is my point, where we're going. Okay. So let's go back early 1900s. So it's one day, or one evening rather, the Chaim Chaikel is studying with his friends in Talmud, very depth in the shul, which doubled as their mini yeshiva. And it's the middle of the winter, and in comes a simple yid, covered snow, and he says, "Guys, come, please help me as soon as you can." What's the story? He's a wagon driver, and his buggy, horse and buggy, the horse slipped, and the wagon went off the road and slipped, and the lances, the harness of the horse is wrapped around the horse's the neck of the wagon, and they got to save it. The horse is choking, and the wagon's turned over, and he can't do it alone. So he needs able-bodied people to come to help him pull up his wagon and save his horse. So they were studying, deep involved in studying. So they stopped. I said, "Oh, so this yid, he's coming and he wants us to help, but that means he wants us to stop learning Torah in order to help him." So they started debating the halacha, if they're allowed to stop learning Torah in order to help someone, right? And this goes on for quite a few minutes. And at the end, they tell the yid, they came to the conclusion that no, they're not allowed to. Torah supersedes, in this case, to even go to help, to help in this case. So the wagon driver leaves. After not too long later, he comes back and he's more frantic. He says, "Not my horse is mamish, choking. You have to come, now or never." So now they debate it more. And they go back and forth, their whole people, and they say, now it's more of a case of emergency. So maybe it's not to save the soul, a life, because to save a life, of course, it's just for finances, but it's the horse, but it's really going to affect this guy's work, blah, blah, blah. Whatever, they came to the halachic conclusion, now that it's the ultimate emergency, they are allowed to stop learning Torah. So they close their Gemaras, and they go out with the wagon driver, they go out to the horse and buggy. No, I'm sorry. So even before this, after they debate the Torah back and forth, the first time, Itcha, the shikr, is passed out on the bench. He gets up, he wakes up, and he tells him, "Guys, why don't you go out to help him?" But they say, shut up, Yitzhak. Who do you know? What do you know? You don't know the Torah and halacha, how to do it, right? But finally, the second time they get up and they go out. By the time they get to the horse and buggy, the horse already choked to death, and that's it. It's over. They didn't save the horse, and terrible. They come back to the hall, and Itcha the shikr is there, and he hears what happened, and he says, you guys messed up. You should have listened and gone out right away to help, and all that. So not long thereafter, maybe it was the same night or a day or two later, I forget the exact details of the story, that Itcha goes over to Chaikel and tells him that night, Chaikel, I have a favor for you. Please come. I have a feeling that I'm going to leave this world tonight. So please come and to where I am, where I live, and just keep me company. Strange request. Michael hears. But he says, what are you talking about, Itcha? Who said you pass away, and where do you live? But he sees Itcha gets serious. And Itcha says, don't worry, if you think you're going to stop doing Torah, you can bring your Gemara with you and come with me where I am. But I just want you to be with me. Strange. Itcha, he was known as an ignoramus and a homeless, some drunkard, but maybe Chaikel already had a little guilty conscience. What happened that he didn't help the coachman, the horse and buggy. So he decided, okay, he'll make an exception. He took his Gemara, and it was later. He went by himself. Itcha went beforehand home, and Itcha told him the way to get to his house. It's at the end of the outside, the outskirts of the shtetl. Chaikel gets there, and it's this little shack. He opens up, and it's mamish bare bones, barely a board for a bed, and shmatas for a blanket, and a box for a chair and table and what have you. And Itch is in bed already, and he's like, you could see he's not doing his best. He has the shakes and what have you. So he starts learning, and the minutes start ticking by and what have you. And then at one point, Itcha, with his eyes half closed, he opens up and he calls Chaikel. He says, Chaikel, again, I wanted you to know that tonight is the night I'm passing away. So I would like you to when I pass away, I want you to bury me. I tell the Chaver Kadisha to bury me next to the tzaddik of the town, so and so, who is the great tzaddik of the town. So Chaikel says. So I say, okay, Itcha, first of all, who says you're passing away? How do you know you're passing away tonight? And if it is true, who are you to want to be buried in the number one location of the burial site? And not only that, we all know that everyone wanted to be buried there, from this rabbi to tzaddik from a long time, and there isn't even any room there. So Chaikel hears this and he says, do me a favor. Go, he points to the corner. You see over there's that chest, this box. Open it up. Show it to the Chaver Kadisha. When I pass away, show it to them. And when they see it, they'll know they'll understand I should be buried next to this great tzaddik. And I think, okay, before, by the way, okay. I'll fill in one more detail a little later. So the hours went by. Itch, was about to leave, but finally he stayed there. I'm sorry, Chaikel was about to leave, but he pushed it and went on. And lo and behold, yes, eventually, some point in the middle of the night, Itcha passes away. So in the not long thereafter, Chaikel goes to the Chaver Kedisha, calls them. They come to the hut, and he tells them the bizarre request of the town drunkard that he wants to be buried next to the holiest person in the cemetery. He said to look in this box, and once you see there, you'll know that why and how. And they go to the chest and they open it up, and lo and behold, they see it's filled with the most deepest writings on Torah and even in Kabbalah, the most deepest esoteric teachings. Basically, this Itch the Shikr was was a tzaddik nister, a hidden tzaddik, as it's known as. So we know every generation has 36 hidden tzaddikim. So this Itch the Shikr apparently was one of them, and he didn't let anyone know throughout his life how this state. But now he passed away. They found this out. So now the Chaver Kadisha, the burial society, Holy Burial Society. So how great he was. So they went to the cemetery. They said, okay, we want to fulfill his request. But we know there's no space. What are we going to do? But so they said, let's check the cemetery. One last, who knows? They go to the cemetery, and lo and behold, miraculously, they see that there was actually some space there for one more person to be buried. And so it was that the whole town came out, and it was revealed that Itch the Shikr was a hidden tzaddik, and they went and they gave him the greatest honor, horrific burial, and they buried him there. And Mamish was to the highest of the high. So that's the story. Now, going back, if I recall what detail from the story, which I didn't fill in before, is I think, I'm going to have to double check in the story, I think when Chaikel and his friends did not go to help the coachman with the horse and buggy, that Itch the Shikr commented from the bench he was laying on, he said, oh, your feet don't want to go to do a mitzvah, you'll have problems with your feet. Something to that effect. Okay? That's what I think it was. So now, after Itch the Shikr passed away, not long thereafter, this Chaim Chaikel, started developing problems with his feet until the point that he wasn't able to walk. He became crippled. And this is what Chaim Chaikel was saying now, decades later, at his son's wedding, that is the reason why he was like this. Because even though he was a scholar, but he didn't run and to go and bring this great Torah study to help practically to do a mitzvah in the world. You see, Chevra, that's the message here again. Even if you're totally devoted to Torah, doesn't mean to shut off from the world. As we know, as the great teaching from the Alter Rebbe of Chabad, that even when you're studying, you should still have your ears open to the cry of a child, to help a child. The story was that the Alter Rebbe lived upstairs, and his son, the Mittler Rebbe, Rabbi Ber, lived downstairs. And Rabbi Ber was known as someone who was totally devoted to his Torah study, day and night. It said so much, especially to Kabbalah and Chassidus. And the saying was, if you cut his finger, blood would not pour out, but Chassidus would pour out. That's how much he was immersed. So once, Rabbi Ber was downstairs, and he was learning Torah so deeply that he did not hear the cries of his own child crying. However, the grandfather, Rabbi Ber's father, who was living upstairs, heard it, and he came down to take care of the child. And he gave a bit musar, chastised his son, and told him that the ultimate true way of learning Torah is a way that you can always hear a child cry, even if you're in the greatest way of Torah study. Incidentally, there's sayings also about the son of Reb Chaim Brisker, who was known as Reb Velvel Brisker. Reb Velvel Zev Soloveitchik also was in a state of such study at times that he was even holding his child, was crying. He wasn't even aware of it. The son, they say, was Rabbi Yashaber, who became the Rosh Yeshiva of Brisk in Yerushalayim. And I think it was Reb Chaim, the father. Like this is almost like a mimicking the story of the Alter Rebbe and the Mittler Rebbe, that he also came and to take care of the child that Reb Velvel was holding. That ultimately Torah is not to be detached from the world as deep as it is, but to always have a connection and a main line, connected with the real world. That's what it is. It's lishmer velases. It's lilmed l'olamed lishmer velases, to learn and to teach, to keep and to do. So it's the whole. The Torah is also the term hara, instruction, is way to be connected to the world. So the coda to the story with Reb Chaim Chaikel is that there was a great person, a yid there that heard this from, and we knew Reb Chaim Chaikel. I think his name was Shalom or Reb Shimon, maybe Friedman. He actually wrote some svarim. He was known as a great saintly person. Also not a full-fledged chassid, but he had connections with the Rebbe, with Lubavitcher Rebbe. When he heard this story, he wrote the story in a letter to the Lubavitcher Rebbe, to which Lubavitcher Rebbe responded to Rabbi Friedman with telling him to advise Rabbi Chaikel Moletsky that he should learn Chitas. Chitas is Chumash Tilam Tanya, which is the previous Lubavitcher Rebbe set up that every day we should all learn Chumash and Tehillim and Tanya, a portion thereof, a designated part that everyone learns the same quota of material of those three books, of Chumash, of Tehillim, of Tanya, right? That's Chitas. And that the Rebbe said the remedy for Rabbi Moletsky would be if both he learns Chitas and he encourages others to learn Chitas. And the story goes that Rabbi Moletsky took this on, and he also encouraged others to, and that he did heal. That meaning he was able to walk again. I mean, I hear updates in different versions, because ultimately, I think at the end of his life, he ultimately wasn't able to walk, or maybe there was a leg or two amputated. I don't know the exact details, but it seems like certainly this at least prolonged his infirmity, or certainly reversed it at least for a certain period of time, and it did help him, actually put him back up on his feet, literally, in a way. So that's the story. So how is it connected to what we were saying here? Of course, the moral of it is, again, before, that Torah is made to always be open to the real world, to make that connection, right, with the real world. That true Torah study is often when you bring it into the real physical world and practical world, doing to help people particularly. Of course, that's number one. But also the remedy is, and this is my personal take on it, is, what is Chitas? Chitas is a standard pre-designated amount of Torah that is universally studied, whether you're the greatest scholar or the most pashut business person. Everyone is studying, especially a Lubavitcher Chassid who's studying it. Even if you're a truck driver, you're going to learn the Chitas, this standard piece, and that means it's the equalizer of Torah for everyone. It's similar to that what we were saying before, that even someone who's a business person should learn one chapter in the morning, one chapter at night of Torah. In fact, that's why even in davening we have Torah, like in morning prayers, we say Elu Dvarim She'ein Shir is even from Mishnah, so at least we get in some Torah learning that everyone says, even when we daven. Okay. So that is beautiful. So that means that this is the type of Torah that is connecting even the people. It's that representation of Torah that is most in this world for everyone, even the practically oriented people. That's one part. The other is that the word chitas comes from a verse in Torah. It says Vayihi chitas Elokim ala aretz. Chitas actually has a negative connotation, like destruction or desolation, chaos of God, but it says like a certain, in other words, it's a positive force of God, actually, not as much negative destruction, but a certain, well, yes, maybe related to a wrathful force, but something. But the point is that this is a force of God that comes al ha'aretz, on the earth, right? That means it's connected to the earth, to the land, to planet Earth. So again, it is connecting Torah with the way it comes down into the land. Like we were saying before, the Torah portion, the Har Sinai, even that which is on the highest state of the Mount Sinai, comes El Haaretz all the way to the land itself. Okay, through our Torah portion of had about the laws of working 6 years and then Shemitah, leaving it fallow for a 7th year. All this, like that's the Shabbos in the 6 days, and just like we have 6 days a week, and then the Shabbos in our week. So there's 6 years of work through the land and a Shabbos year of Shemitah, right? That's the point. We're taking the state of the most sublime, the Torah Har Sinai, bringing it down into the world. And that again is the MO of Rabbi Shimon Yochai, to take even the deepest teachings and bringing it down here into the world. And this connects also both with, like we mentioned briefly earlier, the whole project of Matan Torah, because again we're now in the days count up rather to Matan Torah. What is Matan Torah? Giving a Torah Mount Sinai. So the Medrash says that until giving a Torah Har Sinai, it was 2 separate divisions. There was heaven and earth. The Torah says it's like the people of Rome and people of Syria. 2 separate kingdoms, and one is higher than the other. But then there's the great emperor comes, and he wipes away the boundaries of the nations, of the people. And he says, no, Chevra, you could all mix together. Syrians with Romans and vice versa. Right? And come on, people. So too, there was a gezerah, a decree, that the upper dimensions of the world, the spiritual, stay only on the spiritual plane, and the physical lower be below. Comes Matan Torah, and the Matan Torah breaks the gezerah, and this is the place where God says no, there's no more separate zones, but it's all one, bringing heaven down to earth, or rather, even more so, elevating heaven and revealing elevating earth and revealing that it has it as part of heaven. In fact, in the Medrash it says, not even though practically first God came onto Mount Sinai and then Moses went up, or what have you, that's the up and down, right? That the down is God from above, is Vayed Hashem al Sinai, coming down to Mount Sinai. The up is that Moses is going up the Mount Sinai, and they meet there, right? But the Medrash proceeds and says the bottoms go up. Why? Because the whole aim of revealing the godliness in the world, that godliness is in the world all alone, is not as much as just to bring down from above, top bottom, as trickle down, as Torah economics, let's call it, spiritual economics, let's call it. Lahavdil or not, it sounds a little like Reagan economics, right? For those who remember the 1980s, trickle down, right? Which is amazing. It has an effect, but the primary focus is to elevate the down. No, not just that we're overwhelmed, like with great revelation from above. And again, that was what Pesach did, great revelation from essence. But even more is the transformation from below to elevate it. And more to refine down here, even that which seems like crass or dirty and what have you, and to perfect it and make it a vessel for the divine down here in this world. And that is the ultimate. That is mitzvah in the practical world, where even prayer is represented by bottom up, not top bottom. Okay. So that is what Mount Torah achieves. It erases that division between the 2 realms of spiritual and physical, and extend them and make it one entity, holistic rapport. And that is why also, even it says, even before Mount Torah, the patriarchs, matriarchs kept the Torah mitzvah, kept the mitzvah. It's true. However, that was for their personal observance, even before the Torah was given, even though they didn't have to. But it didn't necessarily transform the physicality of the world. Either they did it more on the spiritual level to begin with, more representational than in the physical world. And even if they did do it in the physical world, it didn't necessarily make it mamish, permeate the physicality of the world with the holiest of holy. It's Dafka Matan Torah that achieved that. It was able to mamish, merge the spirit or the divine realm with the physical realm. Okay? As we said before, the preamble of Matan Torah on the mystical level and the Pnimat Torah level is Lag Bomer, right? Lag Bomer is, as we said, is mentioned as the Matan Torah of the innermost of Torah. So meaning that Lag Bomer too is a time to dissolve this separation of the spiritual realm or divine realm with the physical realm, and that is represented in two proof texts of the name of Lag Bomer. So the mystical commentators give two verses in the Torah or references in the Torah to Lag Bomer. One is that in Genesis, Bereshit, it says that when Yaakov was to part from Lavan, they were about to leave, and after they made up ostensible peace, and they decided to demarcate their realms. Like Yaakov was to go to the Holy Land, what have you, and Lavan was to stay there. That where is one Lavan's territory and what is Yaakov's? So what they did is they took a bunch of stones and they made a mound out of it, right? And they called it Galed. This is what you could look it up in where is in Parshat Behar. And Galed, and why? Because it says Eid Hagalazeh. That Gal is the Hebrew word for a mound. Like if you remember, we said before that Rabbi Shimon Yochai, when he looked with his vision, he created a mound of bones out of the person, zapped the person. Gal is a mound, okay, and that it's an Eid Hagal, it's a testimony that what point A is Lavan's and point B is and then right, the other side is Yaakov's realm, domain. What's the pshat? Let me ask you, if they want to make a separate territory, why don't they just make a big wall? Lay it down. Then it's clear. You're here, I'm there. What's this thing of making just a marker with a mound, which obviously isn't going to keep people out from one or the other? So actually the commentaries say, and Rashi brings down, it's just that really it wasn't about separating Lavan from Yaakov altogether to just create a wall, but no. It was about creating a space that shows a demarcation. What is this area? What is that area? But being able to just leave the negativity, the bad out from each other's realm. But it would be low enough and navigatable enough that if they wanted to, in the future, do business together, they can still make that exchange, can still communicate from one territory to the other. Meaning, it wasn't a fully solid cutting off partition. It was rather like this semi-porous boundary between the two territories. Okay. So that again, what are these two realms? So, if you remember, months ago when we were learning Bereshis, if you remember, we spoke about, and when we speak about all these let's say all these these negative characters, let's call them in Breshit and Shemos, whether it was Ishmael or Lavan or Esav or Pare, or the 7 kings and what have you, we said, yes, literally they're negative or even represent the impure, the evil, but in a Kabbalistic way, they actually reveal something higher, even more holy than the normal, because the source of what's lower is really coming from higher. So too, that Lavan represents what is known as Loivin Ha'elyon, the supernal whiteness. That means that the whitest, the most white of white, the highest level of absolute purity of holiness. As we know, the holiness is represented by the color white. As we know, Baal Tshuva is turning red into white, right? Say same thing, even the discussion of God in the Idra Rabbah and Idra Zutta with a white beard. It's a white, like, and the garments, like it's in the vision of Daniel, white as snow. Sometimes it says it's like white, like wool of sheep, and kamar nikei, and so on and so forth. So white represents that highest, like it's also known as Toyher Elyon, the supernal purity, the Hira'ila also. It means that's the way the holiness is in the realm of tohu, chaos, before there's a state of tikkun. So in a way, it's actually the most high, the most sublime. Only down here in this world, as we know, everything that is of the highest source comes down to the lowest, manifests in the lowest level, and vice versa. So here too, the Lavan part, in a way, represents the highest mamish, the highest of holy. What does Yaakov represent? Actually, he was a shepherd, and Yaakov, the word Yaakov means the heel. Something that's actually, ironically, even though he was one of the great 3 patriarchs, he actually was in this world. Even though actually Yaakov, unlike Esav, was a person of the tent. Yoshev Aholim, always studying Torah and Yeshiva, Shem and Aver. Unlike his brother Esav, who was running around hunting in the field. He was Ish Sada, actually he says he was in the field a lot. But still, he was... But still, Yaakov represented starting to do things in this world. So the mound, in a way, is saying the partition. So when we say we want to separate Lavan from Yaakov, it's actually saying, in a way, that we're trying to separate from the highest of holy from the real world, physical world. So here comes the teaching of this mound of stones, the Gal 8, the Eid HaGal Hazeh, that we do make a separation between what's above, the highest, most holy, and the below. But it's not an absolute cutoff. It's not just an absolute, like in the parlance that we have, that what of Kabbalah, that which is above Atzilus before, and then there's the Tzimtzum, right, like we've spoken about a lot. But it's this tzimtzum is not there just to cut us off from what is before, above it, that tzilus, or from before the tzimtzum, but rather it is to create, to facilitate, and enable us to go over into our worldly realm with that light. Again, like the mound of stone, it's not a wall. It's creating a demarcation, like there's above and below, but still you could pass over, you could jump, you could walk over, you could walk, you could still go from one zone to the other. You could draw from the Lavan space into the Yaakov space, and vice versa. For good, it's certainly. So this whole partition is actually, ironically, enables so that there's more, that there isn't a messiness, that everything's mixed of holy and impractical and overwhelming of holiness into this world. Obviously wouldn't work. Like we said before, that if the infinite didn't have the vessels of the sphere, just had that direct shine, the world wouldn't be able to exist. So we do need a bit of a separation of the holy from the ordinary, the Kodesh L'chol, as we say, that Havdalah separation. But the Havdalah is not to remain separated, or not to create tall barriers between them. But it is just but that's ironically there to be able to to pass through them, to draw down the holiness from the highest realms down into this world. And so that is what this aid, Hagal, this mound represents. Okay, so moreover, it says that there is the upper Lavan, and then there's also the lower Lavan. There is the actual literal Lavan, which is lower than Yaakov, which is represented by the lowest of the worlds, right? So between Yaakov and the lower Lavan, there's also this mound partition. And there too, it is to say that the holiness of Yaakov is not to just remain in the holy, like we were saying before, not to remain in the tent of Torah study, but to go out into the world. Like Yaakov himself didn't just remain in the tent studying, but he had to go out and work the field for Rachel and Leah 17 years and the whole Megillah, right? So that is, again, to this point of transcending the partitions and really showing that they're amorphous enough that they can be connected, showing that they're separate, that they're two distinct entities, but at the same time to show that they're connected at the same way. Okay, even in Torah too, as much as we say that we get rid of that gezerah, that decree. Gezerah also means from the word cutting, tearing apart. Even though we get rid of the upper and lower, but still, there are things we know. There's levels of holiness, levels of chol, right? There's holy and there's choli, as we like to say. So this is all part of, but this is just a partition in order to enable that there be more revelation. Like the verse, like it says in like the verse says, I think it's in, is it in, yeah, but I think it's in Psalms. Machatzti vani erpe. I divide and I heal. Meaning that sometimes there's divisions set up, but they're made to transcend the division and just to heal that division, to show that it's really one. And then Vanir Erev V'Seina, it says, then I could show and transform even my enemy to my friend. Okay? And then I could confront my enemy and even transform the nemesis into someone that we cherish. Okay. So that is the project here that's happening of Matan Torah and this mound, the word Gal, right? Gal again is Gimel and Lamed, that's 33, the same letters as Lag. That's one proof text. The second proof text is a verse in Psalms, volume chapter 919, which is the words Gal Einai V'Abita Niflois Tersecha. Reveal. Again, there's the word Gal. Here, the word Gal does not mean mound, but reveal. Reveal my eyes, and so I can gaze to the wonders in plural of your Torah. So what's happening here? So here again, it's showing that the mound is also has the meaning for revealing. That's the whole point. The ultimate to reveal is to take from the highest into the world. That's why it says Gal Einai. It's not saying to reveal just the wonders. It means that it should be in my physical eyes to be revealed. The highest realm of what? Niflaot. What niflaot? The word niflaot is nun. It says in Kabbalah, nun plaot. The fifth is nun, 50 plaot. Wonders. Taking that level of like the 50th gate of Bina, the highest of the high, which represents the innermost of Atik Kadisha, and bring that into our revealed openly in our physical eyes. And that transcends, ultimately, that is the ultimate connection from the highest of the high with the lowest of the low. And until it becomes, right, into our very visceral way, in a way of Vabita, of gazing, not just seeing, but in a way of gazing. And this is connected to Rabbi Shimon bar Yochai. Because as we said before, Rabbi Shimon bar Yochai, how many years did he stay in the cave? 13. 12 wasn't enough. If it was just 12, he couldn't connect with the worlds yet. He was still separate from the world. There was still that division between him, the cave, and being in that highfalutin state, Torah, scholarly state, spiritual state, and the real practical world. Why? Because it's brought down in multiple places that the number 12 means things of order, the regular order of the natural realm of the world. There's something known as the 12 angles in the geometry. There's like six facets to a cube, but then there's also like 12 angles. It's called Yud Beis Alach Gevuli Alachsin, the 12 boundaries of angles. Also, we know there's the 12 months of the year. That's a full cycle of the ordinary year. But then there's the number 13. 13 means that which transcends, is beyond the ordinary. Like this year that we have a 13th month, right? The 13, that means this is a special. In time, we are beyond. We're in the higher state of time. And also, like, what else does 13 remind you of? 13 we were talking before, in the past, 13 attributes of mercy, like we learned a few months ago in Shemot, right? And we said that represents the 13 parts of the beard. We went through the Zohar in detail about it. So what is the 13 attributes of mercy? That is something that's beyond even the 10 Sefirot. It's accessing, it says, the Rachamim, that state of supernal mercy that is above all this, that's so much in the super natural state. Let's just say it that way. Meaning not that which is beyond the normal states of nature. So when you are in that realm, what is it? It doesn't mean that you're beyond, outside of the world. It means that you're not limited by the states of this world, that you could permeate that which is the most sublime, number 13, that highest state, which is also the gematria, as we know of, echad, right? And ahava, the love, as we know. Echad is the one, is unifying, because it's the unifier of this most spiritual with the most down to earth as one. And that is accomplished by being 13 years in the cave. And that's why also the Mishnah we spoke about earlier is from Pirkei Avot is Mishnah number 13, incidentally. It's apropos. So this is all here, and this is the number of this, Gal, 30, also with 33, to reveal into the physical world with our eyes. As the Rabbi, I used to hear a lot from the Rabbi say, "Oh, the Mashiach is here, the godliness is here. All we have to do is open our eyes, in our physical eyes, and that will bring it so." So too, the Spirit is here, the Divine is here. All we have to do is just adjust our eyes, get the right prescription for our eyes to see. So this idea of seeing is not just believing, but seeing is the ultimate state of revealing, is connected also with Rav Shimon ben Yochai, because in twofold, this way, that Shimon ben Yochai, because all of Torah itself, there's two ways that it's in the sensory channels. There's two ways that it's described. One is in auditory, right? Like we say in the Talmud, Ta Ushma, come and hear. That's one way. But an even greater way in Torah is visual, and that is why. It's particularly in the Zohar, it doesn't use the term Tashma, come and see, but Tach Chazi, come and hear. And not come and hear like the Talmud, it says Tach Chazi, come and see. Because seeing is more of a authenticating or more of validating something as being true than just hearing. As it says, when you hear something, you hear it parts and parts, and then you put all the parts together, like you hear this word and then that word, or see, you hear, it's information. It's like binary, data, lined up sequence wise, and it's only after you go through enough of the particulars, the details, then you see the whole totality. However, seeing works the opposite. When you see something, you take in the image as a whole first, and only then you start analyzing it, breaking it down into its details. So seeing is all encompassing. That you don't see less the individuation of the details or the particulars. It's one to begin with, and only then you analyze it. Like we said before, that of our Parsha Behar Sinai, the Mount Sinai, that in Torah that even the details were given in the general. Why? Because Mount Sinai giving the Torah the emphasis was more seeing, actually, as like we say, that concept that there was this synesthesia during the giving of Torah, that it wasn't just hearing the Torah, the 10 verses, but everyone saw that which can be heard. It means elevated from that which is just auditory, which is a lower sensory mode, to that higher sensory, transformed into a way of vision. In fact, if you know neuropsychology, the way the senses work in the brain, that that visualization, seeing through the brain, activates 2 to 3 times more of the brain than hearing. Hearing, I think, takes up only maybe 15% of brain energy is activated when you hear something. However, when you see something, it's up to like 40% of the brain being busy to see something. And it's way more complex. Taking it has to go through the occipital lobe and take it through this grid of like pixelation and colors and all that, until it goes from the back and all the way to the frontal lobe, and which integrates into an image in what they call proximal vision on the inside. That takes a lot more brain power than just hearing. So even practically in our heads, so to speak, vision takes a lot more. It's a higher state of awareness even. And we know that even we say in halacha, it says a witness cannot be a judge. Meaning, even if the judge hears testimony, if someone else, what someone else saw or whatever happened, he could still be the judge. But if the judge himself saw the incident, that he can't be a judge and be impartial to rule on that for whatever happened, because once he sees it, it's fully validated to him that that's the way it is. It's way harder to question it or to be objective. So vision is the most highest, most sublime of our senses, certainly more than hearing. Okay. So this is, and that again is this. That is Rabbi Shimon ben Yochai. Rabbi Shimon ben Yochai is a state of revealing Torah in a state of seeing. As we said before, when he left the cave, before he was able to fine-tune his awareness, when he looked with his eyes, he just zapped everything in his presence, like this lahavdil, like Superman's laser eyes, right? Yeah, burning through the steel, melting the steel, or whatever. Right? So he had super spiritual visual powers. Right, and that is the state of the ultimate revelation, and it's precisely because of him that is why it was Dafka Rabbi Shimon ben Yochai was able what was able to ultimately, after the lesson that he received, after that he had to go back in the cave for another year, then to be fully integrated. But ultimately, Hashem Yochai came into this world to bring that highest level of godliness that's on the state of just seeing visual, and bring it to the lowest level of the world out here. What is that lowest level of the world? And here we come into tonight's Sphira. What's tonight's Sphira? Hod of Hod. What is Hod of Hod? We've been speaking every night of this week. Every week, this Wednesday night is the Hod of that week's Sphira. Last week was Hod of Netzach, and we spoke about what Hod is and Netzach. Netzach and Hod are the two calves or 2 feet. Netzach is the right hip, and foot calf, and Hod is the left. Though, parenthetically, according to Kabbalah, it says because they're so unified as one. Actually, is right. It's like 2 halves of one. As we spoke about last week, that actually sometimes it says Hod is on the right and Netzach is on the left. It depends. Most of the time, Netzach is on the right and Hod is on the left. But sometimes, in other words, Hod doesn't just have to be on the left. But be it as it may, Hod is extension. What is it? So if you look at the Sphirot at its base, so it's true that the 3 prime Sphirot, especially on the emotional and motive level, is Chesed, Gvur, and Tiferet. And then Netzach, Hod, and Yesod are known as the branches that are coming out of the core Sphirot, and Chesed, Gvur, Tiferet. That's true. However, if you're looking at the 6, 7 Sphirot altogether as one general whole, as a matrix almost, then what we say is that Yesod and Malchut is already Basar Meguf, is going out of the body entirely. Whereas Netzach and Hod are still part of the body, right? As it is literally. The Yesod and Malchus, which represent the genitalia, is already, they're more appendages that are not part and parcel of the body. Whereas the Netzach and Hod, the 2 hips or calves and what have you, are still part of the body, right? So Hod, therefore, represents the end, the terminus of the base of the body part of the Sphirot. That has to be before it's actually going out literally to that, fully to the outside world. So Hod represents the end of the line, so to speak. What is Hod of Hod? Hod of Hod is like saying the doubleness of this end of the line, meaning that it's that state that is, and it's that represents almost like the earth, the lowest. Like we were saying in the past, Hoda also comes from the word of Hodai, and we'll get to this. Hodaya, like a basin, like Modim. We acknowledge you, God. We even bow down to you, so to be on that the lowest realm. So therefore, it's only Dafka Rabbi Shimon ben Yochai who was tapped into the highest level, the level, as we were saying before, the innermost, deepest of Torah, and even that level of the highest of being in the state of Gal, of revealing, in the state of vision, that he was able to use that vision to go to the farthest. Like we know, it's brought down in Chassidus, we know that like a certain phenomenon, right? It says in Kabbalah that let's say there's something out there on the horizon, like towards the horizon line. It says that you could see farther than you can hear something. That's what it says in Kabbalah. That seeing reaches farther than sound does. Okay? Because being that sound is superior, vision is superior to sound, therefore it could go farther, reach farther. Not only that, vision could also transcend compressed time. And that's why, incidentally, it says that the Arizal, to connect it back to the Arizal, we're learning the Arizal tonight, the Arizal could, in 2-3 hours, was able to see that which it took people 70 or 80 years to see. because the Arizal, who again we said before was a form of reincarnation or impregnation of the soul of Shimon Yochai, manifested this unique spiritual trait of supervision on that level that went even beyond normal physical range. Okay, so this is all represented in Rabbi Shimon Yochai, and in this night of Lag Bomer, which is the time to bring out in the greatest teachings out into the world, which is incidentally why we go out also in the field to play Lag Bomer. I know growing up, we would even have Lag Bomer parades. The Rabbi would come out so much, and I encourage everyone to go online. You could find it. And then afterwards, we'd go out into the parks and feel what's the story, playing in the parks and all that. It's to show that we're bringing it out even into the field, even into the world. And again, we're not even studying. We're celebrating Shimon Yochai. We're giving him honor through fire, through the playing. Incidentally, one of the things that traditionally you play is the children play with bows and arrows. Why? So one reason is because it says that when Reb Shimon Bar Yochai was alive, as we said before, he said that I could exonerate the whole world from judgment. So too, we know the rainbow was created after the flood. God made the rainbow in order to remind all of humanity about not to sin. Right? That means it's a warning sign, basically. That if when things don't go so, the people are not behaving well, that God's sending this message, reminding us that there could be another flood ahead. Okay, so shape up. However, in the days of Reb Shimon ben Yochai, being that he was there to represent and make sure everyone is fine, therefore there was no need for a rainbow. So therefore we use rainbows. But the question is, if that's the case, then rainbow is being used in a negative sense. That means the rainbow is a negative sign. So the Rebbe brings down, actually also the Bnei Yisachar brings down, that he brings down from the Zohar, Yisachar Dinaver, the Munkach come from Bnei Yisachar and such. The teaching that there's actually a Zohar says that there's a positive sign for the rainbow. The rainbow is actually the precursor symbol and sign of Mashiach. And Mashiach is going to radiate with multicolored light. It means it won't just be brilliance of light, but it'll be like in technicolor, like the rainbow. That's what it says in the Zohar. So that means that the rainbow and the colors of the rainbow itself represents the ultimate of Mashiach vision, the way things will be seen then. Okay? So there's a positive twist on it. And again, a way to bring out, almost like you see light, but then you see through a prism, you see all the colors. To reveal not just that the light is revealed, but to reveal what light itself, what it is, that it's full of colors. And that's what the rainbow is. It's connected. But more so, and this I saw the Rebbe bring down, from his first year, 1951, he made a Fabrein Lag Bomer, and he explained the following. So what else does the rainbow represent? He said two things. First is, we know that it says in the weaponry, like Yaakov used, he said that he goes to fight with my sword and my bow. What's the difference of a sword and a bow? A sword is you're fighting your antagonist, but up close, right? It's close. You have to get up into the person's face, near the person's body. And that shows that you're fighting from that close range. The rainbow, the bow and arrow is not unlike a gun these days, but a bow you shoot from a distance. That means the range of a bow reaches farther, right? So it's saying twofold. It's saying both that you could reach to an antagonist that doesn't seem to be so it's even something that seems distant, so to speak, can also be transformed and be in the holy war, so to speak, of oneself or or whatever is our obstacle, and be able to slay it or even transform it to holy, can even be done long distance far. Also saying that the rainbow exemplifies that which has long reach, right? Beyond, again, long range. Not unlike vision that we said before has long range, right? So that too is the rainbow. Again, representing being able to reach to the outer limits, to the farthest point. That's one factor of a bow and arrow. The other is that the bow, especially when you shoot it, like usually they would shoot like with the bow and arrow raised up, and then you shoot back. What you do, you pull the string back and then release. So what are you doing? You're drawing the string to both closer to you but lower. Okay, so this represents that we are doing it, the way we can reach so far is dafka if we're in a state of bittul, of that, again, that surrender, self abnegation, right? A certain state of humility where we're both making personal and we're also lowering ourselves. And when we're in that state, then we could use the bow to reach, to shoot our holy arrows as far as they can go, all the way out. And again, that's the teaching, like Rabbi Shimon ben Yochai, that the Torah was that when you have that bittul, that state of bittul to the will of God, then there's no contradiction of Torah or the world. It's all to fulfill God's mission, which is way. And in that way, you could reach, even if you're the greatest scholar and all that, you could reach to the whole furthest and deepest form. And speaking about the Lubavitcher Rebbe, the Rebbe who was my Rebbe, who I grew up with, something very special about it. It's interesting. You speak to many people. They speak about Rebbe. They look around Chabad so much. You say, "Oh, the Lubavitcher Rebbe, he was a great organizer, a great manager. He had great world vision, setting up Chabad." They see him as almost like a CEO of a company, of an outreach company, or what have you. And that he had certain very worldly, practical, high intelligence, and also to apply it, which is all very true. But the truth is, before the Rebbe became Rebbe, he wasn't known that much. He was known primarily as a scholar. In fact, there's a revealing letter he wrote before he became Rebbe, where he tells someone, he wrote this to the chief rabbi of Bnei Brak, Rabbi Yaakov Lando, that he says, "My nature is not to work in the world outreach. My nature," the Rebbe says, "is just to study day and night." And we know this as a fact. Growing up and all the way through, even when he was in university, wherever, he just stayed for most of his time just studying. And that was his natural domain. It was the Rebbe's Mesirat Nefesh to he had to go against his natural personality to become more of that extrovert, to go out, to be engaged with the world, work in the world, do the whole Shlichus project, the whole Faratzta, everything that the Chabad is known for is ironically wasn't the Rebbe's real natural way that he was until he was Rebbe. It was he had to almost like transform himself. Who are we to talk about him or what to do, how he was or is, and what have you? But it seems quite obvious from his biography. He did gradually start working, especially the last decade before he became Rebbe. His father-in-law, previous Mach Rebbe, gave him more and more responsibilities to get into activities and running organizations and all that. But even then, he was always preoccupied with Torah day and night. And even later when he was Rebbe, he was every moment, whenever he can, he was learning Torah. And not only that, his Fabrengens and whatever was full of teaching Torahs, and not only the teach Kabbalah and Chassidus, but even just Gemara and stuff. He would make siyums on this Masechta and that Masechta multiple times a year, and really all of Torah was open to him in such ways. And not only, ironically, he actually the more advanced in age the Rebbe got, the more the interpretations of Torah he gave were more practically oriented that even a 5-year-old can understand. Like he was so known to give these amazing teachings on Rashi, which is made primarily for a commentary for children, and he would show the deepest insights on the most seemingly most simple pshat of Torah. And again, taking even from that state of even though he was this great scholar, but bringing it out into the world. And that, so again, it wasn't needing to close the books in order to be engaged in the world, but rather the Rebbe was getting rid of this partition between Torah and action, but showed that it is one entity where Torah and action, they're one. What is it? To serve God. And this one motto, to serve God, is accomplished by these two halves, but it's two halves of one whole. Like we say, Netzach and Hod are two halves, and that is to bring it to the lowest, the highest. What is this lowest realm? Again, for tonight is Hod of Hod. That Hod of Hod is brought down in Chassidus the following. Hod, as we've been speaking in the past, means that one is not only surrender, one is acknowledges as if there's something greater, admits to something higher than oneself. Hodaya, right? What is Hod of Hod is a lower level of acknowledgement to something higher. And the metaphor example is given for, I'd say, that you have a super genius, right? Let's say Einstein comes up with an amazing idea in physics and relativity. It's the very beginning of relativity. Then you have someone who's smart. He's not as smart as Einstein, but he's above average. And he hears Einstein explain it with Einstein's chiddush, innovation, great discovery or idea. So he doesn't fully understand the depths and the whole theory through and through. But since he's himself, the inferior smart person, the lower than Einstein, he knows the subject generally, not as advanced, and he knows it enough that he recognizes that there's something very, very intelligent here that Einstein is saying. And it's a big thing. And he realized that Einstein's smarter than him, obviously. So even though he doesn't fully understand it, but he still acknowledges that this is, whatever it is, E equals MC squared is a great idea, chiddush, that time and space is not absolute, it's really relative, and blah, blah, blah. So maybe he doesn't know all the details of all the sequences and algorithms and what have you, but he has a general grasp, and he trusts and he believes, knowing that this is someone greater in intelligence. So he acknowledges it. But where is his acknowledgement of the truism of the superior genius's idea to his? That in itself took some intelligence. It's precisely because he's somewhat intelligent, therefore he could understand that this person has a superior intelligence to him, right? So there's a hodaya here, there's an acknowledgement here, but it's a direct acknowledgement of the first order, that my knowledge is inferior to your knowledge, Mr. Einstein, and I understand enough to realize that I don't fully understand. Okay, so it's still a bittul, it's still a certain surrender to Einstein's level, but it's not all the way, because it's still, what is the ultimate acknowledgement? Is someone who has absolutely zero knowledge of physics, who's totally a simpleton, is not educated at all, doesn't know any. That person doesn't even know that he does, that he, when he hears Einstein or tries to read the paper, to him it's gibberish. It's not. So his acknowledgement is to the second order. It's his admitted. His hodaya is a hodaya of hodaya. He's acknowledging that he can't even understand a scintilla of anything to know that he doesn't know. Right? So that is the lowest level of intelligence, is that the double hodaya. In our Sphira talk is Hod Shebahod, represents that. That's the lowest level. That he doesn't have even any access to what is higher. But the aura and just seeing the way that Einstein's expressing him, that he recognized that there must be something there. He sees how excited Einstein is, and that, and delight about it. And so he says, there must be something. But he doesn't even begin to understand that anything at all. And yet, he surrenders to the genius of Einstein. So that is Hod of Hod. And that also, in davening, we say two things. There's the regular modim, and we say in Shemona Esrei, modim anachnu lach, right? So that is direct. It's like we have some access to experiencing or feeling or being aware of the godliness, but of course God is greater. So then we say modim anachnu, we acknowledge to you, or it's not just modim, we thank you, but we acknowledge that you that you are greater than us, right? But then there's another modim. What's the second modim? That's the modim, we say modim de Rabbanan, the modim of the rabbis, meaning that's another level. Like we say, there's things of Torah itself, and there's things of the Rabbanan, midiraisa midirabbanan. Rabbanan is a step away from the core of Torah, right? So too in davening, there's the main modim, and then there's the modim de Rabbanan that was added by the Rabbanan that we say in response to the Shliach Tzibor, the person who's leading the Shemona Esrei. We say this while he's saying modim. And what is in the prayer of this modim? It begins with modim anachnu lach, but how does it end? Al sha'anu modim lach, beyond that which we acknowledge you, modim lach. That means there's a double modim here. We're being modim that we are moda to you. Okay? So it's not just modim, but modim of modim. So again, meaning that we're another degree away from the source, and that means we're further. So that is tonight. Hod of Hod represents this most distant state, and Dafka, in this most distant state, this is where Rabbi Shimon ben Yochai's highest level of sharing in Torah reaches. Okay. And that is also connected with our Parsha. Why? Because if you see in our Parsha, as we mentioned before, it talks about Shemitah. Right, that's the first law. But then it goes to other things. It goes into if you need to, if you sell your things, what to do. If you sell your property, you sell your house, and when can you get it back by Shemitah or Yovel, and when not? Because when you sell the land or what have you, then you get it back at Jubilee Yovel, right? The 50th year. What happens with other things? So it goes through a degrees, and then what happens? Let's say a servant. What happens if you sell yourself? You owe money. You have to sell yourself as a servant. Like we said, this also in Parsha Mishpatim. Sell yourself, right? And then it said and then Torah, the end of the parsha leads up to even if you have to sell yourself to a non-Jew, to a Gentile, it's the lowest level. And as Rashi says, and it's all steps, gradations, that if you don't follow the proper way, then you're going to go one level lower. Not only are you going to be just working the field, but you're gonna have to sell things off of your house first possessions, and then your property, then even your house, and then you even have to sell yourself, not even just to a fellow Jew, but even to a non-Jew, till a state that the parsha says at the end that it has to warn us that if you become you sell yourself to slavery to a non-Jew, then the Torah has to warn us that still you're not allowed to follow in your master's way, meaning if your master is an idolater or doesn't keep Shabbos or what have you, then you have to still keep. You can't say just because I am the possession of my master, therefore I follow all the master's ways. But no, you have to still remember that you're a Jew and you're supposed to still keep Shabbos and not worship idols. And what is that? That's basically representing again the levels of distance that we can go from the source, from the Mount Sinai source, away, even to the farthest realms. And we're even in the state of a mamish, that we're even tempted to idolatry, like and what have you. But no, that even there, we're supposed to serve God, and actually. And this way, we're going to loop everything back, what we're learning, back to what we've been discussing about Shabbos. Okay, so because this is what's telling us that this Mount Sinai could go all the way down, even if you're down again in that state of slave. Don't think that just because you're in the world, in the distance, that therefore you're caught up in the world, therefore you should follow the way of the world. But no, remember that you're still always connected to the Har Sinai, Mount Sinai. I'm just looking up the Rashi at the end of our Parsha. Rashi, that's what it says. It says everything that I just told you. Don't think just like because your master is doing it, therefore you should do it. And just always mind, even in your lowest, farthest, most distant place, you're still connected with God, with the Mount Sinai. And that's why also the very last verse of the Torah is, as we began tonight discussing this week's Torah portion, ends off also with, like it does in other places, there's brought down the mitzvah of Shabbos again. The very last verse of the Torah portion is, keep my Shabboses, note, it says in plural, Umikdashai tiro, and my sacredness you shall fear, have awe. Ani Hashem, I am God. And that's how the parsha finishes. So again, it begins with mentioning Mount Sinai, ends off with Shabbos. Why? Because that's the point, that even when you're at your farthest realm, and wherever you may be, you're still never disconnected, detached. You're still connected always to the source of Hashem, Ani Hashem, that I am, to the Ani of God. The Ani, which is that state of transforming the Ayin, the nothingness, to Ani, to the God Ani. And in that state of Yud Ke Vav Ke, which is higher, the highest state. And how is that? By consecrating, both as in the beginning of the parsha says land, making a Shabbos of the land itself, the earth, the soil. And at the end, even of time, even if you're in a state where you're ownerless of land, you sold yourself to you have nothing, but you still have time, and you can still keep time possession. You know, the famous teaching that, like saying Abraham Joshua Heschel has this in his book Sabbath, that Judaism is focused more on time than space. This probably applies more during times of exile, that we don't have a temple and all that, and don't have full that we create holiness of time like it's creating holiness of space. But the truth is, in our Torah portion with the laws of Shemitah and what have you, we see it's both. It's sound. The beginning of the parsha is speaking about sacred geography, right? Of space, of making it holy, resting the land, making Shabbos of the earth, and it ends off with sacred time, making Shabbos. And now there's another point here also, twofold. If you notice, I mentioned it doesn't say keep, that God at the last verses keep or protect my Shabbos in singular, but it says my Shabboses in plural. What does this mean? And also the beginning of the Parsha, it says, it also uses that for the 7th year, Shemitah is Shabbat Shabbatzim, double Shabbos. So what's going on? What is this doubleness of Shabbos? And Shabbos of land, Shabbos of time. So to answer this, we'll also add another question to the picture. And that is, if you look at the beginning of the Parsha, it says, after it says that God tells us he said from Mount Sinai about Shemitah, it says, when you will come to the land that I will give you, guys, you're now in the desert, you're about to enter the land of Israel. When you get there, then V'shav Sa'ar Shabbos Hashem, then you should rest Shabbos Hashem. So the obvious question is, no. Doesn't the rest come after the work? Like we know, how does it work for our Shabbos? You have 6 days you work, and then you rest. Right? So too, when Israel came to the land, when the people of Israel came to the land of Israel, it should have said in the Torah first, work 6 days, as it does to the verse after that. It says, work 6 days you will plant your field and trim your vineyard and gather your wheat, and then the 7th year you should rest. But no, it seems almost redundant. First, not only is it redundant that he mentions the resting the land twice, but he precedes the work with the rest, saying that there's resting in the land, right? What's going on here? More right? So the answer is similar to Shabbos too. And this explains two things, also in Shabbos. But at times we say, like Shamar at the Shabbos, to protect the Shabbos. Sometimes it says Lasot at the Shabbos, to make the Shabbos, or even to create the Shabbos. What's going on? Because the answer is that there's two general states of Shabbos. There's the Shabbos, there's absolute Shabbos, means the Shabbos on your clock, on your calendar. That every 7th Friday evening at sunset, Shabbos comes in. Whether you like it or not, Shabbos. It's ontological Shabbos, let's call it. It's the Shabbos that has nothing to do even whether we work or not, whatever we do. It is Shabbos. As the Zohar says, Shabbos is mekatshe v'kaima, is consecrated as holy by itself. It's a dependably continuous absolute holiness of Shabbos. Like we spoke last week, unlike the holidays that are dependent on the eyewitness of the new moon, right? And therefore, technically, the Pesach or Sukkot could actually be different days of the middle of the month. It doesn't even necessarily, if they erred and they called it the wrong day, it's the new moon. That could technically even be not on the full moon, right? Because it's not stably, absolutely every specific time. Days, where Shabbos is. So that's one aspect of Shabbos, of holy, that is absolute, holy ontologically, irregardless of our input of it or anything. Right? Then there's the second type of Shabbos. Second type of Shabbos is the Shabbos that comes through our work, through our effort. Like we say, Zachar at the Shabbos likatshoy, to make it holy. Not only that it's just absolute ontologically holy, but it's holy through our subjective involvement. Likatshoy, to make it holy. Remember Shabbos, to make it holy. Or even we do it. We make Kiddush. You don't just, of course, Shabbos, we stop, we don't do any work, and it is Shabbos whether we make it or not. But we add to this by doing our own input into making Shabbos even holier, let's say. Right? And in fact, the teachings, if you see, even it says in Ten Commandments, it doesn't just say keep the 7th day holy rest. No, part of the way, almost part of the mitzvah Shabbos is to work 6 days and to do your work 6 days from Sunday to Friday is part of, in a way, part of keeping Shabbos. And as we know practically, that, when do you really appreciate leisure vacation? It's tafka someone who's busy the whole time working, and then you take off to go on vacation for a week. Now it's not. But if someone is unemployed, or if someone is living on a trust fund, or is a multi-billionaire stock trader and doesn't do any really work, then they don't really appreciate the rest of vacation, right? It doesn't mean, because they're in the state of almost Shabbos the whole time anyways. So in a way, our input, our work in the week, that enhances the rest of Shabbos and makes it all the more holy, more greater. Okay, so this is the two parts of Shabbos, and as like in Kabbalah it speaks about, there's a Shabbat Ila'ah, there's this high up supernal Shabbos, and there's a Shabbos Tata, and a lower Shabbos below. So and in general terms, it says that, like it's brought down in Midrash, I think, that God gifted us Shabbos. It was a gift, given a gift from above. So on the one hand, what's a gift? You don't work for it. It's freebie, right? True. But after we get this freebie, we're supposed to work with whatever we're given. Like we've been learning throughout, that it's through the energy in the higher realm of tapping into Atika Kadisha we reach on Shabbos, that we are re-energized to work for the subsequent week. So that's what happens. And then once we accomplish our work, then we could appreciate the next Shabbos. We get to the Shabbos in a whole higher way. In Kabbalistic and Hasidic terms, it's called Isarusa de Leila, the awareness from above, that comes down from above. That is the Shabbat Ilah, the supernal Shabbos. And then there's the Shabbat Tata, the lower Shabbos, is what our work in it, our investment, and taking it to a higher level. Okay? And that's why the last verse that we mentioned of the Torah is as Shabbos Tishmeru, right? That's the double Shabbos. This double Shabbos means the upper Shabbos and the lower Shabbos that we've been talking about. All right, and meaning that that they're both necessary and they're both there for us. Meaning, the gifted part of Shabbos from above gives us the power to work on Shabbos to make it higher, even, right? Like the best of gifts. I don't know if you know that, but I guess a parent or a child is not just a gift that the kid gets just to have fun with, appreciate, but it's a type of gift that the kid has to go and do something. Has to assemble the pieces, or if it's a puzzle, to figure it out. Something that right, activates, brings out in the child himself the child's talents to make the gift even greater, something even greater. So that's the doubleness of Shabbos. And just like it's with Shabbos, it's so too with Shemitah and the Shabbos of the land. That's why right away, even before speaking about working the land for 6 years, the first thing is God tells us, rest. Know that there's a state of Shemitah of the land itself already has a certain sacredness of Shabbos, existentially, ontologically, as we say. And once that is there, and you know that the earth of the Holy Land is infused with this Kedusha, this holiness, of the Kedusha Sa'aris, the holiness of the land, on this level, then you work the land on a whole other level for 6 years, and then you really appreciate the Shemitah. When you leave it fallow, then the holiness really seeps through and through into the deepest and lowest, ways. As we were saying before, that that which can reach in the lowest and deepest indicates it's coming from the highest source. Okay. Now, these two modes of Shabbos, the objective or ontological Shabbos, and then the Shabbos subjective Shabbos, the Shabbos with our input, is also brought down in Chassidus and Kabbalah, is reflected by the two main times of Shabbos. That there's Friday night Shabbos and there's Shabbos by day. That Shabbos by night is represented by the lower Shabbos, actually. Meaning that before Shabbos, we're actually given Shabbos at the very beginning of Shabbos. And that's Kabbalat Shabbat, we receive Shabbos. In fact, I don't know if you know this, but where is it? There is Havo. When we say in Kabbalat Shabbat, in the second pasuk, we say Hishtachavu laHashem b'hadrat kodesh, right? Bow to Hashem b'hadrat kodesh. Hishtachavu laHashem b'hadrat kodesh is an acronym. It's 4 letters. Hey Lamed Beis Kuf. It's basically the word Kabbalah backwards. Hey Lamed Beis Kuf. Hishtachavu laHashem b'hadrat kodesh. Okay, just so you know. So that means that this beauty of holiness that we're saying we're bowing down to on Shabbat, this is the state of that we're in a state of receiving the gift. Yet, when we receive this gift of Shabbos, Friday evening, we don't keep it just a gift, but we work on it Friday night. We like we say, Ashabara Lakim Lasos, Vayichulu, and we make Kiddush, and we daven. That means we're already beginning to put in our holy work, at least for Shabbos, to enhance the Shabbos, to make it our Shabbos. We go from just Shabbos being Shabbos, V'shamru b'nei Yisrael as the Shabbos, that's level number 1, we're just keeping it. We go Lasais as a Shabbos, to make Shabbos. To make it, and for posterity. Right. And so it's this lasses, and or the level of also shabara lakin lasses, also creating to make. So this is what's going hand in hand. Friday night is the time that we're taking that which we receive, the upper Shabbos, and we're elevating it and making it from the lower Shabbos. Practically, it's also, as we've shown on the chart earlier, Friday night is the lower elevation from the upper brio, or from Malchut of Atzilus to up to the top of Atzilut, but so that's the lower Shabbos, so to speak. But then that's the lower unity of Shabbos. If you remember when we were learning Kigavna, even we're speaking about the two unities, the unity of below, unity above, the Echad Be'echad, the 1 plus 1. And 1 and below, 1 with what? That's what we think. Friday night is the lower unity of Shabbos. And then Shabbos day is the upper unity. Because Shabbos by day, we're tapping into the way things are up there in Atika Kaddish itself, in that most ontological way. Only the difference is that Shabbos afternoon, we're able to extend it and draw it down into the world here. When? In Shal Shuddis, right? Shal Shuddis, the third meal, which is the time when you speak mainly Torah. And that's why the verse at the end of the Parsha, after it says, my Shabbat should keep, and all that, it says, Mikdashay Tirao, and my holiness you should fear. What is my holiness? My holiness is God's holiness. That is Torah itself. Because our holiness is the Beit HaMikdash that we build here. But Torah is the holy from above that comes down unadulterated. The wisdom, the holiness of God is drawn all the way down, like we were learning, like we were speaking about earlier at depth, that both revealed, and especially the inner concealed parts, esoteric parts of Torah, represents the highest of the high. And that comes down from up, trickle down, right? So that is what we draw down on Shabbos too, all the way down. And even if we're at the end of Parsha, a state of total slave, even a slave, and totally out in the most distant place from holiness, But know that when we put our input of our lower Shabbos, we make it, we activate what we are gifted, and make that gift even better, enhance it even higher to the greatest realm, then we reveal that connection, that it's all one, from the most distant to the core, from Mount Sinai to the farthest land, from the innermost of teachings of Rabbi Shimon Yochai to the lowest sphere of like we're at now, Hod of Hod. And incidentally, Rabbi Shimon Yochai is associated with Hod another way, because Moshe Rabbeinu what's a verse, and brought down in Medrash and in other places are that Hod, that Gori Nasan Hod. It says even that God, it says in Parshat Pinchas, that God gave his Hod, and that's in the honorific way, like the aura glow Hod to Moses. And Rabbi Shimon Yochai, as we said before, was almost the Moses of Pnimiyat Torah, the innermost secretive parts of Torah. So much so, it says in the Zohar that Rabbi Shimon Yochai, another statement Rabbi Shimon Yochai said about himself is that until from Moshe Rabbeinu until me was given Torah and was revealed, but from me, what I am revealing now won't be revealed like this until Mashiach comes, right? So Shimon Yochai was putting himself up there in the chain of dissemination, from that, basically, like we say, Moshe ad Moshe lo kam Moshe. You ever heard that verse? That saying that from Moses to Moses no one stood like Moses, which was usually refers to Moshe Rabbeinu, Moses, and to Maimonides. But in this way, really, it's Moshe ad Rabbi Shimon lekam kemoham, that no one was like that. But that's it, from Moshe, Rabbi Shimon Yochai, and then Mashiach. Though there are a couple more people between Rabbi Shimon Yochai and Mashiach, by the way. As we mentioned before, there are those that say that Arizal, Isaac Luria, was also a form of Rabbi Shimon Yochai for his period. And then, I know, especially according to Breslov, the Breslivers say that Reb Nachman is a continuation of the Arizal. Okay? So that's the line that way. And they all call it the impregnation, the ibur of each soul in the other. And then comes Mashiach. Okay? It says that Moses, Hugal Rishon, Hugal Acher, Moses, the first and last Redeemer, that means that Moshe and Mashiach are intimately connected, because Mashiach is going to ultimately reveal fully the Torah all the way. Though it also says actual Matan Torah was only once, that there's a certain advantage only to Moshe. We know the gematria of Mashiach is Moshe plus 13. Okay? So we could say that 13, as we were learning till now, it's again just on the top of my head now, is as we're saying that Rav Shimon Yochai personifies that 13. Right? So maybe that's the point. Moses plus Rabbi Shimon Yochai equals ultimately everything that Mashiach will reveal ultimately. And certainly we're already in that state, especially starting tonight, of revealing. It says that, there's the word Tov Leiv, or Leiv Tov, good heart. Leiv is 32. Tov is 17. 32 plus 17 is 49. That's the 49 days of Sphira. That means starting tonight, the 33rd night, we're starting into the realm of Tov, of good. And that Tov, what's the ultimate Tov? Is both Tov l'shamayim, Tov l'briyot. Whatever's good for heaven is good for us in the earth creation. As we said before, Keser Shem Tov, the crown of the good name, which is doing practical mitzvot, things, good deeds in the world. That's exemplified by with the word Tov. There's also Tov Leiv Mishta Tamid. That's where the word Tov Leiv, the good heart, comes from. Mishta Tamid, of eating. Always it's said about, it's brought down End of Shulchan Aruch for why to have some celebration for small Purim Katan. That means to be embodied with actual food and drink. It brings out a good heart, a hearty heart, as we say. That's also Tov. What's the other thing of Tov? Where's the first time that Tov is brought down in the Torah? It has to do with light.
Third day of on the third day,
first day.
When like God said, it's good twice.
Right, that's Tuesday. That's twice. But the first time is Vayar Hashem.
The first day, light and dark, right?
Right.
Yeah.
That's
light
so
and
darkness,
light and darkness.
That's why, right. So
the first day,
it's called the that's good. Right, very good. And that is ultimately also having to do with light from the beginning of creation, which we know is stored away for the ultimate light of Mashiach, or revealing. And as we said, and we were saying all along here, that the M.O. of Rabbi Shimon Yochai is to reveal. Reveal, Gale nights with the Lamed Gimel, to reveal. It's also to reveal the light. And incidentally, that's another reason why we have we make the bonfires for Lag Bomer, to bring ultimate maximum light and to show more than throughout the year, to show that we're looking forward not only to Rabbi Shimon Yochai's light, but the light of Mashiach that will be revealed, restored from the beginning of the world. Another reason why we make the bonfires and specifically fire is because if you look also when we say Kabbalat Shabbat, we say in chapter 29 of Psalms, right? We do a Havol, and then we say Kol Hashem Amayim, Kol Hashem Bakach, Kol Hashem Bahada, Kol Hashem Sheba Razim. You do Kol Hashem Chesed, Kol Hashem Yachel, Kol Hashem. So how many calls are there? Kuf Bav. How many voices are there in that psalm? There's 7. Okay. What is the 5th call? Is the call that cuts through like fire. Lahavas Eish. What is the sphere of Hod this week? Is week number 5. So that represents the 5th call, the 5th voice. And as we said before, that so much of giving Torah and about Lag Bomer is taking the auditory, making it visual. That here's again, we're taking the call, the voice, and making it flames of fire. Okay? What's another connection, another reason why we make the bonfires? Is because, if you remember, we spoke about last week, and mentioned it in parenthetically this week, about eyewitnesses needed to announce the new moon. If you saw the sliver of the new moon, you need 2 witnesses. They came to the court, the Beth Din in Jerusalem, and then once they verified it, then they would light a bonfire. It's called a Madura, from one hilltop, and then they would light hilltop to hilltop till it spread throughout the land of Israel, out and even outside of Israel, right? So these were great fires that were made. Now this went on for a while until during the Roman period they abolished it. The Romans stopped. That is how the whole eyewitness testimony for new moon stopped, and then we came to rely on the calendar, which was made by Hillel the younger, the grandson of Hillel the elder. So that happened. That was a Roman thing, that they stopped the fires. What was Rabbi Shimon ben Yochai? As we mentioned before, the story from the Gemara Shabbos, he was a rebel. He stood up. He protested. He badmouthed Rome, that they don't mean it for the benefit of the citizens, but they're just doing all these public projects and works for their own profits and gains and what have you. And so much so that's why Rabbi Shimon ben Yochai had to run away and hide in the cave for 12 years, because the Romans were pursuing him. Because what happened was, someone there who overheard, one of the people, actually he was one of the rabbis, but I think he inadvertently loose-tongued and let word out that Rabbi Shimon ben Yochai spoke against the Romans, and the Romans found out, and that's why they were starting to go after him, and that's why he had to run away and hide. So basically, Rabbi Shimon ben Yochai was the nemesis, the one who fought Rome. So it's only natural that we celebrate him with bringing back the bonfires that the Romans extinguished. And we're saying we're re-illuminating even, to a higher state, okay? So that is the thing. And again, What is fire? Fire is to reveal, to light, to bring vision to the farthest, like the bonfires on the hilltops. The fires to see as far as you go. And that again is the point of revealing the essence of God, the Ani Hashem, the very essence, all the way to the farthest place. So just to wrap this up, hopefully at least part with, again, to go loop it back to why Lag Bomer and why at the end of this, in the Idra Zuta, in the small Zuta, that gathering where the last day, Rabbi Shimon ben Yochai, again, as mentioned before, it says the whole room was, it says the house was surrounded with fire as he was teaching. And then when he was passing away, when he passed away, the house was surrounded with fire. And that there was fire that, again, it meant for leading the procession of the funeral. So again, that's the reason why we also make the fire. And as we said, he said he wants it to be called a wedding celebration, not a day of sadness, of mourning, mourning, but a day of joy, even though it's the day of his passing. Like a wedding, mamish. What is a wedding? A wedding is not just to have the unity. It's two things: both the unity of bride and groom, which is as we were saying before when we were learning in the song for Zamir Shach, and we're showing the unity of the wine and the cup, or the unity of the two bundles of myrtle together, right? So that's all unity, one way. But then there's also the way of manifesting the most highest and seemingly transcendental states of spirituality or divinity into the most physical, concrete world, aspects of this world. And there's nothing in this world that exemplifies that more than birthing, procreation. It says that the power to create is basically almost like a godly power. And also the DNA, or the power to procreate for generations ad infinitum, is the most is the closest to infinity that us finite humans will ever experience or be part of. That we can create children, and those children could create their children and their children for generations, for forever to come, so long as the world exists, obviously. That shows that we have the potential of infinite power. Where's this power to create and to go on forever come from? That's tapping into the ultimate infinite powers of all, of the divine infinity. Kayach Ein Sof, the power of Ein Sof, is coming from the essence of God, or the Ein Sof, the infinite light. So that is taking that highest light and bringing it into the physical world, mamish. Okay, and that is the most. And that is the ultimate connection of the practicalities of married life, the practicalities of family life, of children, and we know that once people have children, even if you're a great professor, academic scholar, we were talking about before, you have to hear the cry of a child. It anchors us in the real world, in the physical world, right? So that shows that again, the connection from the highest of the high is dafka expressed when we're connected with the lowest of the low, or bringing it down into the gashmius, the most lowest of the low. And this also connected to the word gashmius. Gashmius means physicality. It also comes to the word to geshem, rain, right? Rain. It comes to what? Through our work. It says, like in the beginning of Genesis, that there was no rain because there was no work in the land, so there was no need for it. So rain and working the land are interconnected. So when we work in the land, then we could bring down the blessings, the gishmei bracha, the blessings that's channeling down into a physical state of geshem, of rain. This is also connected with another story with Rabbi Shimon ben Yochai, that says in the Zohar that once there was a drought in Israel and there was no ability, and the mamish, the people needed water, rain. They didn't know what to do, so they went to Rabbi Shimon ben Yochai, said, Rabbi, we need rain. So what did Rabbi Shimon ben Yochai do? He didn't start praying. he started a Torah. He started giving a whole teaching on the verse, Hine matov manayim sheves achim kan yachad. How pleasant it is for when the brothers sit together as one, right? So what's the connection? We know there's another story in the Talmud about people needing rain drought, and they went to ask someone, and he prayed. Who was that? That was Choni Hamago. Choni, the old man Choni, who made a circle. He said, I'm not leaving the circle until there's rain. There's a whole Gemara about this, and I think it's in Tainus. Megillah, somewhere Tainus. And then he went to sleep. But for many years, he's the original Rip Van Winkle. Before Van Van, he also fell asleep for many years, woke up, and the world was changed, and he didn't have his study partner, and what have you. But in Choni's case, when he was praying for rain, it says it didn't come down so easily. He had to pray really hard, and when he did, came rain. It was in torrents. It started flooding. He had to pray again that the rain stop or lessen. It wasn't so easy. So what's going on? Because praying, yes, accesses, but it accesses in a way on our terms. That down up. We pray down here for the prayers to go up. It's called in academia, they call it theurgy. That our practice down here makes an effect above, right? So it's all based on our limited states, our limited ways of words and praise and praying to God and what have you. But then we try to reach up to get to the source. But there's a certain asymmetry. That in a way, or asynaptic, I think they call it also, where you get mamish, reach it all the way, ultimately perfect. Why? Because we're talking about people on a lower level, that we can only access things on our terms, and then try to begin there, and then try to get to a state where we could ultimately get there, but we'll never ultimately reach it. Rabbi Shimon ben Yochai was different. Rabbi Shimon ben Yochai was already on the highest of high level. Like we said before, he's represented by Shabbos. And there's also, Zohar says, who is that Rabbi Shimon ben Yochai is referred to the master of the face of God, even a state of almost as divine as a human could be. That's who Rabbi Shimon ben Yochai was. And he was on that level, almost the God level. So being that he was on that level, he didn't need to go through a level of prayer even. He could just tap into Torah as it is in its most pristine form, in its pure source way, and then draw it down, make it rain down as is, right? As we said before, Rabbi Shimon ben Yochai personified Torah above everything, and prayer was secondary to him. And again, this is all because he was on this whole higher level. And Dafka, because he was on this whole higher level, he was ironically able to bring Shanti smoothly down the highest levels, connected with the lowest level down here as physical rain in perfect ideal state for the fields to grow. All right. So that is the ultimate blessing. That's what we're going to learn next week also. The blessings of cursing, how the curses turn into blessing, and if you follow God, then there will be rain. If you don't, there'll be drought, and what have you. Because the blessing part is that which is smooth. It means where there's a full open connection, and there's nothing in the way. And as we'll see, hopefully next week, that even that things that are seen as curses actually are really blessings in disguise. Okay. But that's next week, and we'll get to there. And incidentally, I forgot to mention this at the beginning, but if Jonathan and Steve, if you remember, there's this group, the Main Institute, that have been collaborating as a rabbi with artists, and we had 1 week we did the for the Parshat Metzora. I think Jonathan tuned in then, and Steve did. So God willing, this Sunday afternoon at 1 p.m., there will be part 2, or my second collaboration with an artist. And that will be And that will be, again, Thursday. So it's called articulation. Let me see if I could just copy it. Okay, I'll give you the Zoom. Here is the Sunday. I'm going to put it in the chat. I should have mentioned this at the beginning. But at least you'll have it now. Let me give you also a link. Wait, there's a nicer format of this, I think. Oh, no, not that. I was sent a nicer one. Wait, here, invite. Let me see. I think this is it. No. Hang on, let me get it. Okay, let me see if, all right. Okay, I'll show you what it looks like. What do I need this? Let me just make it in the chat. I'll make it as a link, as a download. Wait, I thought that usually you can do a download. Oh, your computer. Hang on. Okay. Well, what I'll say is, hang on. All right. Let me figure this out a little bit more. 282007282. Okay, hang on. 282. 28200. Oh, all right. All right, so I'm opening it. Okay. All right. So it's in your chat. You see where the one that starts 282, that is the invite. Maybe I'll just show it visually so also those out in Facebook land or later can see it. Yeah. All right. Let me just close this. Okay, share screen here. Okay. So this is this Sunday. It's with the artist Yona Werner. She runs the Jewish Art Salon. It's a great, collective of Jewish artists and been around for years. And people, including my sister, who's an artist, is part of it. So this is Jonas is the founder and head of Jewish Art Salon. And we've been collaborating on the Parshat Behar, which is next week. Parsha. So she's been working on an amazing couple pieces of art she's going to show. And then I'll also discuss the Parsha, and that's related to the art. So that is this Sunday, 1 to 2 p.m., both the Zoom link and let me just, one more. And also that it's also, you could also watch, it'll be live streamed and recorded on Facebook under the Amen Institute. So let me find that also. And I'll just put a link to it here too. The Amen Institute. Now it's not up yet, but if you want, you could actually watch for the past weeks for Parshat Behar, which I think was broadcast yesterday, but the recording is up there, the top window on this page. So there, Amen Institute. The link is in chats also. So I highly encourage everyone to go to the Facebook page, Amen Institute, and watch for this week, and then time permitting, if you can, to join in this Sunday, 1 to 2 p.m. for the for the collaboration one, and to discover how curses can become blessings, and so on and so forth. Okay, so let's so just to loop this back finally for one final to what we were starting before, that with the Arizal song. So screen sharing it again. Again, like we just things just discursively wound up that we talking about everything. By the way, also both this idea that Lag Bomer is about connecting from the most spiritual into the unity of calling it a wedding in the physical world. And what is a wedding? It's like a carnal union, right? Which that is also referenced here in the song of the bride and groom, and them also cohabiting and even giving physical pleasure to each other, and also being involved in physical things in the meal and what have you. Incidentally, also 33, we say with the 33 days of Sphira. Now, if you say the birthing of the Jewish people, is Passover, and that's when we begin Sphira. So it says in if we learned a few weeks ago in the Torah in Tazria, right, that how many days does a woman have to be separated as impure after giving birth to a son? How many days? Does anyone remember? It says 33 days. Okay, so 33 days. By the 33rd day and leaving, is like that is when the birthing is over and we come into the state of purity. Okay, so that's also represented by Lag Bomer, that we're giving birth into the physical world, and now we're in that state of the spiritual realm, and accomplishing all this again, of uniting the spiritual with the physical. And that's what we were saying here, uniting also from the highest Kadisha through all the world's dimensions all the way down here, and make it sweet, and also the table and the menorah and the wine and the cup and the myrtle, and then it ends off la'arus va'arusa, to the bride, to the groom and the bride being united. So that's again a unity. And in fact, there's the same words, arus and arusa is just the feminine of arus. It's really almost identical. It's like we say hinamatav shevet achim gam yachad, that they're sitting together, two siblings, companions. Like this coming month of Sivan is Gemini, twins, right? To do what? Latkafa chalashim, to strengthen those that are weak. That means that we are able to, that when we have the ultimate appropriate unity, then they empower each other, and even things that seem weakened, even on the spiritual plane, are reinforced and strengthened by being connected with the physical, and conversely, the physical is connected with the spiritual. And only that, when you have the unity of both together, the spiritual and the physical, and reveal that it's all really one, Torah and mitzvot are one. All, male, female are parts of one. The light and the vessel are all one. Then that gives it, or the soul and the body are one. So that gives it its ultimate and full virility. And stamina and strength, and then we have that strength. Okay, here, Steve, you want, we're gonna, okay, we're gonna finish now, and as right, hopefully no one's been too drained out and quote unquote weakened by going on so much Torah, but it is Lag Bomer night, and in fact it says that when Rabbi Shimon Yochai was giving over this mysteries of in the Iterizut of his last day, he actually kept day going because he realized that that this is his last day on earth. So almost like Joshua keeping the sun in Gibon to not to set, so too Rabbi Shimon and Yochai kept the light of the sun going as long as he can to be daylight, so he could keep on teaching. That's another reason why we make the bonfires, to show that the light keeps on going. So ironically, or in its converse way, it almost feels like we're always at the point of keeping the night going as long as possible, so we could keep on learning here. Yeah, but we're still all we're still not we're still not in the state of Shimon Yochai ourselves, and as we said before, ultimately it's about even though it's night, but we count the night as like we said tonight. And for all those who did not say, we'll say together right now. Hayim shloisha u'shloishim yom shemar ba shavuos achem misha yamim la'omer. Okay, so we're taking it, we're counting, we're making the night into day. That's it. Through our counting, like we said, the word sephira, one of the definitions is to shine, radiate, glitter like a sapphire stone, right? So may we keep on shining and reveal and see in the greatest of clarity, and take it all the way. And we're going to sing now. We're going to end off with singing Hinei Matov, and then hopefully next week we'll continue with the Friday night song and other aspects that we maybe didn't fully finish up cover. And I apologize, I was going to actually read actual parts of the Zohar tonight, because it is the night to the Zohar, but it seems like we got to discussing at length. So let me just see if maybe there's one final, just to be outside of learning something in person, in text. Well, actually, the truth is we learned the song Azam Mishvachim, but maybe just to show a tiny bit of the Idri Rabbah, and that will be it. And meanwhile, I'll sing. Does anyone have a favorite Hinei Matov song? If not, I'll share you the one I know that I sing. Do you have one, Steve? Do you have a favorite Hinei Matov? Well, there's the famous Hinei Matov Manayim Sheves Achim Gam Yachad. Hinei Matov Manayim Sheves Achim Gam Yachad. Hinei Matov Sheves Achim Gam Yachad. Hinei Matov Sheves Achim Gam Yachad. And then there's the other one. Hinei Matov Manayim Shevet Achim Achim Gam Yachad. Hinei Matov Manayim Shevet Achim Achim Gam Yachad. Hinei Matov Manayim Shevet Achim Gam Yachad. Hinei Matov Manayim Shevet Achim Gam Yachad. Now I end off one more. There's like 2 or 3 Lubavitch ones, but I'll sing one. The main one goes like this. Hine matov umanayim sheves achim gam yochad. Hine matov umanayim sheves achim gam yochad. Ya-da-da-dam, da-da-da-dam, ya-ya-ya-ya-ya, da-da-da-dam, hi-la-da-hi-la-ya, da-da-da-dam, hi-ya-hi-la-la-hi-la-la, da-da-da-dam, hi-ram, hi-ra-ra, Bam 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 and maybe next week I'll share a little bit more. So I know it's already over here. Well, on the East Coast, it's already past 4:20. So, but let's just show you a little the Zohar before you leave, Steve, so you just see what it looks like. This is the Zohar, the last day of Shema Yochai, the small Idra, the small gathering. We learned that day that Rabbi Shimon, that Rabbi Shimon wanted to leave the world, depart, pass away from the world. It's almost saying like Rabbi Shimon Yochai willingly decided, oh, today is the day. He began organizing, collecting his words, what he wants to convey, and then the chavraya, his home, his students, his colleagues, gathered in his house, Rabbi Shimon, and Rabbi Lezer, his son, Rabbi Abba, who was his scribe, and the other colleagues came in, and the house filled with them. And then it says, Rabbi Shimon raised his eyes, opened his eyes, and he saw the house was filled with people. And then he started crying that the other time when we were gathered in this, meaning the old Idra, the original Idra, Rabbi Pinchas Ben Yair was there. And he goes on, but then they passed on. And look at his house. And then here it says, Rabbi Shimon opened his eyes and he saw what he saw. And fire surrounded him in the house. And so they all thought the house is on fire. So everyone left, except Rabbi Lezer, his son, Rabbi Abba, stayed. Hence, dear Abba's Abba. And then, but the other colleagues, that means the other 5, stayed outside, and I suppose they were just listening in through the window from outside. And then there's all this preamble narrative till he actually reveals the teachings, and he says, this is Reb Shimon says, now is the time of great of eight ratzon, like we say, a time of goodwill from above. And I want to go without any shame to the world to come. I want to go like guilt-free or clean. So therefore, so here I'm about to share with you holy words that were not revealed until now. I want to reveal them before the Shekhinah. The loyemins that they shouldn't say they shouldn't say that I left the world on an inferior level. Until now, all these deep secrets, mysteries of what the Godhead were hidden in my heart. and I should go up to the world to come with them hidden in my heart. No, I'm going to reveal it to you, which is interesting. He already seemingly revealed it all already in the Idra Rabbah, which we, if you remember, we went through. But no, that wasn't the real mysteries, because the way it's explained is everything in the Idra Rabbah, even though it speaks about Atika Kadisha, but it's all a lot from the Ze'er Anpin point of view, or taking that emphasis. But the Idra Zuta already, Rav Shimon Yochai is a higher level. He's all purely Atika Kadisha level. Okay? And when I organize the ideas that I'm going to share with you, Rabbi Abba will write it down, and Rabbi Lazar, my son, will repeat it and study it. Will concentrate, go through it, analyze it. And the rest, the colleagues, the other 5, let them flutter in their hearts. They'll just listen in and try to understand what's going. So then Rabbi Abba stood up and stood behind his shoulders, and Rabbi Lazar stood, and then it goes on to the very first teaching, which is on the verse of Torah of the Psalms, that Lo HaMesim Yahaluka, that the dead cannot praise God, and neither those that fall into the depths of silence. That so who are the dead? Who are the dead? So he says, obviously not those that are physically dead, but those that are connected to God are called living, and Chaim, and those that are not are considered dead. Therefore, when we discuss God, then we are considered alive, living. And then it goes on, and it ends off actually that after Rabbi Shimon Yochai reveals everything about God's eyes and head and nose and mind and brain, which is a lot of similar to the Rabbah, but in different ways, with more emphasis on the head, even the higher heads, Reisha Deloisiata, the head that doesn't know itself and all that. It says that he was saying the verse, Chayim ad ha'olam, the word Chayim, and he passed away with the word Chayim, life. Okay? So that's very interesting that he ironically begins the Torah saying that the dead cannot praise God, and then he goes on speaking about discussing God, you're considered alive, and the very word he uses when he passes away is Chayim, life. Why? Because he was emphasizing he's going to a higher state of life, of true life, absolute life, being one. If you're in a state of devekut, total connection with God, then you're considered alive, full, the true source. When you connect to the source of life, then you are life. And incidentally, that is also the second Lubavitcher Rebbe, Mittler Rebbe, also passed away, saying Chassidus to his students who were around him, and he ended also saying the word Chayim from the verse Ki imcha mekar Chayim, for you are the source of life. And it's the Mittler Rebbe also that Lag Bomer, when people who were barren, couldn't have children, it was once a year, even though he'd never usually would give many blessings for gashmias, physical things, but once a year, Lag Bomer, he would give blessings for people or women who couldn't have bear children, that they should have children, and the blessings were fulfilled. That was a special thing. And again, like we were saying before, Lag Bomer is all about taking the highest spiritual and manifesting it in physical, primarily through birthing new life in new bodies. Incidentally, this isn't even the past. I remember growing up in Crown Heights, when it was Lag Bomer, the Rabbi would go every year to the graveside of his father-in-law, like he would go, and before he would go to the mikveh. So before he went to the graveside, anyone in the community in Crown Heights, any Lubavitchers who did not have children, they would stand there outside waiting for the Rebbe when he would come out to receive blessings for children. It was a somewhat private affair because it's not something he really wanted, but just saying that this idea that Lag Bomer is an auspicious time for blessing for those that have children carried all the way down till our generation. So Mamish, may we fully manifest life in us in the highest way, spiritually and even physically, reinvigorate and re-enliven ourselves to the highest level. And just to final off, this is a very famous passage that's used on for Reb Shimon, that before he goes into all the holiness, he's from the verse of Psalms, Ani l'dodi, I'm to my beloved, v'alai teshukasi, and upon me is his pleasure or yearning, teshuka, yearning, and I mean, kol yomin dis katarna b'hai alma, Reb Shimon Bar Yochai says, all my days when I was connected, or right, to this world, the chad ketirnis katarna be'bekuchabrichu, I was bound as one, connected, tied as one with God Himself, with self. I was always one, and like it says somewhere else earlier in the Zohar, that God, that Rav Shimon says, that I'm one with God, be'achida, with God, with you, I am united. Be'lehita says, with you, I am like inflamed, like just flame in a fire as is one. Flames and fire is one. That's another reason why we have the bonfires for Shimon Yochai, because he uses this word lahita, that he's like enraptured and like flame as one with God. And being that he's one, therefore he has great delight and pleasure, because God and all of his whole entourage of angels and spirits above come to listen with joy these secret teachings that I'm about to give, and praises about Tika Kadisha, this hidden of all, that which is separated for all, and because everything is davuk, is attached in God, and or in this is in God, and God is attached in all, and God and He is one. Kola, and there's again that word kola that we had in Azam B'Shvachim, the all. And like you pointed out, Steve, it has the la, right? Kola. So it's all one from Atika Kadisha, like you see here, all the way down to our pinky toenails, right? Or what is it? So mamish. So may we mamish manifest the highest of the high of Atika Kadisha here, which is revealed now on Lag Bomer, down all the way through all our realms, so our Hod of Hod and states. And God willing, next week we're going to take it even farther down, up or down to Yesod, right? And next week we'll discuss Yesod. And also next week is again the Parshat transformation of curse to blessing, even higher state of transformation. So we'll discuss it then. So thank you again, everyone, for joining in. Especially dear brother Steve, who has been on from practically the very first tonight to the last drop. And Mamish, we've been having this amazing Lag Bomer and marathon, and if not for the clock and people probably getting to that high level with Rabbi Shimon Yochai up there, we would maybe go on further, but I think we covered as much as we can for now, and I'm so happy that we did cover actually the song for Friday night and connected it all with Lag Bomer and the Parsha, and especially about Shabbos and the Sphira, and as like we usually do, connecting it all, showing the underlying theme and how it's, and Mamish showing it how it's all one Torah. So may we continue this flow, and I highly encourage everyone here, in addition to all the goodies we do Lag Bomer, is play music as loud and dance. That's what we did. Dance is also manifesting the physical, and also learn something of Torah, Kabbalah, and Chassidus on your own. Open up a sefer, open up something, and when we learn it, not just for the idea, but to find a way to apply it into our reality of our world. Like we've been doing every week with the Sphira, also finding some way that it could be applied. Danny tuned out a little bit earlier, so we didn't get around for her to share from Rabbi Jacobson's, but I'm sure you can find it online. Or, I mean, my teaching of it is that Hod of Hod is to that recognition that there's sometimes, like even like last week, Netzach, Hod of Netzach, which we're saying that the Hod tempers the Netzach, not to be too aggro, Netzach, pushy, but Hod to show humility in the pushiness. That's good and fine. But even then, like for example, with the students of Rabbi Akiva, we said that they were trying to correct the other, right, out of good, out of love, right? So that is also could be Hod of Netzach. They weren't just putting down their colleagues that they didn't know the correct meaning of Pshat. They were trying to be helpful and help, but still they didn't realize that there are times called, no, just let the other be the other as he is or she is. There's no reason to interfere or interject with our own perspective and thinking that we know any better the right way, right? Sometimes we need absolute, total humility. That is tonight, Hod Shabbat. To be totally given over to the higher source. And again, when we're in that state, we could be like Rabbi Shimon Yochai ultimately was. To be totally given over for everyone and for the cause. And in that way, to bring the Torahs down. Oh, thank you for the spiritual meditation. Examine the humility of humility. Everyone has humility in their hearts. The question is the measure and manner in which one consciously feels it. Am I afraid to be too humble? Do I mask and protect my modesty with aggressive behavior? You want to continue reading, Steve? Learn.
It says, learn to cultivate your humility by interacting with people who are more refined than yourself, evoking in you modesty and humility that motivates you to grow. Humility must also be examined for its genuineness. Is my humility humble, or is it yet another expression of arrogance? Do I take too much pride in my humility? Do I flaunt it? Is it self-serving? Is my humility part of a crusade, or is it genuine? Do I have expectations due to my humility? And then the exercise for today is be humble just for its own sake. Stand humble.
Good. Wow, that's a great one. There's a rainbow song that goes, humble yourself to the higher power. You gotta know, bend down low and humble yourself to the higher power. You gotta know what she knows, and we shall lift each other up. Higher and higher we shall lift each other up. Humble. Then you can humble yourself to different things. Yourself to the great mother. You gotta blah blah blah. Right. So when you're in a state of total obeisance and humbling yourself, something lower, and then you're open to learn from what you're humbling, surrendering yourself to. Then you could reach yourself even higher than you ever were before. Okay. So this Hod of Hod is not to remain low, by the way, but it's to put us in the position to be able to reach the highest of realms. Okay? So Laila Tov, everyone, Muvarach, to Steve, to brother Jonathan, thank you for being so much, and to Ariel, great for you tuned in and been part of this, and of course, brother Eliakim, it's been eons, and it's great that you joined in tonight to be part of us. And so too to Rivka Enton and to Harvey, thank you, and to everyone who was on earlier, and to everyone watching on Facebook, thank you, and tune in again. Both this Sunday, we shared the Zoom link, 1 to 2, and then also, and then next Wednesday, same time, same channel. Ki v'simcha se'itzeyu v'shalayim tuvalon harim v'yagba esisum nechem rido v'cholatzeyas yimcha chof ki v'simcha se'itzeyu v'shalayim tuvalon harim v'yagba esisum rido v'cholatzeyas yimcha chof. Laila Tov, Facebook.